This guy is Zick, the first failed awakener of the prestigious Raker family. Why is that? Because he was born into the great Dragon Slayer family, but his body was so pathetic that he couldn't use aura, the power every knight possesses. Zick failed to awaken, something that shouldn't happen to a knight. Because of this, he was treated as trash and expelled from the family. Zick's life was very difficult, forcing him to do anything to become stronger and survive. For example, stealing an ancient artifact, rumored to grant extraordinary power. But unfortunately for Zick, that artifact was also being sought by the Emperor. To obtain it, he didn't hesitate to send a large legion just to pursue Zick after he got hold of the artifact. Because the number of enemies was too great, and he himself couldn't use aura, Zick quickly fell into a disadvantage. He was even so pathetic that his enemies severed both his arms. The first two soldiers hunting Zick even played a coin toss to decide who got to execute him first. They clearly just saw him as a joke. In his most desperate moment, a strong will to live urged Zick to get back on his feet. He bit down hard on one of his severed arms, then used the healing power only he possessed to reattach it. Then, he used that very reattached arm, picked up his sword, and sliced off the heads of those two bastards. Unfortunately, Zick took them down, but not before they managed to contact reinforcements. Looking at the large crowd approaching him, he could only click his tongue and lament his fate. Zick knew that he probably couldn't escape today. But he calmly picked up his other remaining arm and reattached it. What? He just reattached the severed arm? Zick's pursuit squad was quite jaw-dropped at the sight. What a bizarre individual, truly disgusting. Perhaps we'll have to cut off his head for him to really die. With both hands intact, Zick used all his strength to continue charging into that unequal battle. But even though he bravely took down many, he ultimately couldn't win. At the end of the fight, Zick's back was riddled with swords, like a hedgehog. He continuously coughed up blood, the sensation of life slowly slipping away was very clear. In his last moments, Zick comforted himself that even if he couldn't get revenge and live a fulfilling life, he had still managed to steal the artifact the Emperor was looking for, as if achieving something great. Zick trembled as he took the artifact from inside his shirt. Blood flowed from his head and the corners of his mouth, anointing the artifact and making it emit a dazzling golden light. Then, Zick heard a strange voice. Your strong will can awaken an ancient power. The soul of an ancient dragon is deeply etched into the will of the persistent one. Emergency measures have been activated, Zick Raker, do you agree? Zick thought he misheard, or perhaps he was hallucinating because his life was almost over. But that voice kept repeating in his head. Do you agree? Do you agree? Shut up, do whatever you want. Zick got annoyed, wanting to drive the voice out of his head, and yelled. But then he heard it speak again. The Awakener's agreement has been confirmed. An irreversible promised power is being activated. The countdown has begun. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, Zick only saw a blank white screen, and he couldn't hear anything anymore. He thought he had gone to the Eternal Realm, but after regaining consciousness, Zick found himself in the body of a child. Yes, it's truly hard to believe, but he not only didn't die but was reborn, returning to the past. Zick could still clearly feel the pain of being pierced by a sword. But now, there were no wounds on his body. Even though a long time had passed, Zick immediately knew where he was just by looking. He was at the Raker family's training camp. The Dragon Slayer Raker family is one of the three great and prominent families of this era. Terkin Raker was the hero who once saved the entire continent by destroying the vicious dragon Bahamut in a war 1,000 years ago. His descendants established the Raker family as it is today. Perhaps because they are descendants of Terkin the Dragon Slayer, all descendants of the Raker family possess the blessed bloodline of aura. Because of this, they can easily awaken high-level aura and become powerful knights. Only Zick's existence was an exception. That's why he had such a tragic end in his previous life. The management system is being restarted. As soon as Zick lay down on the bed, he heard that strange voice again. He jolted, sat up abruptly, and looked around in panic. Zick was sure there was no one around him, but that voice kept echoing steadily. Awakener's soul is being identified. Awakener's soul has been confirmed to be a 100% perfect match. The chosen Awakener's soul has accepted the ancient dragon's will and fully integrated, confirmed. You have gained access to a part of the system. Nice to meet you, Zick Raker. Activating status window display mode. Then, Zick saw many shimmering blue screens appear before him. With the understanding of an ancient person, he couldn't define it using the term status window like modern people familiar with role-playing games would. But in reality, Zick, like many other reborn male protagonists, had obtained the system. Zick at that time couldn't explain these confusing events, only assuming it was all accidentally activated by that ancient artifact. He flailed his arms wildly, and another status window appeared. It stated low-level administrator status window, along with current information about Zick. It displayed his current profession as a healing wizard, rare grade, and his title as blessed by the ancient dragon. The class skills Zick possessed were heal, calm, recover, vitality, and enhance senses. Other skills included E-grade precise thrust, E-grade slash, and E-grade critical strike. Additionally, there was another section for dragon skills, but Zick couldn't view it currently. The system required 10 points to unlock this section, but his current score was around 0. Zick was astonished by what had just appeared before him. He reached out, trying to grab it, but discovered that it was like mist. His hand could pass directly through it. He couldn't grasp it, he could only navigate by lightly touching its surface. Putting that aside, the information displayed on the status window also made Zick ponder. The so-called professions and skills were all ancient dragon language no longer in use at present. But in his previous life, Zick once had a master, and that person had mentioned these things. Early awakeners classified themselves into professions depending on what they were good at. Each profession would train a specialized technique called a skill. In his previous life, Zick's profession was also a healing mage, so he could use a skill called healing. Zick still clearly remembered that after awakening, he was trained so hellishly by his master that he almost died. Anyway, according to what was recorded on the status window, in this life, Zick was still a healing mage. He wanted to see if what it said was true. In his previous life, the moment he became a healing mage was at the age of 20, right after Hawley was unlocked. Zick closed his eyes tightly, trying to sense himself. Just as he predicted, in this life, even though he was just a child, his Hawley had already been unlocked. Zick finally realized something. After reincarnation, although his muscular, trained body was gone, he had returned to the past with all his memories and skills. Compared to his previous life, he was currently in a much more advantageous position. And Zick could absolutely use this to live a life worth living. But before that, he still needed to carefully study what he had on hand. "Young Master Zick, may I come in?" Suddenly, a voice from outside the door made Zick jump. He hadn't even finished reading all the information displayed on the window, nor did he know how to close it. Before he could figure out what to do, the person outside pushed the door open and entered. "Wait!" Zick was so flustered he shouted, but it was too late. "I can't believe you're still not ready. What are you thinking, young Master Zick?" Zick recognized the old man. It was Deker, his personal attendant. It seemed he couldn't see the status window. Zick secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then questioned back. "Ready? Ready for what?" Deker's eyes suddenly became sharp. Even though he was a servant, Zick could still feel a formidable, intimidating presence from the old man. "Are you serious with that question, young Master Zick?" Zick involuntarily shivered. Thinking back, he had indeed been terrified of Deker since he was a child in his previous life. Now, even though he possessed the soul of a 32-year-old man, he still couldn't forget the fear deeply etched into that body. Just then, the system automatically activated the Calm Mind faction skill. Immediately, Zick's anxiety was dispelled. This skill allows the user's psychological state to remain unshaken in any situation, before anyone. Zick didn't expect that system could automatically activate skills. It seemed very useful. Deeker saw the young master ignore him and continued to remind him. I've repeated many times that this is an important event. Are you listening, young Master Zick? Of course, Deeker, I'm still listening. Zick replied, seemingly having remembered what important event was happening today. Are you talking about the Pankerson assessment test? The place Zick was in had another name, the Cradle. This is where all Raker family members come to undergo a training system starting from the age of 7. For 5 consecutive years, they will undergo the most rigorous basic training. Instructors will evaluate new students each year through sword fighting competitions or no-rules Pankerson duels. Opponents will be chosen by the instructors, but there are cases where students can choose their own opponents if both sides agree. Because this assessment has no rules, some people will end up seriously injured, but others might leave the arena with their lives already gone. However, this test is still regularly maintained because it is used to select the class students will attend in the academy later. So the children have no other choice but to use everything they have to fight. Zick grumbled while changing and left the room to head to the arena. Today's person in charge was head instructor Panmax. Zick didn't have many impressions of this period in his life. But Pan said this was the final part of this year's assessment. So the spirits of all the students were soaring. Zick stood at the head of the line, and he had no trouble hearing the mocking whispers coming from the back row. It's Zick, he was humiliated last year, and he's still here this year? Well, if I were him, I would have run away. How can he be a direct descendant? So useless. Zick had no choice but to pretend to be deaf. After all, he was already used to being looked down upon like this from his previous life. The test quickly proceeded. The first 2 students to enter the arena were Aaron and Gata. After Instructor Pan's signal, the 2 of them lunged at each other like hungry tigers. Zick sat to the side, yawning lazily. Because after just the first move, he already knew this match would quickly end and who the victory belonged to. Because Gata hadn't properly defended himself from the start and would quickly be knocked out by Aaron. If it were 12-year-old Zick in his previous life, he would certainly have been terrified seeing this bloody scene of stabbing and kicking. However, he had lived another life, a miserable life where he couldn't use spiritual energy and relied only on pure physical combat. So these students now were nothing to Zick. Throughout their competition, he just sat lazily on the observation deck, yawning repeatedly. What Zick didn't know was that at this moment, on the opposite stands, there was a kid constantly staring at him with extremely hungry eyes. That kid's name was Leon, and he was also Zick's opponent in the next match. Only when he got down to the arena did he realize that, at present, Leon was much taller than him. And he was also the one who had beaten Zick to a pulp last year. So when he saw Zick return for this year's assessment, Leon was extremely pleased. It's just that times have changed now, it's still unknown who will lose to whom. If you want to live, beg, you weak parasite. Leon's voice provoked. Leon made Zick remember his struggles from last year and the year before that. Leon was always his opponent, and he had never won. Zick bet he'd played dirty behind his back, because his family was the type to whisper nonsense into their children's ears. Something like, only by doing such dirty tricks yourself can you become a true dragon slayer. Leon had been brainwashed by his parents since childhood, so his talent was limited, but his schemes were endless. The more Zick looked, the more he found his opponent irritating. He couldn't understand how such trash could be his cousin. In his previous life, he had 4 direct bloodline siblings from the Draker family, but they never even had a chance to meet. However, he had the chance to meet a dozen cousins. And they were always ready to bully Zick, no matter when. Hey, I have to admit, Zick Draker, you're really brave to come back here after getting beaten to a pulp last year. Or maybe there's something wrong with your head. Leon continued to provoke. If it were Zick at this age in his previous life, he might have been scared or angry. But now, in this young body, there was a man in his 30s. Moreover, the system automatically activated the Serenity faction skill, making Zick completely indifferent to his opponent's insults. Hey, I won't go easy on you if you keep insulting me like that. Zick warned his opponent, mainly because Leon's incessant chatter was giving him a headache. But in Leon's eyes, Zick was just a weak, useless person, the family's waste. Therefore, when he heard Zick speak up, he even found it very amusing. Instead of just insulting him idly, Leon stepped forward and grabbed his hair. "So what are you going to do, you lowly good-for-nothing?" No one clearly saw what Zick did next, they only saw Leon being thrown off in an instant. That was because Zick had accidentally used the critical hit skill. Just like its name, this skill allows the user to deal critical damage to enemies. In case of an unsuccessful attack, they can also be counterattacked with similar force and speed. Leon clutched his face, screaming in pain. Zick was also a little surprised. He had originally only intended to knock his opponent unconscious. But his skill was accidentally activated when that punch was thrown. Although the punch was effective, it showed the truth that Zick couldn't control his abilities well yet. "What are you waiting for, Zick Draker?" Pan rushed over to Leon in a panic. "How dare you attack even before I announce the start? Does anyone announce ready, set, go on a battlefield? The one who strikes first gains the advantage, don't you know that, teacher?" Zick replied. It wasn't his words, but Zick's bloodthirsty gaze that made Pan unconsciously shiver, something he had never seen in him before. Leon finally stabilized his breathing, trembling as he said he was fine and asked Pan to let the match continue. Even though his nose was still bleeding profusely, Zick's punch seemed to have directly hit Leon's combat switch. He swore that today he would make Zick unable to leave the arena alive. Leon shakily stood up straight after Pan signaled for the match to begin. He rushed towards Zick like an arrow. Zick was still quite hesitant, fearing he wouldn't be able to control his striking force well again. As for Leon, after that punch, he became even more cautious. Therefore, Zick's left-hand attack had become too obvious in his eyes. In that moment, Leon dodged Zick's left-hand punch and successfully grabbed Zick's thigh. Just one more step and he could slam Zick to the ground. Pan thought the battle would end like that. But the scene that unfolded afterwards made him gape in astonishment. Pan's eyes were fixed on Zick, unable to believe that the combat sense he just displayed belonged to a 12-year-old kid. The moment Leon dodged Zick's punch and was about to take him down, Pan thought he would win. However, Zick reacted lightning fast, punching Leon hard in the chin and simultaneously breaking free from his grasp. This was entirely Leon's fault for letting his guard down, thinking he had caught Zick. But what astonished Pan was Zick's composure despite his attack failing. Did the terrifying concentration and precision needed to deliver such effective and accurate damage truly belong to the Zick Draker everyone knew? As for Leon, after taking 2 consecutive punches, he had almost lost his mind. Leon had to create some distance before Zick started his next offensive. But he was still a step slower than Zick. The idea of creating distance had barely formed in his head when Zick powerfully kicked him in the shin. It was clear that he was smaller than Zick, but his punching and kicking power were both astonishingly strong. Leon felt his leg was about to break, but his mouth still wouldn't shut up, continuously cursing Zick as a useless lowlife. His berserker blood was up, and he no longer cared about distance or anything else. All Leon could do now was charge forward and attack instinctively. And unfortunately for him, after a few exchanges, Zick could now control his strength. In addition, he activated his sensory enhancement skill, temporarily increasing the sharpness of his senses. Leon's wind-breaking punches, therefore, became very slow to Zick. This made him feel like he was taking a stroll rather than participating in a competition. Now he was used to controlling the power from Hall E. Zick no longer had time to play cat and mouse with his opponent. He grabbed his arm, then slammed his body to the ground. For an ordinary person, this move alone would have rendered them incapable of fighting. But Zick had no intention of letting his opponent off. He activated his precision thrust skill again, then used his elbow like a sword, thrusting it directly into a weak point on his opponent's chest. "Stop!" Again. Leon gasped in pain and groaned. "Even an idiot like you must have learned a harsh lesson from this, right?" Zick replied, but his punches didn't stop. Not just Pan, but all the students present were terrified to the point of turning pale. Zick now looked exactly like a madman venting his rage. It wasn't until Leon lay motionless that he stood up, satisfied, then turned towards the stands where the students were standing and staring at him. A little sweat will clear your head right up. Now, if anyone here has an opinion, they can come down here all at once. Zick's challenge offended quite a few, but not everyone dared to stand up after seeing what he'd done to Leon. Finally, a teenager stood up from the crowd. Zick recognized him. It was Zakin and Rick, another cousin, but his temperament was just as bad as Leon's, if not worse. Zakin wanted to challenge Zick, and he naturally had no reason to refuse. He was just a bit tired of one-on-one fights with these snot-nosed kids, so he personally designated another person to join, Liam Stone, Zakin's servant. I think that way the match will be balanced. Zick added another sentence that made Zakin's eyes red with fury. Did you just insult me? He hissed. That's right, you fool, Zick replied with an excited tone and sparkling eyes. Seeing him like that, Zakin was so furious that the veins on his face bulged. Just like Leon earlier, he immediately swore he'd take Zick's life today, no matter what. This time, Instructor Pan learned from experience, repeatedly reminding Zick beforehand that he wasn't allowed to make a move until he gave the signal. Yeah, I know. Zick nodded vigorously, his eyes still fixed on his opponent without looking away. But the person he was looking at wasn't that fool Zakin, but his servant, Liam. In his previous life, he was known as the Mercenary King. Just like in his previous life, as Zakin's servant, he also participated in this training academy. But because he was only a distant relative, Liam was almost forgotten and not properly educated. He once begged to join the advanced studies at the Valhalla Academy but was refused. And then he eventually joined a knight order of a small country called Barnan. After Barnan fell, he officially became a mercenary. During the chaotic period when people flocked around the strong, Liam became a shining factor. Finally, after a long time as a mercenary, he became an excellent knight and established his own stone mercenary army. After that, Liam also unified the 3 largest mercenary guilds on the continent, and the title of Mercenary King was officially born. In his previous life, Liam, as the leader of the Stone Mercenary Army, participated in the Great Continental War. And Zick, with the nickname Ghost of the North, confronted him as a mortal enemy alongside the Northerners. Undeniably, Liam had given him a very hard time. However, this time, things might be different. Begin. Pan's voice cut through Zick's stream of recollections. Almost simultaneously with the signal, Zakin attacked with a punch full of openings. And Zick caught it firmly. His eyes suddenly turned cold, looking at Zakin as if he were a pile of trash. I said, come at me together. Even his tone was icy, but Zakin quickly struggled free. You think I'll fall for your cheap trick? As he spoke, he stepped back to set himself up for a kick. But it seemed that because he was too angry, this kick had even more openings than the previous punch. Zakin's kick landed on Zick's elbow, not only failing to hurt him but instead causing his own leg excruciating pain. Instinctively, he looked down at his leg. But this was truly an extremely foolish act while fighting. Because Zick took less than a second to rush in front of Zakin and deliver a punch straight to the kid's stomach. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. Only then did Zakin accept that he couldn't beat Zick, so he roared. Liam, kill this bastard for me. Liam, who had been standing still and waiting, slowly advanced after Zakin gave the order. Looking at his tall stature, Zick found it hard to imagine that this kid was also his age. He'd fought Liam many times. And the most annoying thing about dealing with him was his incredibly long reach. If he let his opponent strike first, Zick would be completely on the defensive. Therefore, he wanted to seize the initiative by attacking first. Zick thought it, then did it, immediately activating his E-rank/skill. It allowed him to unleash a series of attacks on his opponent, hindering their vision. The students in the stands could only gape in astonishment at this sight. They couldn't even keep up with Zick's movements anymore. He had anticipated this. Because this was the central region, where swords were the dominant weapon. How could these children see the northern-style boxing technique he had just performed? However, Zick was still at a disadvantage in this fight, because his body as a child was truly trash among trash. Just using those skills made Zick feel aching pains in his bones, while his opponent possessed a physique akin to a monster. Liam didn't counterattack or dodge, he simply calmly maintained his stance and received all of Zick's attacks. Compared to when he was a mercenary king, Zick felt Liam was much more aggressive now. Zick took a deep breath, clenching his hand into a fist. He had seen how strong his opponent's body was, but now his own body was also nearing its limit. Zick put all his strength into his right arm, intending to deliver a blow that would penetrate Liam's guard and take him down. However, suddenly, Liam's eyes opened wide and shone brightly. He tilted his head to the right, successfully dodging the full-force attack Zick had unleashed. To say Zick wasn't surprised would be a lie, as Liam truly possessed an incredibly keen sense. And almost immediately after this, he managed to grab Zick's arm, intending to slam him hard to the ground. It was a shame that Liam was now just a 12-year-old child, with enough talent but lacking real combat experience, while Zick carried the soul of a 32-year-old man, seasoned by too many bitter defeats. The moment Liam grabbed his arm and swung it over his head, Zick successfully used the posture and momentum to deliver a powerful punch to Liam's head. No matter how strong Liam was, he was still human. Being hit hard in the head like that, he couldn't avoid feeling dizzy. Zick took that opportunity, once again activating his sense-enhancing skill. He used his fastest speed, clamping the opponent's neck tightly with his legs. Because he knew, no matter how strong the opponent's body was, when the brain lacked oxygen, it would become paralyzed. Rick thought so, but Liam was crazier than he imagined. He was now almost insane and fighting with all his instincts, trying to escape Rick's chokehold. Liam continuously hit and punched his body, but Rick was just as stubbornly keeping a tight grip on the opponent's neck. One side kept hitting, the other side kept increasing the pressure in their calves. Their fight quickly turned into a race between the stamina of two people with different sizes. The students watched, holding their breath. With Liam's attack speed, they all thought Rick would lose the fight, or even be beaten to a pulp. Even Instructor Pan was so tense he forgot how to breathe. He had never seen such a breathtakingly dramatic fight between two minors. After about a minute, the outcome was finally decided. Liam, due to a prolonged lack of oxygen, began to weaken, no longer having the strength to resist, and slowly collapsed. Though Rick was covered in injuries, he had won. Most of the students gawked in astonishment, unable to believe that Rick had actually won. Only one boy was smiling brightly at this moment. And his smile didn't look good at all. Good, he thought, I've come to expect at least this much from you. This display of yours makes it worthwhile for me to defeat you, Rick Draker. After finishing the exam with the most favorable outcome possible, Rick returned to his room. Decker, upon hearing that his young master was severely injured, was very worried and wanted to personally check his pulse. Rick knew that he didn't merely want to examine him, but was trying to check if he had awakened his aura. After changing clothes, Rick obediently extended his hand. Decker carefully took his hand, then began to check his pulse. What greatly surprised Rick was that Decker was actually a Blue Knight. His strength was not simple at all. And usually when checking if someone had awakened, people would only look at the Danteon. But Decker truly did a very thorough job. Just transmitting aura into another person's body was difficult enough. Yet he could control it to travel throughout his body with such precision. If he wasn't a Blue Knight, there was no more suitable explanation. Also, not all knights in the world are the same. They are categorized by color based on their martial prowess and proficiency in operating aura. White Swordsman is the most basic level. Most children who haven't undergone the blessing ceremony are at this level of Swordsman. A little higher is the Yellow Swordsman, which is the level when you awaken your aura and open your Danteon. Usually, all students at the cradle become Yellow Swordsmen after the blessing ceremony, with the only exception being Rick's terrible case in his previous life. Next, once one has learned to control aura, they will receive a new title, Knight. The lowest is the Purple Knight, with the ability to only strengthen their sword with aura. One level higher is the Blue Knight, which is the level where you can manifest a blade of aura. Finally, there is the realm of transcendent individuals who have long surpassed normal limits, also the realm Liam once reached in his previous life and Rick achieved before reincarnation, the Red Knight. It is said that above the Red Knight, there's even the Black Knight. But throughout history on the entire continent, only a few such monsters have been recorded. After discovering Decker's true strength, Rick became even more puzzled. Someone of his caliber should really be a commander. So why did he end up becoming a servant looking after a young master like me? After thinking for a while without an answer, Rick decided to put this matter aside. The most important thing now is that I absolutely cannot let Decker discover my power from Hall E. After all, there are only 2 people in the world who can use Hall E, so it's almost impossible for him to know about it. Decker checked Rick's pulse for a long time before letting go of his hand, then let out a deep sigh. Young master, are you perhaps hiding something from me? So Decker didn't find anything. Rick breathed a sigh of relief. He also realized that the other person was trying to pressure him into an interrogation. If it were Rick in his previous life, just Decker saying that, in that tone, would have terrified him. But now, Rick was completely calm, responding smoothly. What's wrong? Are you hiding something from me then? Rick countered. Decker's silence was the reply. After a long while, he spoke again. Why have you changed so suddenly, young master? At this, Rick stopped, turned his head, and Decker saw a pair of bone-chilling eyes. You're asking the wrong question, Decker. You should be asking why I'm only changing now. Many other things will change from now on. But everything is just returning to its rightful place. So all you need to do is follow me closely, understand? Yes, young master. Decker bowed, respectfully and formally. Even though he didn't know the reason, Rick truly had become a different person now. As for Rick, he wasn't sure whose side Decker was on, or if he was a pawn planted to monitor him. But he was certain he needed to flip Decker's loyalty, to keep him close and extract necessary information. The problem was who ordered Decker to monitor him. Rick didn't think it was someone from his mother's side, he only assumed it was one of his siblings. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, so he decided not to think about it for now. Rick headed straight to the private training room Decker had prepared for him. In his previous life, because he was so weak, he didn't have the opportunity to access rooms like these when he was young. Now that he saw it, he could only marvel that this family truly lived up to its reputation. It was just a private training room, yet it was full of equipment, lacking nothing. While he was alone, Rick also took the opportunity to check out what was called the system. Most of the information remained unchanged. Only his basic slashing skill, which was at the novice level, had now become proficient. It seems the more he used it, the higher this level increased. It's just that skills were naturally activated based on Rick's actions. Rick began to wonder, so these skills were already available from the start. And if he learned something new, it would be added here as another skill, right? Moreover, what's the difference between a skill and a faction skill? Because they were all activated similarly. And also, what secret does the so-called dragon skill that he couldn't view yet actually hold? Rick tried clicking on the dragon skill section, and sure enough, it still required bonus points to unlock. The system said these points could be obtained by defeating monsters. Speaking of monsters, there were tons of them in the dungeons. But to ensure safety, Rick would at least need to become a Violet Knight before he could go there. Furthermore, he was very curious about why he was reincarnated 20 years into the past and what this system actually was. He only knew that it was definitely related to that ancient artifact. The remaining information was too scarce, so Rick couldn't draw any conclusions yet. He only knew this thing could help him get stronger. And that alone was reason enough for him to keep using it. Rick lifted a sword with this weak body. Then he began to sense himself. In this world, 2 types of power were known. They were the Knight's Light Aura and Mage's Spirit Aura. Knights enhanced the Light Aura in their Danteon. while mages wielded spirit aura using a magic circle around their hearts. These two powers were at opposite ends. So once one was awakened, the other became inaccessible. In his previous life, Rick was so unlucky that he couldn't awaken either his dantian or a magic circle. He was rejected by his own family, then by chance met his master during his wandering days. His master taught Rick many things. But the most useful things he learned were healing magic and E-Hall. Through E-Hall, something Rick's master developed, he was able to use the energy of nature. Because of this, Rick and his master became the only two people in this world who could use E. However, being able to awaken light aura would still be a good thing. Whether he could do it in this life depended on fate. Rick started practicing sword forms. But after only 2 hours of training, he felt like he was about to faint. This body was truly awful. Rick propped his sword on the ground and started panting. At this moment, the system automatically activated the faction skills healing and stamina recovery. That healing was a very rare skill that he didn't even know existed until he met his master. If he used it in front of everyone, Rick would definitely be considered a freak. That's why he couldn't use it in the match against Liam. He had to quickly heal his wounds right after returning to his room. With it, Rick almost had an endless source of energy. When it ran out, it would regenerate, and when it ran out, it would regenerate. However, he couldn't rely on it. So he still had to train his heart out to strengthen this body. In the blink of an eye, Rick had trained until dinner time. And the room had been messed up to the point where it no longer resembled its old self. Like this, for a continuous week. The students at the training camp started to whisper about something. That Rick, the family's good-for-nothing, had now become a completely different person. They even thought that because he wanted to get stronger, he had recklessly dabbled in dark magic. However, some of them changed their minds and admired Rick, even hoping he would bring justice and straighten out those who were arrogant because of their strength. That day, in the training camp's dining hall, Rick's cousins gathered in one spot. They all shared one goal, to defeat Rick. The most annoyed among them was certainly Leon. A week had passed, and the wounds Rick inflicted on him still hadn't healed. Both Leon and Jakin were worried as Rick was gradually becoming stronger. But Owen Zeman, the calmest child in the group, casually displayed the demeanor of a commander. Don't worry, the Pankerson match was brutal but impressive. However, Rick will soon suffer a crushing defeat when he switches to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword? As Owen said this, Leon and the others began to relax. Now that you mention it, Rick's body was so weak that he couldn't lift a normal sword because it was too heavy, so he even had to commission a special sword. He must have won against me by luck. There's no way I could lose to that weakling. Leon was still resentful. At this moment, Vina Turuin, who had been silent all this time and only focused on eating steak, suddenly slammed the table and stood up. Luck? If you really believe Rick just got lucky, then none of you have the right to become knights of the Draker family. After saying that, Vina walked away bluntly. But it's understandable why Rick's cousins were so looking forward to the swordsmanship competition. Unlike Pankerson, swordsmanship would be used in this match. And it was also the cause of most of the accidents that occurred at the training camp. A sword fight is where the skill gap between students is most clearly demonstrated. Very quickly, the swordsmanship exam arrived. Contrary to what the students imagined, Rick this time wielded an absurdly long sword that also looked very heavy. Yet he held it as if it weighed nothing. In the first match, Vina was the one who actively stepped forward to challenge him, and Rick accepted. When she faced Rick and saw the way he confidently swung that long sword, Vina could almost certainly say that this was no longer the Rick she once knew. Because the Rick she knew was someone who could barely lift a sword. In fact, his current demeanor even made Vina feel threatened. She tried to calm down, and at the same time, drew her weapon. In reality, Rick wasn't as comfortable as he appeared either. Because fighting against Lightning Knights was something that made him extremely tense, whether in his past life or this one. And Vina Turuin, standing before him now, was exactly such a Lightning Knight. In his past life, she was one of the knights who had made a name for herself in the Continental War. She was also recognized as one of the strongest among the next generation of the Draker family, because she was one of those who awakened their aura even before entering the blessing ceremony. Rick remembered that Vina had awakened her aura several years prior to this moment. But she hadn't used it in the training camp, and the reason was that she wanted to improve her fundamentals. That's also why Leon and Zakin's group had to fear Reyna. Anyway, compared to that trash, this girl was a much more respectable opponent for Zick. As soon as Pan signaled for the match to begin, Reyna eagerly attacked first. The opponent's movements were incredibly swift, and her sword strikes were decisive and sharp, so Zick didn't dare to be careless. She was even better than he expected, but Zick knew he wouldn't lose. Stop toying with him, finish him with one blow, Reyna. The students watching the match began to cheer. How foolish, Zakin, sitting in the front row, began to mutter. Does it look like Reyna is toying with him? Today, this kid seems unexpectedly smart. He knew Reyna was giving her all, but it still wasn't enough to reach Zick's weakness. She was trying her hardest and struggling immensely. After several moves were blocked by Zick, Reyna finally found an opening in his defense. However, even if she attacked with lightning speed aiming for that spot, in the end, what Reyna's sword touched was still not Zick's flesh, but his sword. Zick was still one step ahead of her, as if commending her effort to find an opportunity, yet also humiliating her. He kept revealing openings, and then constantly parried Reyna's attacks. This made her feel like Zick was completely dictating the rhythm of the fight. And Zick was turning this life-or-death competition into a training spar to teach her. Their blades clashed once again. This time, Reyna was knocked back, panting from exhaustion, while Zick, looking strangely relaxed, couldn't help but sigh. It was true that before becoming a lightning knight, Reyna was also once a child. The way she resisted and fought in the training camp could be described in 2 words, utterly green. Her sword was very straightforward. That was what Zick saw most clearly in this person obsessed with her own so-called fundamentals. And it was also what hindered Reyna the most. Therefore, he wanted to help her break out of her cocoon and become a brilliant butterfly with her extraordinary swordsmanship. Thinking this, Zick's center of gravity suddenly lowered. He adopted an extremely low stance with the oversized longsword in his hand. Reyna silently calculated, guessing that the opponent intended to close the distance in one blow. Her speed was not ordinary, so Reyna believed she could deal with that attack. Come on, Zick Raker, Reyna thought to herself. And then, as expected, Zick suddenly surged forward, lunging like a tiger pouncing on its prey. It's just that his speed was faster than Reyna had imagined. She didn't dare block. Instead, she had to quickly retreat to avoid her opponent's blade. However, continuously widening the distance and constantly dodging like this wasn't a way to win. Reyna was extremely troubled. While Zick attacked relentlessly, she kept scrambling and struggling. And then, Zick once again suddenly closed the distance and attacked. Reyna's eyes widened in horror, only 3 words appearing in her mind, I'm done for. Then, gritting her teeth, instead of dodging, she counterattacked. Zick's long sword was flung into the air, falling backward and embedding itself deep into the ground. The students immediately stood up and cheered. Zick lost. As expected of Reyna, she can defeat that good-for-nothing even without using spirit energy. Only Pan Mark was the one who noticed the problem here. When Zick's final attack approached Reyna, she had used spirit energy, the smallest possible amount, an amount so tiny it was almost undetectable. Reyna was someone who had sworn never to use spirit energy until she officially joined the academy. And today, Zick had forced her to do it just to save her life. Perhaps because of this, Reyna stood there dazed, completely ignoring the cheers calling her name. What are you doing? Focus, it's not over yet. Zick's voice startled her awake, but it was already too late. By the time Reyna realized what was happening, Zick had already closed in on her and landed a punch square in her chest. Reyna immediately coughed up a large mouthful of blood, forced to her knees, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. This is a sword fight. We won't tolerate a cowardly attack from trash like you. Annoyed, before he could even speak, Leon roared from the stands. That's right, a knight discarding his sword? Ridiculous. Nonsense. The other students started chiming in. This is Reina's victory. You don't have the quality to be a knight, how shameful. The students in the stands furiously cursed at Zick, making him feel as if each of them spitting once could drown him. After Reina coughed a few times, she stood up. Do you want to continue? Zick asked. She hadn't conceded defeat yet. The first thought that came to Reina's mind was that Zick had only managed to hit her because she was momentarily distracted. But after all, she was still an honest person. If Zick had used a dagger instead of his bare hand just now, her throat would have been cut in two. Thinking of this, Reina furrowed her brows tightly and uttered with difficulty. I lost. The entire stands, busy cursing Zick, immediately fell silent. They were busy staring at Zick Raker, who just days ago was scorned as human trash, yet now he had achieved victory against one of the most promising talented children from a prestigious family, Reina Turuan. The news of Zick's sudden change, transforming into a different person, had reached his older brother, Aben. In the battle for inheritance, the children of the Dragon Slayer family were all extremely tense. Therefore, Aben, someone who almost never thought of returning home to visit, decided to go back to the family estate once before the official blessing ceremony took place. For a very simple reason, he was curious to know what kind of awakening had turned his youngest brother into a different person. After Zick's victory against Reina, the entire training academy was deeply shocked. But this didn't seem to affect his life at all. Zick simply returned to his private training room and continued to train. Another month passed, and the blessing ceremony finally arrived. Even so, Zick maintained his daily training routine. Because of this, his body was now much more stable compared to when he was first reborn. Zick opened his status window to check. Just as he expected, most of his skills had increased in level, and some had even reached master level. He even managed to raise the proficiency of his flexible footwork, a skill he acquired during combat. Footsteps echoed outside, and Zick immediately guessed it was Decker. Indeed, a voice then echoed inside. Young master, we will depart in 2 hours. All right, I'll join soon. Go ahead and prepare everything. After showering and changing into proper clothes, Zick was in the carriage on his way back to the family's main estate. If he included the time in his previous life, it had truly been a very long time since he returned to that castle. It belonged to the Draker family and was located within Duke Choi's territory. Although the cradle was situated in the center of the continent, at the Four Seasons Fortress in the Midlands, the blessing ceremony still had to be performed at the main estate, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. That castle also had another very grand name, the Dragon's Den. After an unknown period, when the carriage stopped, Zick stepped down and gazed at the castle with an indescribable emotion. Even as a direct descendant, he stood with the other academy students of the family, not receiving even a hint of favoritism. During this process, Zick continuously observed his surroundings and realized something he had never noticed before. That all the distinguished guests present at the ceremony were famous figures he had only heard about through continental newspapers. Zick was sure that among those eyes, half of them were fixed on him. But no matter their intentions, they would simply ignore him if they saw him fail to awaken. Then Zick's gaze suddenly stopped at a tall figure. His appearance was enough to make the expression on Zick's face gradually lose control. This person was shaking hands and greeting the guests. And it seemed everyone was surprised to see him here. Father, I truly have an agenda for returning today. Because, coincidentally, my lovely youngest brother is also here. Oh, there he is. That face, Zick could never forget. He was Aben Draker, the second son of the family, currently known as the Sword Lion, but in his previous life, he had another name, the Butcher Knight. As soon as he saw his older brother, Zick was so angry he turned purple, but he could only force himself to calm down because he couldn't do anything right now. He only remembered that in his previous life, Aben hadn't even bothered to attend his blessing ceremony. But today he appeared here, which meant Zick's actions had changed the future. If so, this could be an opportunity for Zick to change his cruel fate. When the guests above had settled, the blessing ceremony officially began. The first name called was Aaron. This child trembled as he stepped forward. There was a basin of sacred water placed in front of the knight statue and 2 spirit energy lamps. If light energy awakens, the statue will react. If spirit energy awakens, the lamps will react. Aaron took a deep breath, then rolled up his sleeves and dipped his hand directly into it. Through this blessing ceremony, all Draker descendants who turned 12 and graduated from the nursery would awaken their sealed light energy. And Aaron successfully did this first. Compared to ordinary knights from other families, the age of 12 is very early, because usually they only awaken after the age of 20. Among these children, there are also some rare cases where, along with light energy, they will also awaken a dragon slayer characteristic called spirit energy suppression. At this time, the 2 spirit energy lamps placed at the scene will react, emitting a red light. These super rare cases will at least reach the rank of yellow-ranked swordsmen in the future, a few even rival red-ranked and black-ranked knights. Simultaneously awakening light energy and spirit energy suppression means that the child has awakened their true bloodline, making them a genius. And this year, such a case occurred. Predictably, it was Reyna. Immediately after she awakened spirit energy suppression, Instructor Pan asked a servant to bring him gloves. Because of that important characteristic, all who awaken it must wear a special pair of gloves made by the family. Otherwise, they cannot live a normal life. And when a person proves themselves to be a descendant with true bloodline, they will be granted the surname Draker in their name, regardless of whether they are a direct descendant or not. Along with that, they will also receive unimaginable great financial support and countless privileges from the family. But even Reyna, with her boundless future, did not make people anticipate her as much as Zick. Most of the guests believed he would also awaken his true bloodline. After all, he was the one who defeated Reyna. Zick slowly approached. He never thought he would have the chance to stand before this statue again. In his previous life, he had an extremely terrible experience standing before it. Although that blessing ceremony was the only thing that urged him to overcome all difficulties in the nursery, in the end, Zick only received a disgraceful title, the family's good for nothing. However, perhaps everything would be different in this life. Zick not only possessed extraordinary healing abilities but could also use Ezra's Hall, which no one else could open besides him and his master. Above all, he had not given up and surrendered but stood up on his own will. Even so, please help me out, you damn parameter statue. Zick thought to himself, then rolled up his sleeves and dipped his hand into the basin of water like everyone else. When Zick's hand touched the water, the knight's statue suddenly vibrated violently, then stopped immediately. The entire room fell into an eerie silence. Zick cursed under his breath. He knew he shouldn't have expected the future to change. It was just that Aben's sudden appearance here made him overly confident. Just like in his previous life, whispers started to rise in the Great Hall. Did he fail to awaken? Is that even possible? It seems the Patriarch's bloodline isn't enough to suppress the cursed bloodline after all. Then why did he defeat Reyna? He must have cheated, right? Truly a disgrace to the family. Zick clicked his tongue. These people's reactions were no different from his previous life. But failing to awaken light energy was no longer important to him now, because Zick had many other ways to become stronger besides awakening. Just then, the system sent him a few new notifications. I apologize, Zick Draker, due to an error in processing, a message was delayed. Crucial information was discovered to be missing from the identification system during the professional identification process. The professional information has been input using system administration privileges. Zick read the notification several times, half believing, half doubting. Although it was a bit verbose, it seemed his previous failed awakening was due to missing information during the identification process. And the system quickly fixed the error automatically. First, it unlocked Zick's rare profession, the healing sorcerer. When this message was sent, the knight statue only then began to emit a red light, similar to when Xena awakened. Public opinion quickly shifted because of this. That red color, it's a true blood awakening again. It didn't stop there, the system also automatically created a connection. The title Blessed by Ancient Dragons, which was sealed within Zick's soul, was also unlocked. At the same time, the talent of the Draker lineage flowing in his blood, the fighter bloodline, was also awakened. These three things, healing sorcerer, blessed by ancient dragons, and fighter bloodline, combined with each other. They ultimately created a unique new profession called immortal. At the same time, the color on the statue began to change from red to golden. This was a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Therefore, those who witnessed it couldn't hide their curiosity. Zick decided to remain silent and let them speculate. After all, he couldn't speak up and explain that he had just awakened a unique profession. The aura lamp didn't react at all. So, was the sword statue faulty? Right, if there's no aura suppression, how can it be considered a true blood awakening? Finally, Abel's applause silenced the whispers in the crowd. Don't be so serious. We have 2 true blood awakenings in 1 generation. Isn't this something to celebrate? He said. Everyone exchanged doubtful glances. But in reality, the second son of the Draker family held great influence. Since he said so, it meant he acknowledged his younger brother had awakened true blood, so no one dared to refute it. Zick, who was just moments ago doubted and whispered about, now, along with Xena, became a blessing to the family. Abel immediately ordered a servant to bring gloves for Zick, simultaneously redirecting public attention to the next child. Zick put on the gloves and slowly walked away. He could clearly perceive his brother's intentions. But being forced to accept his help made Zick feel like he'd eaten shit. After a few more children, the blessing ceremony finally concluded. To celebrate the family's new generation of saplings, a lavish banquet was held. But Zick had no interest in such lavish parties. He wanted to go find the training room in the main mansion, but Abel blocked his path. The party just started, where are you going? Zick tried to restrain his glare. He didn't think Abel would be so eager to talk to him so quickly. His gaze was also full of danger and scrutiny, but in the end, he still put on a sweet facade and congratulated Zick on awakening his true bloodline. At the same time, his hand reached out. Zick utterly detested it. But if he didn't shake hands, his hostility would be too obvious. So he reluctantly extended his hand. But before he could even touch Abel's hand, terrifying memories of his past life flooded back. Zick froze, his arm hovering in midair, finally dropping down. In that moment, he decided that even to save face, he couldn't shake hands with this scumbag. Abel was utterly embarrassed and had to speak up to save himself from awkwardness. Well, this is really awkward. Zick. Well, but I guess I'll have to be content with seeing more of your face from now on. See you again. As he passed Zick, Abel deliberately patted his shoulder a few times, which utterly disgusted Zick. Those 3 words, see you again, were nothing short of a challenge to him. Zick swore that in the future, he would make this bastard experience everything he had caused in his past life. Back to the party. As expected, everyone was discussing the 2 children who had just awakened their true bloodline, especially Zick because he possessed an incredibly distinct golden light. Most of them thought he had failed to awaken, but before they could even look down on him, Zick caused such a shocking event. Yet, the main character was nowhere to be found. Zick had returned to his private room, taking off the heavy clothes and breathing. Including those special gloves. Honestly, he was also thinking a bit about what happened earlier. All children who awaken their true bloodline will carry the characteristic of spiritual energy inhibition, which is the ability to prove you are an opponent of dragons. The source of spiritual energy is the lineage of true dragon slayers. However, because most machinery uses spiritual energy as fuel, children who awaken their true bloodline are required to use the family's specialized gloves. That also means, if Zick was truly of true bloodline, then there should have been a problem when he took off his gloves, but now he was completely safe and sound. Zick swiped to open the status window. His profession had changed from healing wizard to immortal. Additionally, he gained 2 new skills, A-rank spiritual energy reversal and A-rank overall muscle strength. Zick let out an O. These 2 things were certainly new, and it was spiritual energy reversal, not spiritual energy inhibition. This skill allows him to create a distorted environment to neutralize nearby spiritual energy. Compared to spiritual energy inhibition, which is like a passive skill, spiritual energy reversal is an active skill, which is why the spiritual energy lamp didn't react back then. Zick felt it was truly miraculous. Before the blessing ceremony, he was a rare healing wizard. But now he possesses a unique immortal profession. But truly, the more he thought about it, the more puzzling it became. While all the students graduating from the cradle awakened with blue aura, only Xena was the one who awakened true blood with a red light. Zick, however, was different from all of them. Initially, it was also red, but then it turned golden. He remembered the system's previous notification. It said that the identification mechanism could not function correctly due to missing essential information. So, was that identification mechanism referring to the knight statue in front of the divine water basin? After that, the system re-entered Zick's profession information by using system administration privileges. Immediately, that statue emitted a red light. After combining the profession, it turned golden. Now thinking carefully, Zick realized that the bronze statue didn't seem to determine whether you awakened or not. Instead, it determined the user's characteristics along with their profession. Red represented a rare profession, like when Zick was still a healing wizard. And golden for a unique profession, when he became an immortal. Zick remembered that the bronze statue was an ancient artifact used even before the time of his ancestor Terkin, who founded this family. Since the concept of professions no longer existed in this era, it was only used to determine whether a person had awakened or not. And from generation to generation, they had mistakenly established that the red light, which indicated you possessed a rare profession, was the sign of true blood awakening. He didn't know which family head would eventually discover this mistake. But Zick was certain he'd keep quiet about it. There was another important thing: he had already earned 100 karma points. Although he didn't know exactly how he got them, Zick was eager to use them immediately to check out the dragon skills. Several options appeared before Zick, all of them locked level 1 dragon skills. First was Dragon Eye, which allowed the user to view detailed information about others, costing 20 points to unlock. Next was Dragon Might, which allowed the user to make enemies surrender with their aura, costing 30 points to unlock. And finally, Gluttony, which allowed the user to eat a lot and digest quickly, costing 50 points to unlock. Zick pondered. He understood the effects of Dragon Eye and Dragon Might, but what was the use of Gluttony, which allowed one to eat a lot? Moreover, it cost as much as 50 points to unlock. After some thought, Zick decided to choose what was clear rather than risk it. And he used an additional 50 points to unlock both Dragon Eye and Dragon Might skills. There was no one in the room, so Zick couldn't test Dragon Might. Therefore, he activated the Dragon Eye skill first. Zick was full of anticipation, but then he realized that nothing seemed to have changed. Until he opened the door, stepped out onto the balcony, and discovered something absurd. The statue, originally placed far away in the middle of the garden, now appeared to be right in front of Zick. It turned out this skill also allowed for magnified vision, which seemed incredibly useful. As Zick closed the door, a series of other status windows appeared before him again. On them was a yes/no question. Do you want to receive detailed information about the detected target? As soon as Zick pressed yes, 7,749 other status windows immediately popped up around him. On them was information about all the objects present around him. For example, decorative candlesticks from Messine, a table made of Oliver wood, and chairs from the Lover dynasty, or a chest of drawers made in the Max Empire, and a carpet made in the Lomei Empire. Zick was overloaded with information, and his body suddenly felt heavy. He'd never felt this tired, even during training. Zick dragged himself to a chair and plopped down. It seems using dragon skills takes a lot of stamina. If so, I can't use it often, that's too inconvenient. Zick grumbled. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system automatically activated the healing and stamina recovery class skills. Zick instantly felt refreshed and sprang up. But he hadn't intended to use healing or stamina recovery just now. Thinking of this, Zick reopened his status window. Then he discovered that all his class skills had now become passive skills, and their proficiency levels had also increased by 1 tier. Zick was both surprised and delighted. This is truly a bit much. He'd always known that his healing ability was incredibly powerful, but it wasn't something that could be continuously deployed. For instance, in the final battle, when Zick reattached his severed hands, he was immediately regarded as a monster. Furthermore, its healing effect had limits; it couldn't make him immortal. However, now that it had become a passive skill, self-healing would be infinite. This is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Zick wanted to test it himself, so he reached for the fruit knife on the table and cut his own wrist. When the first drop of blood fell to the ground, sure enough, the self-healing skill was activated. And not a single scratch was left on Zick's hand. He couldn't hide his astonishment and joy. Normal students, after graduating from the academy's cradle and transferring to the main academy, would need another 5 years of training. But with this incredible system, Zick felt he'd only need 2 years. The Draker family's Knight Academy was also the greatest academy on the continent, a place where anyone aspiring to be a knight would pay any price to attend. The Duchy of Cho was where this academy was located. Every spring, the place would be brimming with life due to new recruits joining. Zick had trained extensively before coming here to improve his physique. Looking at the average new student, it was clear that they had also been trained to perfection. However, among those students, he could tell the difference between commoners and children from great families with just a glance. Even though people constantly spoke of equality, these rich kids had long been marked. Here, direct descendants of the Draker family like Zick were the most prominent figures. However, among the countless branch families supporting Draker, 3 families also held significant influence. They were known as the 3 Great Families, including the Turuan house, where Xena was born, symbolized by strength, with a bull as its emblem. Next was Owen's gem house, symbolized by wisdom, with a viper as its emblem. Finally, there was Zakin's Varric's house, whose strength was wealth, with 3 swords placed between 2 axes as its emblem. The 3 children from the 3 great families were noticed as soon as they entered the school, and quickly formed their own groups. But Zick didn't care. Anyway, he'd never cared about forming factions or cliques. Moreover, the benefits Zick received as a direct descendant were extremely superior, so he didn't need to curry favor with anyone. Zick was assigned to the Platinum Tower, the most prestigious dormitory. It had a very large training hall, a library, and all sorts of facilities. It was only for high-ranking students with prominent backgrounds. Therefore, even students who graduated from elite institutions weren't guaranteed to get in here. Moreover, as a true-blood awakener, Rick was also granted the privilege of being the master of an entire floor, known as the Platinum Floor. As soon as Rick entered the main hall, servants had already lined up in 2 rows to welcome and escort him to his designated floor. This overly enthusiastic welcome made Rick feel incredibly pressured, even though he was a true-blood. When Rick returned to his room, Decker was already waiting there, bringing the necessary items for him. First was a new pair of specialized gloves, of a quality far superior to the temporary pair he had to wear at the blessing ceremony. Rick was very satisfied; these were all benefits he had never experienced in his previous life. Rick also requested a new sword of his own. Decker, of course, did not refuse, because the Duchy of Troy's territory was near a huge mountain range, so there were many high-quality iron ore deposits, and it was the birthplace of many excellent blacksmiths. Decker was ready to find a skilled blacksmith for Rick. But he refused, stating that he had already chosen someone himself. "I will go meet that person myself, so please arrange the appointment." Rick quickly wrote down a few words on paper and handed it to Decker. It bore the name of Galleon Handback, a blacksmith Decker had never heard of. But the youngest master now had very strong opinions, so he could only obediently follow Rick's commands. In addition, he also brought relevant documents, as the first class would start tomorrow. After giving Rick all sorts of advice, Decker finally left, relieved. Once he had his private space back, Rick relaxed completely, enjoying the life of a young master. Because the platinum floor was completely isolated from other students, he would have more free time to develop his dragon techniques. Just as he thought of this, there was a knock at the door. A maid entered, bringing Zena's invitation to dinner. Rick didn't know what that girl's intentions were, but in the end, he agreed. The maid led him to Zena. Rick went alone, but Zena greeted him with a whole bunch of servants behind her, like a gang. "Welcome, Rick Draker. My family is a bit unusual, my apologies." Zena waved her hand, and the knights standing behind her successively left. "Thank you for the invitation," Rick said, comfortably taking a seat at the other end of the long table. "Let's eat first, then we'll talk." Rick knew immediately that this was not just a simple dinner invitation. After all, his opponent was a lightning knight. Through observation, he could tell that Zena was optimizing her Danjian to control light chi. It seemed she also had her eyes on the position of the Violet Knight. However, Zena's swordsmanship was still stagnant. Rick could only click his tongue in regret at this waste of potential. The food was served quickly. Throughout the meal, Zena didn't say a word. What surprised Rick the most was that even though he was a big eater, his appetite wasn't even half of the girls sitting opposite him. After finishing the meal, Zena immediately brought up the main topic. "Rick Draker, please accept the support from our Turuan family." This was a proposal completely beyond Rick's imagination. "It seems you've forgotten, but both of us are true blood awakeners." "It seems you've misunderstood true blood awakeners. It's true that we receive many privileges, this platinum floor alone is proof enough. But we don't receive any benefits when it comes to development. According to Zena, this academy has accumulated centuries of academic knowledge and practical experience. And it's very difficult to master them alone. If there's a suitable personal instructor, it'll be extremely effective in improving one's abilities. Without this, no matter how wealthy one is, they'll quickly be left behind. That's why support from the family is essential." Even Abel Draker, who also awakened his true blood and was the youngest person to achieve the title of White and Black Knight to date, agreed to receive support from his maternal family, the Zyman family. "Although the head of the Turuan family didn't tell me the reason, he did tell me that you don't receive support from your maternal family. Therefore, I'll say it again, Zick Draker, please accept the support from the Turuan family." "No," Rick replied without even bothering to think. Meanwhile, Zena's offer was extremely serious. That contrast caused the atmosphere to fall into a deadly silence for a few seconds. "Why?" she questioned. "Receiving support from the Turuan family isn't something that would disadvantage you. It's not that I'm disparaging it. It's just that I don't need anything more than what I've already received as a true blood awakener." Rick stood up. He had originally intended to leave directly, but then he thought of something and stopped. To thank her for the meal, Rick was willing to give Vina some advice. It was that her sword had too much power behind it. And he had also seen that this girl was too focused on those things. Whereas Zena's greatest strength was her flexibility, coming from an agile body. Therefore, she shouldn't directly receive attacks and crush opponents with brute force. Instead, she should flexibly parry the opponent's attacks aside and deliver a precise, subtle strike. "Trust me, if you can do that, you'll develop and become many times stronger than you are now." Having said that, Rick walked straight out. Vina had heard everything he said, and her emotions were incredibly complex. Because the Turuan family was a symbol of strength. That's why Zena followed the traditional path. But now Rick was advising her not to care about others, but to display her strength in a flexible and subtle way instead of showing off brute force. Despite her discomfort, Zena couldn't deny that what he had just said was true. She was too obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turuan name. As a result, that obsession was unconsciously transferred into her sword. This was something Zena herself had never realized, yet Rick could see right through it. When she was little, everyone praised her as a genius, and no one gave her any real advice. Rick Draker was the first and only one at the current moment. This made Zena's perception of this young man gradually change. After returning from Vina's place, Rick stayed up all night to train. But the efficiency of his class skill was truly insane. By regenerating his own vitality, Rick was perfectly fine after working hard all night. In his previous life, he used to consider Draker Academy hell. But now, after becoming a legitimate awakened, it was heaven for Rick. The feeling of having money, power, and strength all at once was truly amazing. Rick was leisurely on his way to class when he heard someone call his name. Turning his head, he realized it was Owen, the third young master of the Ziman family. Because his family supported Abel, even though they hadn't interacted much in this life, Rick still couldn't stand this guy. Furthermore, because schemes were his family's forte, in his previous life, he always used others to bully Rick and cunningly maintained his good image. Just like Xena, a group of people from the same family trailed behind Owen. He approached and asked Rick why he hadn't replied to his dinner invitation last night. This friendly behavior truly made him sick to his stomach. "Why didn't you reply to my invitation?" Owen began to lose patience. "Man, you're funny, huh?" Rick chuckled. "Why should I reply to that?" Rick's tone clearly showed disdain. So clear that Owen's eyes widened in surprise. But before he could react, his subordinate rudely stepped forward. "You're truly insolent, even though our young master has been so kind, Rick Draker." Rick looked at the other person as if looking at a fly. "Who's this?" he asked. This question made the other person freeze up, only able to cover their face and force a bitter smile. "How could you not know me?" Rick sighed again. "It seems like these servants from the cradle are completely worthless. Listen, I understand you're trying to show off in front of your young master, but remember who you're talking to." Rick was a direct lineage young master after all, and this jerk was too disrespectful, so he only intended a gentle reminder. But unexpectedly, as soon as he turned to leave, the other person actually launched a sneak attack. Moreover, they used light energy, not a normal physical attack. It seems that advanced students like them have already begun to get used to controlling light. Rick was still able to dodge that move, which only angered that jerk even more. "I am Durben Voswell. Here, they call me Durben the Mighty." He started bragging. "Today, on behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson." Rick stopped, finding the nickname Durben the Mighty utterly ridiculous. A student who hasn't even officially become a knight already has a moniker. This is truly an insult to true power. Rick charged forward at top speed, like an arrow, simultaneously delivering a punch to his vulnerable spot on the stomach. Blood immediately gushed from Durben's nostrils and mouth. And he himself was sent flying nearly 10 meters by Rick's punch, landing flat on the ground, completely unable to get back up. "Durben the Mighty, huh? Who's next after him? Hurry up and choose, young Master Owen." Rick adjusted his misaligned glove, speaking arrogantly. Owen's gaze gradually turned cold. He approached Rick, and as he walked past him, he left a remark. "You really love basking in glory, don't you, Rick Draker?" After saying that, Owen and his subordinates slowly walked away. Rick found it ridiculous. They clearly started the trouble, but now they're acting as if he's the bully. Anyway, he wasn't in the mood to argue with these people. At Draker Academy, students are mainly divided into two classes. There's the regular class, which teaches that if you lack talent, you must overcome it with effort. Because of this, students in this class always adhere to a strict regimen from early morning until late at night. Additionally, there's the special class, where students can freely choose their preferred subjects outside of the basic ones. Within the academy, where the greatest elites gather, this special class is precisely that place. That's why Rick was actually looking forward to coming here. But upon arriving, he discovered that most of the students who chose this class were former students from the cradle. They might as well just change it to the cradle class. Since it was the first day of class, the students in this class were also welcomed with a rather special event. It was a visit from the Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago. He was also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his ingenuity, and now he is the Academy's principal, General Howard Draker. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you ladies and gentlemen here." Howard stood on the podium, cheerfully waving at the students below. It was hard to imagine this gentleman was a war hero. He was revered as a wartime hero and a tactical genius. But Rick knew that wasn't the truth. That day, Howard, for his own survival, deliberately leaked information to the enemy, thereby inadvertently throwing them into chaos. Instead of calling Howard a hero, Rick felt the old man was more like a lucky traitor. Most importantly, what made Rick hate Howard was that he was the mastermind behind his expulsion from the academy. He lost the only place he had left to return to and eventually wandered all over Troy. Finally, he was kidnapped by slave traders and sold to Cadio in the south. Meeting again in this life, Rick swore he'd make that old rat suffer all the pain he had endured. After Howard finished giving instructions to the new recruits, he immediately left. They, meanwhile, would soon start their first basic class. All students took their swords to the special classes indoor arena. Rick seemed annoyed. He had gone to the trouble of enrolling in the special class, yet he still had to learn basic knowledge about dragon slaying. In his previous life, simply because he couldn't use aura, he had wasted 2 years just to learn things that a normal person could learn in 3 months. Even though this life was different from before, Rick was still quite psychologically traumatized, secretly wishing for things to go a little easier. Today's instructor is the Rose Knight Andre Draker. His appearance caused another round of murmuring among the students below. Because despite his young age, he was wearing the official uniform of the prestigious Draker family. Only Zick knew this person well. Andre was not a pure-blooded awakener, but he graduated early as valedictorian, a rare genius of the century, and was honorably granted the Draker surname. It's said that Andre is known for his rigid personality, never flexible in any situation. Even the instructors of the special class are on a different level. Order. Hearing the murmurs from below, Andre's expression changed completely. Just that stern look alone was enough to make the kids below wet their pants. If you are all ready, I will start the lesson now. Under Andre's guidance, the students successively drew their swords from their hips. Only Zick, who wore his sword on his back, attracted the opponent's attention. After seeing his oversized sword, Andre asked him to step onto the arena and face him. Student, don't you know you need to choose a sword that suits your body? Andre questioned. Zick sighed. He knew this was going to happen. He should have bowed his head and admitted his mistake in this situation. But by some force, he stubbornly replied, Sir, I can defeat you with this sword. Andre's expression immediately became terrifying. Zick also guessed that much. It's just that he already had a prejudice against this sword. No explanation would be as effective as showing him his skills. Under Andre's mental intimidation, the system automatically activated the indomitable mental defense faction skill, upgraded from calmness. Therefore, Zick could still maintain his poker face. I understand, student. If you want to learn with your body, if your sword touches my body even slightly, you will not only be exempt from punishment for your rudeness but also be excused from this basic dragon-slaying class. Zick was extremely pleased. Andre was indeed easy to provoke. He had taken the bait. Don't worry, I have no intention of using aura on my students, Andre added. Zick was secretly delighted because the condition of being excused from the dragon-slaying class was too good to be true for him. More importantly, he could completely defeat Andre because he knew all of his weaknesses. It's just that currently, Aben was certainly watching him closely. Zick couldn't be so arrogant as to knock Andre out. It would be very dangerous if he continued to attract attention, like when he defeated Jenna while still in the cradle. He should only do as Andre said, just touch him with the sword and then concede defeat. So Zick took the initiative to attack first. At first, even though his speed was very fast, the opponent was no pushover either. After all, he was a Blue Knight and also the Academy's valedictorian. So, even just touching the corner of his sleeve wasn't an easy feat. Andre's demeanor was extremely calm, seemingly with no intention of fighting back. From beginning to end, he just stood still, holding his sword with one hand, gracefully deflecting all of Zick's attacks. The power of an official Draker Knight was indeed on a completely different level. The students below watched the two of them, not daring to blink even once. one attacking, one defending. This went on for 30 continuous minutes, and Zick couldn't even graze his attire once. However, during these 30 minutes, Andre had to exert himself continuously. That's why his sword-wielding arm had started to tremble, ever so slightly, but even that small action couldn't escape Zick's eyes. He could recover infinite vitality thanks to his class skill, but his opponent could not. Andre, of course, didn't know that Zick had a system. He could only explain Zick's absurd stamina by attributing it to him awakening his true bloodline. Seeing his opponent weaken, Zick secretly rejoiced in his heart. Indeed, poor stamina remained Andre's fatal weakness from one life to the next. Adding to that, the fact that he was suppressing his Quam Kai made it even more disadvantageous. Because the Draker family's method of cultivating Quam Kai was famous for its special abilities. Knights had to activate their Quam Kai continuously during training, in daily activities, and even while eating and sleeping. Essentially, they had to maintain it like breathing. Therefore, for Andre at this moment, he was essentially holding his breath. His inconvenient swordsmanship further depleted his stamina. If he kept holding his breath and swinging his sword like this, Andre certainly wouldn't last much longer. Zick wanted to end the match quickly, so the simplest way was to force him to reluctantly use his Quam Kai. Therefore, his attacks became more and more dangerous. Because he needed something to make Andre use Quam Kai unconsciously. In other words, to create an extreme situation with no retreat. Thinking this, Zick suddenly accelerated. The agile footwork skill had been activated. Andre, being experienced, recognized this skill instantly. His originally calm demeanor immediately turned to panic. Because Andre had never encountered a student skilled enough to use this technique. By the time he calmed down, Zick had already activated his precise thrust skill and suddenly attacked from behind. The distance between them was now so short that Andre could easily die if he didn't retaliate. And Zick's speed didn't allow him to dodge in time. To save his life, Andre was forced to use his Quam Kai, simultaneously countering with the first form of dragon-slaying art. His move, slashing through the sky, carried all his fury and cut straight towards Zick. And he took the full force of that blow. Zick's cousins were delighted at this sight. Although Andre had broken his promise not to use his Quam Kai, the one who took the hit was still the person they hated, after all. To make this act as complete as possible, Zick chose not to dodge, taking the full damage of this one strike. Although the rapid healing skill was activated, the feeling of pain was still real. Fortunately, he had also successfully touched the corner of his opponent's sleeve with his sword. Now, it was just a matter of acting as if he had been utterly beaten so no one would suspect anything. To conclude his act, Zick chose to drop his sword and feint for added realism. Andre sheathed his sword and turned around. While the rescue team approached to give Zick first aid, he boldly announced to the whole class. This student no longer needs to attend the basic dragon-slaying class. As for you, does anyone else want to be excused? Below, there was dead silence. Everyone could see that Andre was furious about losing this bet. Why would they be foolish enough to poke that hornet's nest again? No one spoke up, so I'll assume there are no more. Then now, raise your swords and apply yourselves diligently. The class continued while Zick was taken back to the infirmary. Once he was alone, he no longer needed to pretend to be in pain from his injuries. Zick rated his performance just now a perfect 10. Although he couldn't injure his opponent, he successfully forced Andre to use light energy, which he had promised not to use, and at the same time, acknowledged his abilities. Although he had to make a small sacrifice by intentionally taking a blow full of his opponent's rage, in return, Zick gained free time and no longer had to attend that easy class, so in the end, he had won. Thinking back to Andre's final attack, it was the most basic attack of dragon-slaying techniques, the first form, Skyrending Slash. Moreover, it was launched by a Blue Knight, so overall, its power wasn't particularly special. It's just that Zick still felt proud that he was able to defeat a Blue Knight based on his unlimited self-healing stamina. However, that wasn't enough for him to live freely. To avoid being restricted by any force, Zick wanted to develop his power to an unstoppable level so he wouldn't have to grovel or hide his strength from anyone. So you're Thursday's youngest son, aren't you? While Zick was lost in thought, a strange voice and the strong smell of alcohol hit his face, jolting him awake. He didn't know when, but there was a drunkard beside his bed. And Zick was sure he didn't know who the man was. The strange man took another gulp of alcohol, then he continued. You have the exact same eyes as that stubborn bastard a Thursday. Zick stared at the other person with a scrutinizing gaze. This person must be very strong because he could appear so suddenly without Zick noticing, despite the strong smell of alcohol. Not to mention, the way he referred to the current head of the Draker family as that stubborn bastard was enough to prove he wasn't an ordinary person. Who are you? Zick questioned the man. But he didn't receive an answer. Instead, it was a question in return. How did you do that earlier, kid? After asking, he took another gulp of alcohol. His actions were completely unrestrained, even making one feel disgusted. What do you mean? Zick asked again. But the reply was a cold scoff. Don't play innocent. Earlier, you clearly suffered internal injuries from Andre's attack. But how did it heal so quickly? Zick involuntarily broke out in a cold sweat. This man, who looked like a mere drunkard, could actually see through his secret of self-healing. It seems his true strength is not to be underestimated. Although his indomitable spirit had been activated, Zick was still a bit tense when facing this mysterious figure. It's just that he still tried to appear calm. In this academy, besides him, no one else possessed or knew about the system. So he just needed to deny it completely and be done with it. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, so you're going to keep up the act? The man asked again, simultaneously launching a sudden attack. He used his bare hands to pierce through the wall behind Zick at a speed that even surprised Zick. But this move was just a warning. As the man's hand continued to move, Zick instinctively ducked low to dodge. The two exchanged a few more moves, but he managed to evade all of his opponent's attacks. Finally, to end the pointless fight, Zick had no choice but to use the blanket he was wrapped in to cover his opponent's head. For some reason, at that moment, instinct told Zick something important. If he didn't eliminate his opponent first, he would be the one to die. Therefore, even though he hadn't clarified the identity of this drunkard, Zick was determined to go for the kill. Yet, surprisingly, even with his vision obscured, the old man was still able to catch Zick's oversized sword with his bare hands. Your adaptability is truly impressive, just like a mercenary. Zick used all his strength, but still couldn't make the sword budge. This was the first time since transmigrating that he felt so powerless against an opponent's strength. He grinned and said, "It's like." As he spoke, his eyes suddenly glowed strangely as he continued, "A mercenary." At that statement, Zick quickly leaped backward, disappearing from his original spot in an instant. A hint of worry appeared as he wondered, who exactly is this guy? A mercenary? Meanwhile, Duke, still looking completely at ease, playfully handled the sword and said, "A Draker abandons his sword and retreats." After thinking for a moment, he raised one finger. Duke looked at Zick and said, "I think you're better suited to be a mercenary than a knight." Hearing that, he was startled and thought, is that what he means? I've never been like this since I met my master. I was sure after the initial skirmish that there's too great a gap in our abilities, so great that if he wanted to, he could easily kill me. He is at least an excellent knight. He then pointed directly at Zick and asked, "That great sword is basic cradle issue, isn't it? You have such talent, why are you using that kind of weapon?" Zick exclaimed, "No, perhaps even stronger." Just as the atmosphere was incredibly tense, someone suddenly entered from outside the door. The person spoke, saying, "So you're here." Upon seeing the person in front of him, Zick was utterly surprised and thought, "Andre? Why is he?" Andre continued, looking at Duke, "Gardner Dexter." Hearing that, he stared blankly at the man and blurted out, "That's the gardener?" "That guy." Duke then spoke, "You persistent bastard, how did you know I was here?" Andre replied, "You were in the training room earlier." He continued, "You're annoyingly quick." Suddenly, Andre glanced over and reminded, "If you're done with your treatment, you can leave, student." He quickly turned away and replied, "Yes, understood." Just as he reached for the doorknob, a loud voice called out, "Kid." The person who just spoke was none other than Duke. He continued, "If you have time, come to the Academy's West Greenhouse, I'll teach you useful things." This statement made him stand frozen in place, not understanding what was happening. After a moment of absent-mindedness, he directly walked out and refused, "I'll pass." Hearing that, Duke was furious, practically fuming, and yelled, "Look at that mouth of yours, that personality is exactly like a thos." After closing the door, he secretly smiled and thought to himself, "A gardener? Who's he trying to fool?" He remembered what he had said earlier, "So you're a thos youngest son." He thought to himself, if he's at the level where he can call the current head of the household a though Draker so easily, then he must be the one who only had one disciple, Andre, throughout his life. An image of him, Duke Draker, the Gale Knight, appeared in his mind. One of the Black Knights with martial prowess, capable of single-handedly fighting an entire kingdom. He was a hot topic when he suddenly disappeared one day. He didn't expect him to be living in seclusion at the academy. Perhaps Andre came here because he was here. He walked quietly, thinking, Duke is mentioned as a person with terrifying determination. There are even rumors he earned the title of Black Knight just because he liked the color black. That's just a silly rumor, right? Currently, Duke is showing strong interest in me, but receiving ordinary instruction just out of pure interest isn't something I'm interested in learning. Thinking this, an idea sparked in his mind. If I'm going to learn something, I should at least learn his secret techniques. I'll turn that interest into determination. At the same time, in the main building of the academy. Inside, a person standing on the podium asked, "In a situation like this, do you know what will happen?" He was the professor of theoretical magic at Phanom Academy. In response to the question, the atmosphere was completely silent. All the students had fallen asleep. The professor asked again, "No, does no one know?" Seeing no one answered, he forced a smile and said, "Haha, all right." When successfully creating a spirit formula, just as he said this, a voice interrupted, "Due to resistance, you will be seriously injured." The person who had just spoken raised his hand and continued, I don't understand the law of spirit flow for energy transfer that you mentioned earlier." Hearing that, the professor exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I'll repeat, Professor." The professor then replied, I apologize, this is the first time I've received a question. All right, about spirit flow. To explain the concept, that's interesting too, that's how spirit energy. The discussion proceeded very smoothly. In a flash, it was already time for class to end. Everyone stood up and chatted among themselves, why are we learning about magic theory at a knight's academy? It's basically nap time. However, he didn't think that at all. It was an easy-to-understand lecture, he wasn't an ordinary professor. Just as he thought this, someone from behind him called out, wait a minute." The person who called out was the professor. He turned in surprise and asked, "What is it, Professor?" He panted, It's nothing much." He smiled and continued, "It's just been a long time since I felt like I was teaching a proper class, thanks to you. So if you have any questions, feel free to come to my research lab anytime. I'm still an alumnus who received a scholarship from Delphi Magic University, so I know a lot." Hearing that, he was surprised and thought, I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage. But I didn't expect him to be an alumnus of Delphi Magic University, the nation where magic originated. Thinking this, he replied, I understand, Professor. Even after class, the professor remained very enthusiastic. He smiled and thought to himself, befriending a mage isn't a bad thing. Mages are good at mathematics and often flexible thinkers, they make better colleagues than knights. Phanom, huh? Let's see if he's useful. Thinking this, he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide. In front of him, Duke was sprawled on a chair, already waiting. He was more impatient than he thought, it had only been about a week. Duke then glanced at him and asked, Done yet, kid? He continued, Why are you? Before he could finish his sentence, the man sprang up and asked, Why aren't you going to the greenhouse? He continued, "You surely understand what I mean by teaching you useful things, right?" Hearing this, he replied dejectedly, "I told you, I'm not interested." These words made Duke furious. He jumped up and shouted, "What? Why not?" He calmly replied, "I know you're incredibly talented, but right now I'm busy with personal training." He chuckled and added, "Of course, personal training can't be neglected." Just as he said this, Duke, who had appeared behind him at some point, asked, "Did you think I'd say that?" Sensing something amiss, he quickly glanced behind him. But he was still one step slower than the man. Without a word, he raised his hand and struck him directly on the back of the neck, causing his eyes to roll back as he fell unconscious. After a while, he finally escaped the daze, his eyes slowly opening as he groaned, "Ugh." He stood up, clutching his head and sighing, "I didn't expect him to knock me out." It seems waiting a week was too long for him. Thinking this, he surveyed his surroundings and wondered, "So, this is the West Greenhouse?" Seeing that he was awake, Duke put down the watering can and asked, "Awake already, kid?" He looked at the man cautiously and asked back, "Did you kidnap me?" At his words, the man enthusiastically approached him and replied, "Yes, I kidnapped you." Duke grinned and continued, "I'm a bit interested in you, kid." Hearing this, he remained silent, thinking, he's not even trying to hide it now. It seems he's quite impatient. As he thought this, he immediately activated his system skill, flexible footwork. As he dashed off at lightning speed, he smirked and said, "But now's not the time." However, before he could run far, Duke caught up and stood right in front of him, saying, "Sleep." Seeing this, he quickly changed direction again, leaping to the other side. But things weren't any more feasible than before. A hand suddenly appeared right in front of him. He looked at the man in surprise, thinking, he still sees me as a joke. He thought to himself, I need something to ignite the fire. Then he asked, "What do I have that makes you so interested?" Duke immediately replied, "I asked you how you healed your wounds so quickly." This made him freeze, a slight smile playing on his lips. "So that's what's bothering him?" He continued, "If you're so curious, then make me answer." Suddenly, Duke vanished from his original spot without a trace. He looked around in astonishment, thinking, he's gone. He stood calmly, wondering, where is he? Just as he said this, an unidentified object suddenly shot towards him from behind at dizzying speed. Seeming to sense the approaching danger, his eyes widened as he looked upwards. He immediately dodged to one side and reached out to catch it. The thing that had just been thrown was a sword. Luckily, he managed to block it in time. His feet were also pushed backward by the strong force. He anxiously glanced back and asked, "What are you doing?" Duke now slowly approached and replied, "You told me to make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a bet." He said, "If you can just brush against my clothes, I'll grant you one wish." He immediately raised his sword, thinking, like master, like student. Just then, Duke's expression became terrifying. He gave a sinister smile and continued, "But if you give up in this fight, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding." And so, the intense battle raged on in the Academy's West Greenhouse as the sun slowly set. Inside, dust was flying everywhere, making visibility extremely difficult. Duke stood there, clenching his fists, sighing to himself, what is this kid made of, anyway? The scene before him was frighteningly desolate and ruined, everything was in disarray. 3 hours had already passed. From behind the rock, a hand reached up and grabbed on. He thought, he doesn't just have good stamina and endurance. As he spoke, Duke looked towards him, who was standing up in front of him, his stamina and wounds also recover without limit. A hard-to-describe doubt appeared in his eyes, that kid. At the same time, his clothes were tattered and his face was grim. The system panel suddenly appeared, faction skill, self-heal activated. Faction skill, endless stamina activated. He glanced at him, thinking, I could do this all day, but I can't win the bet. Dragon's might, it seems dangerous, so I've never used it. Thinking this, he lunged forward, making a decision, but against a Black Knight, it won't be a problem. Both their eyes suddenly changed, surging with killing intent and erupting power. Let's continue. Seeing this, Duke smiled with delight and exclaimed, that look in his eyes. He laughed loudly and praised, good, that's more like it. He stood still, surrounded by swirling wind that stirred up blinding dust. The system immediately displayed, agile footwork skill activated. He also shot forward accordingly. He furiously swung his sword, slashing, but Duke was not to be underestimated. He easily dodged everything. He looked at the incoming sword strike, narrowed his eyes, and thought, he's repeating that attack. He might be fast, but compared to that leech and the little girl from Turuan, he's nothing, but his malice surpasses even persistence. I love it. As he thought, he reached into his pocket, maybe I should use a little light energy, huh? However, before Duke could do that, a terrifying golden eye appeared right next to him, making him freeze. He immediately swung his arm, shattering his sword into many pieces. Duke's face darkened as he thought, just now, that was. Before he could finish his sentence, a thick cloud of dust flew up, obstructing his vision. Duke looked around and wondered, did he block my vision? But it'll also be hard for him to find me. No sooner had the thought ended, he appeared right behind him with sharp eyes. The system displayed, Dragon Skill, Dragon's Eye, activated. However, as the sword approached, Duke recognized it immediately. He was startled to realize that what he had just slashed was not a person, but merely an illusion. He had vanished from his original spot without leaving a trace. His movement speed was so fast it stirred up blinding dust. Looked bewilderedly at the whirlwind circling around him and exclaimed, this is Duke's secret technique? A simple rapid dash causes a strong wind. Is this why he's called the Whirlwind Knight? While he was still lost in thought, Duke got close right behind him and softly said, I. Hearing that, he was startled and swung his sword, but couldn't hit. What? Suddenly, he charged forward and threw a punch, shouting, consider this a draw, kid. This punch was thrown so fast he couldn't react. Blood gushed from his mouth. His body was sent flying backward and hit hard. The system displayed a notification, due to excessive skill usage, your exhaustion has exceeded the acceptable limit. Seeing this, he squinted his eyes, smiled, and exclaimed, like teacher, like student, indeed. The system continued to notify, for your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly disconnected. Immediately, his vision became blurry, damn it. After a period of unconsciousness, his eyes finally opened. In front of him was his familiar room. He sat up abruptly, clutching his aching head. Trying to look again, he thought, this is my room, did Duke bring me back? Thinking of this, he sighed in frustration, I almost won. He flopped onto the bed and exclaimed, he truly lives up to his name as the Black Knight. I thought I did everything I could right now and it was useless. I tried to make Duke careless by repeating my attacks 100 times, and at the decisive moment, I created an opening with Dragon's Might, plus using Dragon's Eye to attack him, yet it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke used at the last minute must be his secret technique. I did indeed lose consciousness due to overusing dragon skills. But thanks to that, I got to see his secret technique. The absurdly high-speed movement technique he used with his extremely trained body. That secret technique must be what helped Andre, who has poor physical strength, reach the position of Red Knight. Thinking of this, Rick felt a bit dejected. It's a shame I lost the chance to learn his secret technique, but it was still worth it. Dragon's Might with pressure strong enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate, most small fry would prostrate themselves immediately upon contact with this skill. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, startling him, and he glanced at it. The panel read, you have one unread message, confirm? Yes or no? Seeing this, he wondered, an unread message? The system continued to notify, D-rank skill. Agile footwork has been upgraded to C-rank skill, high-speed movement. Your soul has developed greatly, and your strong will, along with the development of your soul. Your system functions have been activated. You can activate the next function by using karma points. Rick's eyes became hazy. What? The system notified, minimap, geographical features can be seen in the form of a map. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Inventory can store as many items as possible within its capacity. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Beginner's Quest Book contains instructions and quests for the effective development of low-level administrators. Locked. 45 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. After reading through it, he sat deep in thought. A bunch of things had appeared, according to the description, besides the inventory. Thinking that, Rick didn't hesitate, directly pressing the Yes button on the system panel. Let's check the inventory first. A notification immediately appeared. If you select the item you want, it will be stored in the inventory. When retrieving an item from the inventory, you can think of the item's name or form. The spatial range an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight. If you want a larger inventory, you can use karma points to increase your inventory size. After hearing the explanation, he glanced to the side and wondered, select the item I want. He quickly walked over and picked up his shattered sword. I can activate skills by thinking of them, so putting items into the inventory must be similar. Rick gripped the sword tightly, repeatedly thinking in his head, store, store, store. And immediately, the sword emitted a white light and then slowly disappeared. He looked into the inventory compartment in front of him and thought, the two-handed sword has disappeared and taken up 2 out of 28 slots in the inventory. So this is what the system meant when it said the amount of space an item occupies in the inventory depends on its size and weight. To take it out, I need to think of its name or shape. Just as Rick had thought, the sword appeared right in his hand. He grinned excitedly and said, I thought of a subdimensional storage, but this is even better. That treasure is very expensive, obviously, but it's hard to find something to put it in. And I can even expand the inventory space by using points. Above the notification board, it read, Status Window, Low-Level Administrator. Name, Rick Kerr. Occupation, Unique Immortal. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Administrator function, Low Level. This excessively advantageous function is just at a low level. What will it be like when I reach a higher rank? He thought to himself, if the value of these points is so high, I can't use them recklessly. It seems I'll have to change my plans. Just like that, Rick was lost in a jumbled stream of thoughts. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door rang out, May I come in? Young master. Hearing that, he thought to himself, Kerr. After thinking, he replied, Come in, is something wrong? He replied, There's a message for you, sir. Finishing his sentence, he took out a piece of paper and handed it to him, saying, He said you'd know who it was from if I mentioned Stir the Gardener. Hearing that, Rick immediately understood, and the corner of his mouth curved into a slight smile. He began to read the content of the paper. Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come whenever you want. He thought to himself, it seems it wasn't a complete failure. Rick recalled what the old man had said earlier, let's call this a draw, kid. He asked himself, is that what he meant by a draw? His hand clenched as he happily exclaimed, anyway, it means there's still a chance. Suddenly, Kerr, standing next to him, spoke up, I have one more thing to tell you, sir. He continued, I found the blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing that, he exclaimed, oh, really? So when is the appointment? He gently raised his hand to adjust his glasses and replied, well, there's a problem. Kerr announced, the blacksmith refused the appointment. Hearing that, Rick cried out in surprise, what? Why? At the same time, at the blacksmith's place, the space was extremely dark, with weapons scattered everywhere. He spends all day immersed in alcohol. Kerr explained, he no longer forges weapons. Early the next morning, a foot was stepping down from a carriage. Rick was now in front of the blacksmith's house. He thought to himself, it's been a long time. Above the signboard, it read, Papnir bread, Papnir's breath. He let out a wry, fed-up chuckle, ha, what a prestigious name for a blacksmith shop. Thinking this, Rick slowly pushed the door open, stepped inside, and asked aloud, is anyone in here? From what he remembered, Graham, the Sword of Aura, it was a masterpiece that Galleon had forged. He said it was the price for researching his soul, worthy of the title Soul Blacksmith. He was known to read the souls of blacksmiths before crafting weapons for them, and he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the ability I needed most. The ability to replace Aura with Ezer, the continent's greatest blacksmith, had forged that sword. Thinking this, Rick looked at the man who was completely drunk in his liquor, wondering, what's his current state? Sensing a presence, he looked at Rick in confusion and asked, "What is it, a kid? This isn't a place for children, get out." He was the sole blacksmith, Galleon Handback. Ignoring that comment, Rick looked around at the messy surroundings and thought to himself, even though he's a very emotional person, he wouldn't be this extreme. What exactly happened to him before I met him? Immediately, he went to get a large bucket of cold water. Then he directly splashed it onto Handback's face. After doing that, Rick rolled the bucket to one side. He walked over, smiling, and asked, "Are you awake now?" He continued, "I want to know why you refused my request." After a moment of stupor, Handback finally recognized the emblem on Rick's gauntlet, and he trembled, exclaiming, "Deedker?" Handback bowed his head and said loudly, I apologize for showing such disrespect." His whole body trembled as he continued, "Please forgive my rudeness, but I am not accepting any requests right now." How can a scumbag create what someone else wants, when he can't even create what he himself wants? Hearing this, Rick somewhat understood. So even Galleon went through such a phase. Now that he thought about it, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent when Rick met him. And Galleon had never told him about his life before. Handback sat holding his head, lamenting, "Why am I so useless? Can I even forge weapons anymore?" His entire body trembled, a blacksmith who cannot forge weapons. Rick shouted, "Galleon Handback!" Startled, he snapped out of it and replied, "Please forgive me for this inappropriate behavior in front of you, sir." Rick continued, "Don't worry. I want to see some of your failed products." Handback quickly answered, Let me lead you to the back." He thought to himself, there's no other way. I'll have to guide him onto the right path myself. A moment later, they both arrived in the backyard. Handback spoke up, "I apologize, sir, I shouldn't have left everything in such a mess." Rick replied, "It's all right, it's all right." He looked at the pile of weapons in front of him and continued, "I'd say it's quite captivating." Handback heard this and replied, Thank you, sir." At this, he continued to step forward, Seeing Rick pick up a sword to examine it, Handback worriedly warned, "Sir, please be careful. Even if they are failed products, they are still very sharp." Rick ignored the warning. Each sword was inspected. This one, and this one. No, these ones. They are not failures. They are of similar quality to the things he forged when he was hailed as the continent's greatest blacksmith. A system notification appeared, Dragon's Seal, Dragon's Eye, activated. He exclaimed, "Just as I thought." He then asked, "Your furnace has a problem, doesn't it?" Hearing that, Handback, very surprised, asked back, How did your grace?" Rick replied, "I'm asking you. You've optimized your own smithing style, haven't you?" Rick continued, "It seems you've mixed some metals to create lighter and more refined materials." As soon as he said this, he swung the sword. With just one force, the sword immediately shattered. He spoke up, "But the durability is too bad. In such cases, it's because impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment process." Handback looked at Rick, thinking to himself, so precise. He not only recognized my smithing method but even analyzed the critical flaw and its cause. If it's this person, then maybe. Thinking this, he spoke up, Sir, this is a bit. No, very random." He continued, "But I have something I'd like to ask." A moment later, inside the house, Rick approached and asked, "What is it?" Handback replied, "Could your grace look at this first?" After speaking, he placed a large scroll on the table and unrolled it. Rick also came closer, observing thoughtfully. He thought to himself, this is Galleon's secret, something he revealed years later, the blueprint for a magical furnace. He recalled what Handback had said. What is there to hide from the person who saved my life? A furnace whose temperature can be adjusted at will with magic. This is my secret. Thinking this, he smiled and said, with this, your smithing method will work perfectly. Handback happily continued, indeed, I knew your grace would realize it right away. Rick then asked, you have a complete blueprint, so why don't you build it? Handback thought for a moment and replied, the most important component, the blueprint for the law of etheric energy, is there, but the cost of building the magic tower is 10,000 gold. Hearing that, Rick thought to himself, a normal family of 4 has a monthly living expense of 10 gold, meaning it's 1,000 times that. So it took him 10 years to gather that money? Handback continued, that price is absurd, so I want to ask your grace for a favor. You are a cur, and also a true blood awakened, so if your grace builds this furnace for me, I will fulfill any of your requests freely and unconditionally, until my last breath. Hearing that, he thought to himself, this is tough. It would be feasible if I were a family's protective knight, but it's impossible for me, even as a true blood, to receive 10,000 gold in support, but I also can't give up Graham, the radiant sword. His problem is the law of etheric energy. Just as he thought this, Rick suddenly had an idea, his eyes widened, and he exclaimed, wait. He smiled faintly and asked himself, the law of etheric energy. Without further hesitation, he slowly rolled up the blueprint and said, all right, I accept. Handback, confused, asked again, really, your grace? Rick replied, I can consult a mage I know. When I have an answer, I'll let you know immediately. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, oh, and please stop drinking. However, before he could even finish his sentence, Handback had already knelt on the ground, tears and snot running down his face, exclaiming, thank your grace. Truly, thank your grace. This galleon will serve your grace for life as his savior. Loud voices echoed from inside the house, thank you, sir. Oh my, I know, stop it. I'll let you know when it's done. A moment later, at the Cure Academy, in the professor's research building, Rick walked, thinking to himself, why do those magic tower bastards charge such high construction fees? The structure looks simple enough. Fan Nong's major is the law of etheric energy design, his research lab. Just as he thought of this, his whole body suddenly froze in place. An ominous feeling appeared in his mind, and his sharp gaze darted to one side. Next to Zick was a dark alley, he thought to himself, in that alley. A horrible memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Zick was then pulled into the alley by a group of people and beaten up. He had to kneel on the ground begging them. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, please. But those guys had no intention of forgiving him. He yelled furiously, what did you say? Zick said, sobbing, I apologize, Sir Conrad, this lowly one dared to touch your body. Hearing that, he immediately stomped his foot hard on his head, praising him, good, well said, Zick. He continued with a sneer, as a reward, I'll give you a chance to clean the ground you've dirted. At those words, he couldn't resist, he could only kneel on the ground and exclaim, thank you, Sir Conrad. Back in the present, Zick could no longer endure this injustice. He slowly walked towards the alley, cursing, damn it. At the same time, inside the alley, incessant curses and harsh beatings echoed, Vomit, someone like you is just a hindrance to others' existence. Conrad panted and continued, that damned Zick is the same. An unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakening that surpassed all. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, continuously kicking Vomit and cursing, damn it. Defeat against that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of his surprise attack before the match even started. But why did that good-for-nothing beggar who defeated me become a true blood awakener? Just as he said this, a figure suddenly approached from behind and spoke up, hey, pockmarked face. Zick smiled and continued, you've already found someone to replace me, huh? As he spoke, his smile slowly faded, and his face darkened. He pointed directly at his face and warned, I'm giving you all 3 seconds, be smart and bow your heads to the ground. Hearing this familiar voice, Conrad slowly approached and asked, what did you say? He tried to appear calm, pointing at Zick and continuing, "Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened your true blood. Zick Draker, are you sure you've truly awakened your TR?" Before he could finish, he was directly interrupted. "Get lost." His eyes clearly showed surging killing intent, and he said coldly, "If you don't bow down, don't blame me." Hearing that, Conrad was terrified, his face ashen, and he stumbled backward. Sweat poured down him like rain as he thought, this pressure. Just a few months ago, he was still crawling between my legs, so why am I afraid? He felt his pride being trampled. Grinding his teeth, he roared, "How dare you order me around, you lowly bastard!" As soon as he finished speaking, Conrad immediately rushed towards Zick, shouting, "What are you doing? Hit him!" Seeing them madly rushing towards him, he calmly stood still and asked, "Don't blame me for this, got it?" As he said this, Zick quickly tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack. While the other guy was still trying to understand what was happening, a lightning-fast punch shot straight at his face. He directly dealt him a devastating blow, sending him falling backward. The others felt a slight fear but couldn't stop themselves. Zick continuously threw punches, knocking out the teeth of each person. It seemed none of them were his match. He could easily defeat them all. Zick mercilessly threw them aside like garbage. He kept kneeing and kicking, knocking them down one by one. Each strike he delivered was extremely swift, without a single flaw. And finally, the last one was also beaten to the ground. Witnessing the whole scene from beginning to end, Conrad was so scared he broke out in a cold sweat, standing frozen in one spot. He looked at his subordinates, none of whom could stand, and exclaimed, "No way." He kept asking himself, "Is this damned guy really the Zick Draker I know?" Zick then approached him to reassure him, "No need to be scared. I believe you already know, it only hurts for a moment." Conrad immediately took a gamble and drew his sword. He trembled, pointing the sword at Zick and yelling, "Stay away. If you come closer, I'll cut you down." Hearing that, Zick coldly replied, "You actually drew your sword outside the training ground? You know what that means, don't you?" These words startled him, leaving him speechless, with fear in his eyes. He reached for the sword on his back and continued, to face the killing intent of Lion Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside the sacred training ground. Hearing that, Conrad yelled in fear, "Wait, wait." But Zick had no intention of stopping. His face clearly showed killing intent as he growled, "I, Zick Draker, shall respond in the name of honor." At his powerful words, Conrad was terrified and went limp. This next battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility belongs to ourselves, and the opponent bears no responsibility for its outcome. As he finished speaking, he looked at the person lying on the ground and continued, "Liam Stone, you are the witness." Without wasting another second, Zick began to swing his sword. "Now then, let's continue." Seeing the serious look in his eyes, Conrad, terrified, hastily pleaded, I'm sorry." He was so scared he wet his pants, kneeling on the ground and bowing, "Sir Zick Draker, please, please, spare my life." His entire body trembled. "Please, forgive me." Hearing that, Zick slowly lowered his sword. He remembered how he himself used to be. I'm sorry, Sir Lion Conrad, please spare my life." The more he remembered, the more his blood boiled. "You damn idiot." Immediately after, a lightning-fast sword strike aimed straight at Conrad's face. Zick directly took one of his ears. He sheathed his sword and said, "I'll take your ear as the price." Hearing that, he clutched his head, groaning in pain, my ear." He stepped forward and placed a hand on Conrad's head, warning him, "If your ear is reattached when we meet again, what I take next won't be your ear." Zick gripped his hair tightly and growled, "It'll be your head." As he finished speaking, he shoved Conrad's head straight to the ground. Then he let out a sigh of relief and stood up. "Phew." Sho looked at Zick's retreating figure and called out, "Zick." Hearing that, he stopped. Sho continued to ask, Why did you help me?" To that question, Zick frankly replied, "Don't think about it." He smiled and continued, "I didn't help you. As he said this, he turned and walked away, thinking, rather, I was helping myself. Zick scratched his head and sighed, wondering, is it because of Gonlian that I'm affected? I almost said something shameful. Back at the academy, in Professor Fan's research lab, a voice echoed from within, is it feasible, Professor? Fan looked at the design Zick brought and replied, let me put it frankly, it could be said to be feasible. Zick continued, really? Then I want to entrust it to you, sir. Fan adjusted his glasses slightly and replied, wait, I think it'd be better if you let me explain first. They both looked at the design. He continued, as you said, the overall structure is simple. However, the problem is the core responsible for the energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the circuit pathways have extremely complicated limitations, even if they might be small. But it requires sufficient energy, and will also need a way to adjust the output without delay. Fan exclaimed, this is unprecedented. Zick asked again, but is it possible? He replied, yes, there are two options. Based on the core's condition, I can personally adjust your design. However, it will take at least a decade to redesign the core. No, it'll take 15 years. Hearing that, he screamed in horror, 10, 15 years later. Fan replied, yes, it will consume a significant amount of time. As for the second method, we could bypass the core design and use a similar material, but even though doing so could save a lot of time. The required material is high-density spirit stone. This answer made Zick utterly disbelieving, asking again, what? Isn't that an ancient artifact that can't be created with modern technology? He replied, exactly. Ancient artifacts are already rare. However, searching for artifacts in ruins is even harder to find a spirit stone that can withstand our design. It will cost over 3,000 gold. This statement crushed Zick's hopes, leaving him with a dazed expression. He dejectedly thought to himself, I might get kicked out if someone finds out I can't use ether, but 15 years is too long. However, 3,000 gold is too much. I can't believe I can't give up Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Most people think I'm an ether user because of what happened during the blessing ceremony, but it was just a reaction created by healing and Ezer. The fact that I can't use ether remains unchanged. Ezer is considered a power difficult for humans to control. However, apart from the spirit perception skill of the elemental spirit that my master taught me, I can't use any sword skills that utilize ether. Even with that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body. Compared to others, ether is much easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need Graham, the Sword of Radiance. Thinking this, Zick clutched his head and groaned, damn it, how am I supposed to find a high-density spirit stone? Suddenly, Fan spoke up, by the way, the person who created these blueprints is truly extraordinary. Even considering the complex core, it's an excellent design. He continued, it would be difficult to create even among Golden Age artifacts. Hearing this, an idea suddenly struck him. He froze and exclaimed, Golden Age artifacts? A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Without wasting another moment, Zick slowly stood up and left. Please keep the design safe until I return, Professor. Fan heard this and asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Do you want me to spend 15 years perfecting it? He laughed and replied, haha, of course not. He gripped his sword tightly and continued, I'll bring one. Zick's face was full of confidence. I mean, a high-density spirit stone. The Golden Age, the war of liberation fought to escape the dragon's domination, ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Terkin Draker, bringing humanity a century of peace. During that time, many ancient artifacts were discovered in dragon caves, relics of the heroic king's era, the peak of magic. All discovered artifacts possessed technology and magic far beyond modern standards. Among them was the high-density spirit stone, containing enough essential ether to sustain an entire village, an artifact from the heroic king's era. Scene shift, Draker Academy, Central Library. Although rarely used, the Central Library was maintained because it was believed to have been personally established by Terkin during the expansion of the archives. Artifacts from the Golden Age were discovered, leading to the involvement of the Magic Tower and Archmage Nirvana, a member of the three great noble families in the excavation. In those months, countless Golden Age artifacts were discovered, and news of it spread through continental newspapers. Or at least, that's what would happen 10 years from now. At the Central Library Archives, Zick was also present. He looked around and thought, no one has discovered the artifacts yet, or even become aware of them. Saying this, he sighed dejectedly, I could fumble around all day and still not find it. The system displayed a notification, Dragon's Mark, Dragon's Eye activated. One of Zick's eyes glowed. He didn't give up and continued walking around the library to search. While walking, he suddenly discovered something, his whole body froze, and his eyes widened. On the ground at that moment, a floor tile was emitting a faint red light. Zick exclaimed, here it is. He approached and tapped it with his hand, thinking, it should sound hollow when tapped. Yes, that's it. He quickly used the elemental spirit's spirit perception skill, cut. The only Ezer application for the elemental spirit's spirit perception skill he learned from his master, because Ezer materializes the user's will. So, applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations is feasible. However, it has a limitation. The user must consume a large amount of Ezer to perform any action. As soon as he thought of this, his head ached intensely. It seemed using it was still too much for him for now. After a long time, the tile finally slowly opened, and Zick simply climbed straight down. He carefully closed the tile lid as if nothing had happened. It was extremely dark and damp below. Rick had to take out a torch and light it. He looked around and said, the report didn't say it was this deep. Just as he said this, a sudden noise startled him in fright. Right beside him, two figures were flickering and walking. He wondered in surprise, it should be at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Rick took a chance and peeked, asking himself, could someone have found it already? However, the scene that met his eyes was not people, but two moving skeletons. He exclaimed, skeletons? They're holding picks and shovels. All right, it doesn't seem to be created by spirits. Rick immediately pulled out the sword from his inventory. If that's the case. The system then displayed a notification, skill, critical hit, has been activated. He darted like lightning, rushing forward to shatter the skeletons. This should be easy. He dealt with them without any difficulty. After finishing them off, the system appeared with a message, by defeating two skeletons, you have received 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated, 2, current karma points, 22. Hearing this, Rick laughed joyfully. Oh, right. I can get points from killing monsters, can't I? I completely forgot because I was too focused on the treasure. Thinking this, he became incredibly excited. Wait, isn't this a good opportunity to farm points? Without hesitation, Rick immediately grabbed his sword and dashed forward, shouting, I'm coming, my beloved points. One after another, skeletons were continuously defeated. The system then displayed, by defeating 1 skeleton, you have received 1 karma point. Skeletons defeated, 20. He smiled and said, that was easy. The system continued to announce. Current karma points, 22. Status window, low-level administrator. Name, Rick Drager. Occupation, unique immortal. Title, blessed by an ancient dragon. System function, 25 slot storage. Minimap. Locked, requires 20 points to unlock. Beginner quest book. Locked, requires 45 points to unlock. Skills. Self-healing system. Calm mind. Health recovery. Enhanced senses. Skills. Precise stab. E-rank proficiency. Combo slash. D-rank novice. Critical strike. D-rank veteran. Agile footwork. D-rank veteran. Spirit reversal. A-rank novice. Total grip. A-rank novice. Dragonkin record. Level 1, Dragon Eye novice. Dragon's Might Novice. Devour. Locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragonkin Record Level 2. Cannot view. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 40. Seeing this, he secretly thought, I need to examine it more carefully in case I find something to use my points to unlock. The beginner quest book is 45, the minimap is 20, and both Dragonkin Record Devour and the locked level 2 skill require 50 points. It seems I can only buy the minimap right now. The minimap function has been activated. Before Rick, a map appeared, also showing his current location. He observed it once, exclaiming in wonder, it's similar to a magic map. He continued to reach out and press a button on the edge, wondering, what is this? The system then displayed that the minimap had been converted from 2D to 3D. Seeing this, Rick excitedly laughed and said, great, this is exactly what I wanted. His eyes focused on a room emitting a red light, but why is only that room a different color? The system displayed, do you want directions to the selected location, one of the Dragon Slayers, the storage room, yes or no? Hearing that, he thought to himself, a storage room? Without hesitation, he directly reached out and pressed the yes button. The search party took many days to find this place, but I found the location so easily. We will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. Rick looked at the detailed directions and laughed loudly, haha, I can't believe it. With this, how could I get lost? And so, after moving for a while, he finally stood before a large door. The system displayed, you have arrived at the designated location. He surveyed his surroundings and said, I guess I've arrived, but how do I get inside this place? As he reached out and touched the door, he continued, it seems pushing it won't open it. Just as he said this, suddenly, from above the door where his hand was, a strange red light emanated. Not only that, it also carried an extremely powerful electrical current that knocked Rick's hand back. He thought in surprise, a security spell. The reason for the magic tower and the great sorcerer Nirvana being connected must be because of this door. Rick looked at his smoking hand and secretly felt lucky. If it weren't for the gloves, I would have lost my hand. I won't be able to get past the spell. System, can't you open it for me? Hearing that, the system replied, we have received the administrator's request. We will now connect to the security device. The security spell has been deactivated. The automatic device activation was unsuccessful. We will now switch to manual device activation. He exclaimed, what? Rick asked in surprise, wait, are you responding to what I just said? The system replied, yes, I have. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Rick Drager? Hearing that, he stood stunned for a moment. I can talk to the system? He continued to ask, if so, then why did you force me to reincarnate? The system replied, I cannot answer the question stated. Rick continued to ask, what is this administrator system? The system replied, I cannot answer the question stated. He still didn't want to stop, asking repeatedly, who created you? The system replied, I cannot answer the question stated. Do you have any further requests, Administrator Rick Drager? Rick sighed in frustration, holding his head, and thought, damn it, I'm not getting any answers to the important questions. Thinking this, he immediately said, just open the door. The system replied, we have confirmed the administrator's request. One of the Dragon Slayers, the storage room, has been opened. And so, the large door slowly opened. He stepped inside, surveyed the area, and exclaimed, wow, all of this. He couldn't believe his eyes and shouted, is this a treasure chest? A treasure chest, as its name suggests, is a chest full of valuable artifacts and treasures. Finding just one artifact could already be considered a miracle. Without further hesitation, he reached out and opened a treasure box. Inside, a dazzling golden light shone brightly. Haha, so there are hundreds of these? Rick quickly emptied each treasure box. I'll take this one. Oh, this one looks good. I'll give this to Fan Gnome. He smiled faintly and exclaimed, finally found it. Inside a small wooden box were 4 compressed spiritual energy stones, high compression spiritual energy stones, and there were 4 of them, so that's even better. Rick happily stored everything in his inventory. I'll use 1 point to expand the inventory by 4 slots. I still don't have enough space to hold everything. Looks like I'll have to come back often until I graduate, huh? After he had taken everything he needed, he slowly stood up to leave. Today's haul should be enough. However, before he could act on that thought, a strange aura swept over him, sending a chill down his spine. He nervously glanced around but couldn't sense the presence of anyone else. Rick thought to himself, what is this creepy feeling? Suddenly, his arm accidentally touched the stone wall next to him, and a red light immediately flared from that spot. Sensing the anomaly, he recoiled his hand in surprise. But it was too late. A series of seals appeared, enveloping him. He exclaimed in shock, "Well, what is this?" Before Rick could finish his sentence, he instantly vanished from the spot without a trace. After moving for a moment, Rick appeared in a completely unfamiliar place, a place he had never visited before. He looked around in bewilderment and asked, "System, where is this?" The surrounding scenery was eerily gloomy. The system appeared and replied, "Administrator, you are currently in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary." Hearing this, he looked up and continued, "The Dragon Slayer's sanctuary?" The report didn't mention a room full of chests. At this, Rick opened his minimap to observe. He pondered thoughtfully. As expected, it's not too far from the old location, but there's no path leading to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. If that's the case, then this must be an undiscovered location in my previous life. Without delay, he reached out and pushed a chest right in front of him. I can't miss this. When the lid of the chest was opened, it revealed a strange armor neatly laid inside. Rick exclaimed, "Armor?" The system then displayed a notification, "Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment has been discovered." Hearing this, he couldn't help but curiously lift the armor to examine it. He carefully studied it and said, "Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. It certainly doesn't look like the armors from the Golden Age that I know. What is this?" Rick intently looked at the back of the armor's neck and wondered, "A hole for plugging something in?" Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening as an idea struck him. He blurted out, "Could it be?" Unable to wait any longer, he immediately took out a compressed spiritual energy stone. "But I can't just leave it like this, can I?" The system displayed a notification, "Spirit Stone battery has been installed into the Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Activating equipment." As soon as the notification ended, the armor's eyes suddenly glowed brightly as if it had a spirit. Seeing this, Rick grew even more curious, wanting to discover what was hidden inside the armor. Suddenly, the armor began to shake violently, which greatly puzzled him. He exclaimed in alarm, What's wrong with it?" Just as he said this, a loud explosion rang out, and dust billowed everywhere. System notification. Equipment malfunction due to overload, activation failed. A small explosion is expected shortly. Please evaluate quickly. Hearing this, Rick dejectedly sat on the ground, his face smudged, and replied, "It already exploded." Hearing this, the system expressed its apologies. He slowly stood up, looking at the smoldering armor, and wondered, so a high-compression spirit stone is just the power source for this armor? That made him ponder, what functions could it possibly have that require such immense power? I'll ask Fan Gnome later. Without wasting time, Rick continued walking, thinking, just keep exploring. After a while of moving, he finally stood before an extremely large room. The other rooms were empty. This is the last room. He looked around, thinking, the entire room only has one glass cage. Suddenly, a system notification appeared right before his eyes, catching his attention. Rick's expression changed, his eyebrows furrowed as he exclaimed, "What is this?" He let out a helpless smile and continued, "Terkin Rancor, he's truly insane." The system panel read, "You have discovered the legacy of Terkin Rancor, the cursed heart of Bahamut the evil dragon." Rick wondered, leaving the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy? So the creepy feeling I sensed in the previous storage room was this, but now. His body slowly moved. The feeling was completely different. The system displayed, the cursed heart of Bahamut the evil dragon is reacting to the administrator. His hand was now placed on the glass cage, and from there, a mysterious black aura streamed out. Along with a voice, "All right, I hear you." His expression became unusual, his eyes wide and vacant. "It seems there's no other choice." "All right." Rick seemed to be controlled, no longer himself, continuously muttering, "I will kill them all." And at the most dangerous moment, the system displayed, activating Indomitable Spirit defense skill. Thanks to this skill, Rick finally returned to normal. He frantically clutched his head and wondered, why me? Just as he said this, he suddenly felt an intense throbbing pain in one eye, his pupil had turned black. A strange black aura also enveloped his body and the glass cage. He exclaimed loudly, "What is this?" The aura seemed to grow larger and larger, covering the entire surrounding space. Rick wondered in confusion, "What is this?" Suddenly, a system panel appeared, "Urgent Quest, Quest Reward, Ownership of Terkin's Legacy." Seeing this, his mind became even more hazy. Skills were activated consecutively. Activating the Indomitable Mental Defense skill. Error, skill activation failed. An extremely eerie dark aura emanated from around Zick. His eyes were pitch black, and terrifying laughter and voices echoed in his head. Facing that situation, he directly charged and powerfully smashed his head into the glass cage in front of him. The impact was so strong that cracks appeared on the glass cage. Zick squinted and smirked, muttering incessantly, "How annoying." Through the glass, he could see a completely different, human-like version of himself. "You talk about freedom? Freedom is something you must seize, you fool." As soon as he finished speaking, the glass shattered into many pieces. The system displayed a notification, "You have overcome the curse of the cursed heart of Bahamut the evil dragon. Urgent quest completed. Quest reward, ownership of Terkin's legacy, has been acquired." Hearing that, Zick, aching all over, knelt to the ground and thought to himself, "Damn it, I almost died. I can't believe my skill activation failed. What was that just now?" The system appeared, activating the self-healing faction skill. Activating the endless stamina faction skill. Beginning to absorb the cursed heart of Bahamut the evil dragon. After a while, waiting for his body to slowly stabilize, he cast a tired gaze upwards. Right in front of him, the heart of Bahamut the evil dragon was glowing. Suddenly, Zick was as if engulfed by that power, his eyes turned white, and veins bulged. He asked himself in horror, "What is this?" Pure, concentrated spiritual energy is flowing directly into me. But I don't have a spiritual energy ring to receive it. This vast amount of spiritual energy with nowhere to go is destroying my body. Everything is getting more and more dangerous, I have to do something. Without further hesitation, Zick slowly raised his hand. He gritted his teeth, trying to create a large black orb. Ultimate skill, Seal. Immediately, the radiating spiritual energy slowly began to retract. He thought to himself, wrap the spiritual energy in E. Then seal it in compartment E. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted, causing the surrounding ground to shake. From where Zick stood, a massive column of dense black smoke billowed upwards. The ground was also pierced, creating a large, deep crater. At this moment, Zick's body twisted, his eyes glowed brightly, and his body felt like it was about to explode. After a while, his face darkened, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He fearfully stepped forward and asked himself, "Phew, I'm alive now, right?" Zick slowly walked to stand before the glass cage, lost in thought for a moment, without speaking. He observed the inside of the glass cage and thought, the heart has disappeared. So that spiritual energy belongs to Bahamut. Just as he thought that, he suddenly noticed something, his eyes wide open. Reflected in a piece of broken glass, he saw a strange mark appearing on his body. What is this? Zick gently touched the dragon-shaped mark on his chest and wondered, did I seal Bahamut's spiritual energy myself? Suddenly, a system notification appeared before him, making him freeze. It read, "You have absorbed the cursed heart of Bahamut, the evil dragon." Following that, a series of other system panels also appeared. The absorbed spiritual energy has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has transformed into a heavenly bone physique. Administrator's power detected to be unmanageable, 95% of power sealed as an inheritor. You have gained access to Terkin Ranker's secured archive, activated the beginner's quest book, providing guidance for low-level administrators. Hearing that, Zick was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Heavenly Bone Physique, Terkin Ranker's secured archive, guidance. Why is there a bunch of weird stuff as usual? I'll look at it later, for now, dismiss it. Just as he said that, he suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Wait." He reached out and pressed on the system panel, saying, "Leave this one." Zick's expression became very interested, a slight smile on his lips. My ancestor is really generous. The system appeared. "Do you want to open another legacy of Terkin Ranker?" After a moment of waiting, a pile of items quickly appeared before Zick. System notification, second legacy of Terkin Ranker unlocked. Looking at the pile of items before him, he exclaimed in shock, "This is..." That evening, at the Platinum Tower. Inside the room, Zick carefully stored all the items he had obtained into a sealed cabinet. It seemed the cleanup was almost complete. He cheerfully looked at the system panel and continued, "Let's take a closer look." A quick information panel appeared, which read, "Status window, low-level administrator, name, Zick Ranker. Occupation, unique immortal. Titles, blessed by the ancient dragon, inheritor of Terkin Ranker. Dominion, dragonkind. Physique, heavenly bone physique. System functions, inventory, 65 slots. Minimap. Beginner's quest book. Class skills, self-healing, indomitable mental defense. Endless stamina, enhanced senses. Skills, accurate thrust, E rank, mastered. Chain slash, D rank, novice. Critical strike, D rank, veteran. Agile footwork, C rank, novice. Spirit reversal, A rank, novice. Overall buff, A rank, novice. Dragonoid mark level 1, Dragon Eye, novice, Dragon's authority, novice. Command spell, locked. Unlocked when conditions are met, Devour, locked, requires 50 points to unlock. Dragonoid mark level 2, cannot view, requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 10. Dragonoid mark, command spell, infuse power into your words. Locked, unlocked when conditions are met. Glance through the info panel. Zick continued to press on the system panel. There really are many expanded sections, let's see what else there is. The system appeared, Sovereign Dominion, Dragonkind. Grants dominion over Dragonkind, allows summoning and commanding captured Dragonkind, Heavenly Bone Body, optimizes physical abilities, increases martial arts learning speed and enhances e-transmission intensity. Although he had studied it repeatedly, Zick still found it somewhat confusing, thinking to himself, just a description doesn't tell me much. And before that, I had caught a glimpse, not just of Terkin's second legacy, but also a system window related to Terkin. He sat down on the steps and ordered, "System, show me the notifications related to Terkin again." The system quickly appeared. To access Terkin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Hearing that, Zick pressed the system panel, wondering, Terkin's secure archive. The system replied, "Please move to a synchronization point." Would you like the synchronization coordinates to be displayed on the minimap? He sighed and exclaimed, "What? So I have to go to the designated location to access it, huh? Show me the location." Immediately, a minimap appeared before his eyes. He softly said, "So that means..." Zick's face became utterly puzzled, wondering, what's Valhalla? According to what he knew, Valhalla was the leading knight training academy. Thinking this, he scratched his head in frustration. No one but authorized individuals can access it, let alone enter it. Even for me, sneaking into Valhalla is impossible. Going to Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if there's something like Terkin's legacy there. Zick quickly pressed the system panel, thinking to himself, then it's worth changing my plans for. Looks like I'll have to stay in this cursed family longer. The system appeared, beginner quest book activated. The beginner quest book starts guiding low-level administrators. After the guidance, quests will become available to assist the administrator's development. Completing quests will earn rewards. Hearing this, Zick thoughtfully rubbed his chin, thinking, so I take quests and get rewarded upon completion. The structure is similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary quests, but what's this guidance for? Just as he said this, another notification suddenly appeared, beginning guidance for low-level administrators. Before he could even comprehend what was happening, the surrounding scenery began to change. Everything transformed into a dark, endless space. Zick looked around blankly, wondering, what's this? Where am I? He recalled something from earlier, thinking to himself, am I teleporting again like last time? No, this feeling is very different, as if the entire space has changed. No sooner had he finished speaking, a series of loud noises suddenly echoed from behind him. Startled, Zick turned his head to look. Right behind him, several giant monsters were rushing towards him. He exclaimed, Ogre? Then he glanced down at the system panel again. It read, Guidance Quest, defeat the appearing monsters within the time limit using at least 2 skills. Reward, points, system shop access. Time limit, 60 minutes. Hearing that, he immediately drew his sword, thinking to himself, ogres suddenly appeared, and a corresponding quest was set up to go with them. So this guidance is about creating situations where I can actively use the system, huh? This should have been provided sooner. Just as he finished speaking, the ogre's giant maces slammed straight down onto the ground, causing it to shatter and dust to fly up. But Zick was no longer in his original position, he had darted to another direction to dodge. Activating high-speed movement. Activating consecutive slashes. The ogres froze and trembled all over, their bodies bearing dozens of different horizontal and vertical slashes. Immediately after that, their bodies exploded without understanding what was happening. Zick thought to himself, dual swords, they feel as light as a feather. The system displayed, Heavenly Bone Physique, optimizes physical abilities, increases martial arts learning speed, and enhances e-transmission intensity. He wondered, so this is the effect of the Heavenly Bone Physique? At this level, I can easily defeat commander-level enemies. System notification, guidance quest complete. Immediately, the surrounding scene returned to the original room. Seeing this, Zick exclaimed, oh, I'm back. He put his sword back into its compartment, thinking to himself, so it was all an illusion. The realism is no joke. A notification appeared. Bonus, critical hit added to rewards. Bonus, time added to rewards. Quest rewards, 40 points and system shop unlocked. He excitedly looked at the system panel and asked, I can buy items through the system. The system panel now displayed countless strange items, giant skin, 10 points. An elixir similar to the tough skin of a giant, temporarily increasing defense. Lesser rune of speed, 7 points. A magic stone inscribed with an ancient rune, slightly increasing movement speed. Fiery giant's mighty breath, 20 points. An elixir containing the unique breath of a fiery giant, releasing an unquenchable flame. Wings of the sky, 5 points. An elixir made from bird feathers. Temporarily increases agility. After reading through them, he exclaimed, what is this? This is too convenient. Giant skin, fiery giant's mighty breath? These are all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just selling the items in the shop alone would be enough for me to make a fortune. The notification continued, please place the item you wish to sell in the designated window. Items stored in your inventory can also be sold. Training dual swords, this item cannot be sold. Elf's dagger, do you wish to sell this item? Selling price, 4 points. Hearing that, Zick pondered, but selling only seems to apply to ancient artifacts. For 4 points for this dagger, I could earn at least 100 gold at auction. Selling items won't be useful unless I desperately need points. As he said this, he wearily stretched and walked away. Phew, what a tiring day. The room lights quickly turned off. The large door slowly closed. Tonight, I'll probably get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, at Dragon Academy, in the professor's research building area. Inside Professor Fan Nong's room, he said, "You actually brought back a high compression spirit stone in just one day. How did you manage that?" Hearing that, Zick replied, "It's very complicated." He slowly picked up his teacup and asked, "When will the operating device be ready?" Fan Nong replied, "It's already complete." This made him exclaim in great surprise, "Wow! Professor, you're truly extraordinary." He continued, "Zick bringing this here is even more extraordinary." Seeing Zick's calm demeanor, he felt even more like something was hidden. How suspicious. Whenever a high-compression spirit stone is discovered, major powers on the continent register various ancient characters as serial numbers and manage the ownership of valuable spirit stones. So, by checking the serial number, you can determine the excavation time, the current location and owner. Zick thought to himself, but there's no way what I brought is registered in that book. The Encyclopedia of High-Compression Spirit Stone Serial Numbers of the Central Continent, it's a completely new discovery of my own. Thinking this, he slowly put down his teacup. Setting aside the suspicious nature, he does have good judgment and skills, doesn't he? He quickly stepped forward and asked, "If Professor has confirmed the registration code, can we leave now?" Hearing that, Fan Nong turned around startled and replied, "Oh, you know too? You're too talented for this place." Scene change, at Handback's forge. From inside, a voice rang out, "All right, I'll activate it." A green sealing array quickly appeared. It was like the main mechanism connecting all the surrounding parts of the forge. Everything was now operating perfectly. Even Handback couldn't believe that his design had finally been brought to life. Zick and Fan Nong, standing behind, couldn't help but feel happy for him. The professor spoke, "Now I have to go teach." Handback happily replied, "Thank you, Professor." A while later, once everything was settled, he happily looked at Zick and said, "I never imagined I'd see a fully functional magic furnace in my lifetime." "Thank you so much, sir." He replied, "It's all because of Zick, no need to go that far." As he reached into his backpack, fumbling for something, he continued, "You haven't forgotten the conditions we agreed upon, have you?" He replied, "Of course. Please state your request." At this, Zick took out an item and presented it to him, proposing, "Make me a sword with this." Seeing the item before him, Handback couldn't help but be surprised. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Sir, this is..." Inside the wooden box Zick was holding out was a fong, a dragon's fong. The hardest fong of Bahamut, the cursed dragon. Handback looked at the item, practically drooling, and exclaimed, "This size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you find it, after all?" "The second legacy of Terkin Dranker, that's what it is. From the heart to the fangs, it feels like tomb raiding." He smiled and replied, "It's complicated to explain." Before he could finish his sentence, Handback's sudden appearance made him pause. His whole body trembled, snot running down his nose, as he spoke, "You not only made me a magic furnace, but also gave me the opportunity to forge a dragon's fong." At this, his aura seemed to explode as he loudly declared, "I will definitely repay your trust." Handback's eyes were more determined than ever as he continued, "I, Galian Handback, I will risk my life for your sword." These words immediately reminded Zick of a familiar scene from before. "I, Galian Handback, I will risk my life for your sword." Before that statement, he was very awkward. "That kind of talk is too much pressure, please don't." Zick smiled with satisfaction, thinking, "He's truly resolute. All right, I'll trust you." With that, he happily turned and walked back out, to see what kind of sword he would make. "I'm really looking forward to it." Scene change, at the Platinum Tower, Zick's bedroom. He pulled at his shirt, sighed, and said, "Making a sword is really exhausting." An image of the previous battle with Duke flashed in his mind. It's been a week since I received the message. It told me to return after the bet with Duke ended. Just as he thought this, he suddenly stopped short. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Looks like it's time for trouble." From outside the window, footsteps slowly approached. The atmosphere became incredibly eerie. Immediately after, a voice rang out from behind Zick, "Why didn't you come this time, kid?" Hearing that, his whole body trembled slightly, and he forced a smile. Duke was extremely angry now, his eyes wide as he yelled, "Answer truthfully." Seeing that look, he thought in fear, "He looks like he wants to kill me." Thinking this, he waved his hand and said with a laugh, "Well, you said to come back if I wanted to challenge you. Naturally, since I had no intention of doing so, I didn't come." As soon as he finished speaking, Duke suddenly advanced towards him and asked again, "I told you to be honest." His hand gripped Zick's collar tightly and pulled him up. Immediately after, he directly threw him backward without a word. Zick flew straight out the window, unable to react in time. His eyes wide, he exclaimed in bewilderment, "What?" Realizing he was in a dangerous situation, he looked down with teary eyes, showing worry. The scene below was truly dizzying, it's too high. To save himself, Zick quickly sprang back up. "At this height I'd die instantly without a chance to heal." His arm reached out, trying to grab the railing. However, before he could even do that, a large hand reached out and gripped his neck. Duke's face darkened as he asked, "Don't you want to challenge me again?" "I don't think you're so dense that you don't understand what I mean. Either way, it's the opposite. You didn't come after losing, you didn't even go to the infirmary. It's as if you deliberately tried to provoke me." Hearing these words, Zick looked confused, thinking, "What?" He knew and still went along with it. He continued, "I'll give you 5 seconds, answer truthfully this time, 5. He smirked slightly and exclaimed, "That's ridiculous." His hand tightened around his neck as he continued counting, 4. Zick said, "You didn't even reveal your true identity." After the count of 2, he continued, "Am I wrong, Dexter the gardener?" These words made Duke stop short, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Immediately after, he forcefully threw Zick, sending him tumbling hard inside. He leaned against the wall, rubbing his throbbing head, groaning, "Ow, ow." He continued, "All right, you're right, kid." Saying that, Duke stepped in front of Zick, extended his hand, and introduced himself, "I used to be a Dark Knight of the Draker family." He thought, confused, "Used to be?" He happily continued, "I am Duke Draker." After a moment of being stunned, Zick placed a hand on his chest and replied, "Respected elder of the family and former member of the Dark Knights." He bowed slightly and continued, "I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I've shown as a knight." Seeing this, Duke, surprised, pointed at him and asked, "What's with that I knew it look on your face?" He scratched his head, bewildered, "No, not at all." Then he stood up again and asked, "But Duke, what do you mean you used to be a Dark Knight?" He replied, "It's simple. I was a Dark Knight before, but now I'm a Red Knight." That statement left Zick extremely confused. He wondered, "What? Is that even possible?" A knight's rank can increase, but he'd never heard of it dropping. He interrupted, "Kid." Duke reminded him, "Let's not talk about that anymore." Hearing that, he noticed Duke's hand trembling. He replied, "Understood." He confidently placed a hand on his chest and added, "Since you've been honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest in return." He then asked, "So, you guessed my identity from the beginning? And deliberately provoked me to become an official disciple?" He replied, "Yes, that's right." At that answer, Duke showed great interest and exclaimed, "You're quite a bold kid, aren't you?" Finishing his sentence, he clapped his thigh with a smack and roared, "All right." Duke smiled broadly and shouted, "I'll take you as my disciple." Everything happened so smoothly that Zick hadn't even had time to process what was going on. That's it? Without further hesitation, he knelt on one knee and thought, then before he changes his mind. He began to recite the oath, "I, Zick Draker, offer this disciple's oath to the great Duke Draker, Knight among knights." I swear to obey my master's teachings with diligent cultivation of virtues, to learn and strive to preserve and elevate my master's honor. Hearing that, he seemed pleased and replied, "Oh, you even know the disciple's oath? That's rarely used these days." He smiled and added, "Cultural knowledge is a knightly virtue, isn't it?" Duke chuckled and replied, "You cunning rascal." Zick gave a wry smile and replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." Then, he glanced up and asked, "But master, may I ask a question?" He replied, "Calling me master so soon, aren't we?" "Go on, ask." He straightforwardly asked again, "What was it about me that attracted you to decide to take me as your disciple?" It's known that Duke is famous for not taking disciples. Even Andre, the century's prodigy, had to beg for years to become his only disciple. Why did he accept me so easily? I have a theory. He must have seen my potential in the bet, something far beyond Andre's talent. He clearly has a sharp eye. In response to that question, Duke chuckled and asked back, "Why do you think that is?" "Take a guess, my disciple." Zick replied frankly, "Of course, because I'm the ultimate prodigy." He held his head, speechless. "Your confidence is truly admirable." "Foo ha ha, if that were the reason, I would have taken Xena as my disciple already." He continued, "Because you have determination. Not all those called prodigies can reach the level of a Crimson or Obsidian Knight. Those who grow up without facing obstacles will easily crumble before the slightest challenge." Hearing that, Zick thought to himself with a cool expression, "He's right." Many prodigies expected to at least reach the Crimson rank ultimately get stuck at the Violet or Azure rank. Just as he thought that, Duke slowly stood up and said, "Enough chit-chat." He continued, "Follow me. The first lesson begins now." Zick became excited. "Yes, master." Scene shift to the greenhouse west of the training ground. He looked around once, thinking, who would have thought there'd be a place like this under the greenhouse? What does he want me to do? He told me to run, so I ran. I can't tell what he's thinking from his face, but it's already been 3 hours. Just as he thought that, Duke shouted, "Stop." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "So I can stop running now?" He continued, "Yes, but I want to ask something." He waved his hand happily and replied, "Yes, master, what would you like to know?" Suddenly, Duke appeared right behind him without a trace and softly said, "Nothing much." He quickly reached out and grabbed Zick's hand. Sensing something unusual, he immediately swung his arm up and recoiled backward. His expression became more vigilant than ever. Zick glanced down at his reddened hand. Seeing that action, Duke asked thoughtfully, "It seems checking your energy isn't easy, huh?" These words made him extremely confused, and sweat poured out. He continued, "All right, something's been off from the start. In the infirmary, during the aptitude test, and even in the greenhouse during the bet. And just now, after 500 laps around the training ground, I didn't sense any mana from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you evaded me. Kid, don't tell me." From these deductions, he asked a question that made Zick freeze. "You can't use mana, can you?" Duke asked. The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? He slowly approached and continued, "The unprecedented golden light caused a commotion and brought you here." When he stood in front of Zick, he paused, "So why did you stop me from checking your pulse?" Hearing this, he didn't know how to answer, and cast a cold glance at Duke. He thought to himself, it's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use mana is a serious situation, but it seems his interest is paramount. Luckily for me, I'm dealing with Duke. Once I get to Graham, I won't be suspected of lacking mana anymore. Until then, I must be cautious. There's no need to tell a lengthy lie, unlike in my previous life, when I was the first failed awakener of the family. Thinking this, he slowly pulled off his glove and replied, "You're right, master." The system suddenly displayed a notification, "Mana reversal skill activated." He continued, "I even have the ability to influence mana, a hallmark of true blood, yet for some reason, I can't use aura." Zick raised his hand in front of Duke, thinking, this truth will cover my deception. He began to immerse himself in the act. I apologize for being frightened earlier, because if it were revealed that a Draker couldn't use aura. 2 streams of tears rolled down his cheeks as he continued, I would be expelled. This was a suitable principle for the situation. Before that statement, Duke gently reached out to feel the aura on Zick. His expression became thoughtful. He asked in surprise, so, what do you think, Master? His gaze subtly flickered down towards Rick as if he wanted to say something. He thought to himself, a kid with such determination at this age, but why can't I feel any aura, despite him having awakened? The more he thought, the more puzzled Duke became, unsure how to explain this situation. Rick's face darkened with calculation. Even if he checked his pulse, he wouldn't be sure. The blessing ceremony is of utmost importance to the Draker clan. Duke then spoke softly, He thought to himself, even if I truly can't awaken aura, he'll likely find a reason to explain the truth himself. However, all his speculation stopped when he blurted out, a mutant. Rick closed his eyes and thought, a mutant? Of course, this is where this is going. If he doesn't understand the concept of a class, then that conclusion is reasonable. He feigned innocence and asked, what is a mutant, Master? He replied, it refers to people with abnormal abilities, for example, those who use both aura and mana. Or those who can see the future, things that go against common sense. Because of this, mutants are often treated poorly. Don't go around blabbing that you might be a mutant. He continued to follow and ask, so why do you think I'm a mutant, Master? Duke walked on and replied, your abnormal physique and regeneration. No matter how minor, internal injuries still need time to heal. But you recover instantly. I'm sure a massive amount of energy was consumed. What do you think that energy is? He replied, aura. He continued, exactly. My hypothesis is that any aura you generate is immediately consumed. Because your physique and regeneration leave no trace for you to feel. This statement even impressed Rick. Oh, that's pretty convincing. He stepped closer and asked, so does that mean I'll never be able to use aura, Master? Upon hearing this, he burst into laughter. Haha, don't worry. Saying this, he glanced at him, smiling. The cyclone technique doesn't require aura, it's a special technique. Duke explained, special techniques are unique skills developed by highly skilled knights. Typically, they involve applying or enhancing dragon-slaying techniques, which require aura, but my cyclone technique relies entirely on physical training. With that, he began to warm up his limbs. I'll demonstrate, observe closely. As soon as he finished speaking, his body shot forward like lightning, leaving a large indentation on the ground. This speed made it impossible for Rick to look away. He had to try his best to observe closely. His every step was incredibly agile, only the faintest footsteps could be heard everywhere, but the person was nowhere to be seen. After a moment, Duke stopped directly in front of Rick. He looked at him and asked, do you see? He slowly stood up and replied, I just need to follow your footsteps, right? These words quite surprised him. Well, if that's all you think, then I don't need to explain further. He continued, I've seen enough. He laughed and exclaimed, your confidence is comparable to a Dark Knight's. Very well, let me see what you can do. Immediately after that, Rick started to get into position. His eyes clearly showed a confidence that no one else could possess. Suddenly he disappeared from his original position, leaving behind only a small footprint on the large footprint that Duke had left. Rick's body swiftly jumped from one side to the other, which greatly surprised him. He thought to himself, by following his footsteps, the previously unseen paths have become clear. Every step had a purpose, whether to attack, dodge, close the distance, or create space. Not a single step was wasted. After a while of moving, Rick slowly came to a sudden stop. Seeing this, Duke thought to himself, unbelievable. It's only been a week, he has talent, but this level. He looked towards Rick, who was standing in contemplation. The stride distance is quite different, isn't it? He wondered, what exactly happened in 1 week? Duke became increasingly interested, smiling as he exclaimed, a perfect prodigy. Rick glanced at him, a confident smile on his face, and asked, I'm worthy of a Dark Knight's level of confidence now, aren't I? Seeing this, he became annoyed and thought to himself, if only he could get rid of that unbearable attitude. Duke ran over, grabbed his neck tightly and scolded, You brat, you were crying just a minute ago and now you're showing off? Are you planning to brag about this? That depends on your attitude, you insolent apprentice. What kind of former Dark Knight is so indiscreet? Some time passed in the Academy's dining hall. Today's food was incredibly abundant, with a full range of savory and sweet dishes. Rick wolfed down a full plate of food by himself, thinking, it's been a month since I started training under Duke's guidance, and my appetite keeps increasing. While he was still chewing, a figure suddenly approached him. The newcomer was none other than Andre. He asked, Can you spare a moment, Rick Draker? Hearing that, he was surprised and thought, Andre. However, he wasn't in a hurry and simply shrugged, replying, If it's here, then yes, because I'm very busy. He continued, Good then. With that, Andre pulled up a chair and sat down in front of him, asking, How did you convince Dister? He thought to himself, straight to the point, huh? It seems he was panicked because I became an apprentice, even though I haven't truly become one yet. After a moment of thought, Rick replied while still devouring his food, Convince? There was no need, Dexter chose me himself. This statement made Andre even more furious, grinding his teeth. He scrutinized Rick with his gaze, thinking for a moment. Then he spoke, In the end, it's just because you're of true blood. Hearing that, Rick uttered in confusion, What? Then he slammed his knife and fork onto the table. Without hesitation, he directly asked him, Is your inferiority complex that severe? Hearing that question, Andre struggled to clench his trembling hands and replied, Is that all you want to say? He continued, No, only half of it. Rick wiped his mouth and continued, Even if he was initially attracted by lineage, do you think someone like Dister would accept an apprentice for such a simple reason? The reason I could become his apprentice, setting that interest aside, is thanks to my talent. He threw the paper towards him and said, So instead of wasting time on a little jealousy to boost your confidence, why don't you try to become someone worthy of being chosen? Scene change, West Greenhouse, training ground. Rick looked at Duke, bewildered, and asked, What's going on, Master? He replied, I'm wondering the exact same thing. Both looked at Andre, who was running tirelessly despite being utterly exhausted, and exclaimed, What's wrong with that kid? He begged to stay close, even offered to be a servant if necessary. I told him to run 300 laps without using aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it. Hearing that, Rick was astonished and thought, 300 laps without aura. Duke sighed, holding his head, that guy's a complete lunatic. He smiled and thought, I just thought he was arrogant. But it seems he has determination too. The next morning in Draker, the atmosphere was livelier than usual, accompanied by murmurs, Fool, did you forget what day it is today? The head of the family is visiting today. Immediately after, the thunderous sound of horses' hooves echoed. A magnificent white carriage with golden emblems appeared. Someone saw it and shouted, The head of the family is arriving. Howard stepped forward, stroking his beard, and said, Everyone, prepare yourselves. The subordinates immediately replied, Yes, Headmaster. All attention turned to the carriage, which had stopped. Soldiers quickly stood on both sides and opened the door. From inside the carriage, a man with platinum hair slowly stepped down and said, Long time no see, Howard. Upon hearing this, he respectfully bowed and replied, I greet the master of the Draker family. As he spoke, all the soldiers standing around simultaneously shouted, We greet the master of the Draker family. On the clock, the hands began to move. The hour and minute hands pointed precisely to 12 o'clock noon. Around the Draker family head, an incredibly terrifying oppressive aura emanated. He raised his large hand and reached out. With his hand placed directly on Howard's shoulder, the family head spoke, You've been through a lot, I can imagine. Upon hearing this, he replied, My efforts are nothing compared to yours, Master. The family head smiled contentedly and continued, I will continue to rely on you then. He was Arthur Draker, the head of the Draker family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying families. Howard then respectfully said, "The sun is a bit strong today, let's go inside." Just as he said this, he was stopped. All the trainees, hearing the loud noise, also rushed out. "Huh, is that the family head?" "Where?" Arthur stepped forward and stood before everyone, raising one hand. Then he spoke loudly, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Focus diligently on your training, more and more, your growth." At this point, his eyes showed a hidden meaning, and he smiled, saying loudly, "Is the growth of Draker." After hearing those instructions, all the trainees bowed and unanimously replied, "We will keep it in mind, Master." The sunlight grew more and more dazzling. Arthur turned and walked away, saying, "All right, let's go." Howard replied, "Yes, Master." A moment later, a voice echoed from outside the family head's room, "To the Master of all Knights and Honorable Protector of the Dragon Slayers, Arthur Draker, I, Rick Draker, a member of this family." He stood before him and continued, "I respectfully offer my greetings." Hearing that, he turned back with a smile and replied, "Even those at the Four Seasons Fortress no longer greet like that. Skip the formalities and sit down. I heard you like tea. I've brought something excellent, hoping it suits your taste." Rick softly replied, "Thank you, Father." He sat, looking at him, his eyes slightly suspicious as he thought, "Even my tea preferences are reported back to the family?" There's a saying, even the Emperor might not know, but the Draker family knows everything. Now I truly feel it. Just as he thought this, Arthur spoke up, "The reason I called you is because I heard some surprising news. Duke has taken on a disciple." His words startled Rick, who thought, straight to the point, no beating around the bush. Thinking this, he replied, "Sir Duke was simply showing generosity to me." With a calm expression, he continued to sip his tea and said, "Is that so? If you say so, then it must be. I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duke's teachings, you will become the strongest on the continent." As he finished speaking, Arthur's golden eyes glinted with calculation. He continued, "Stronger than anyone, so you can live more freely than anyone else." After speaking, he gently placed the teacup on the table. Rick happily said, "That is my goal." Looking at his confident expression, Arthur's face darkened, and he didn't reply. Suddenly, the surrounding space was distorted by an oppressive force. He asked again, "So, does that include surpassing me, right?" Rick's body stiffened, sweat pouring down him as if he'd been drenched. Ugh! He wondered painfully, could it be that within this range, the life and death of all beings are controlled? Despite the discomfort, he was still very intrigued, a smile forming on his lips as he thought, Celestial Sword, the pinnacle of aura manipulation, achievable only by Black Knights. Arthur now glanced down at his son, the corner of his mouth curving into a slight smile. Rick, however, didn't collapse. He looked straight at him and replied confidently. At his confident words, he smiled faintly, taking hold of his teacup. Immediately after, the enormous amount of aura in the room was also instantly withdrawn. He spoke up, saying, "Of all the things I've heard recently, that is the most interesting." Rick looked a bit worried, thinking, "This is..." He continued, "I came to visit the academy to encourage you, but now that I see you, encouragement alone isn't enough." Seeing his demeanor, he had to exclaim, "The current master of Draker, a true Black Knight." At this point, Arthur placed a card on the table. Seeing this, he thought, "I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is completely different." He continued, "As a gift for you becoming Duke's disciple." He asked in surprise, "This is..." Arthur continued, "A black card." These words startled Rick, who blurted out, "Father, you're giving this to me." He continued, "Judging by your reaction, it seems you know what it is." He took the card, thinking, a card only issued to a very select few VIPs. It's known to provide incredible benefits and unlimited spending. I never thought I'd see this legendary card with my own eyes. Arthur smiled and said, "I'll add you as a co-user. Feel free to use it." Rick replied, "Thank you, Father. I will definitely use it wisely." He glanced at the card, thinking, his words are kind, but his intention is too clear. The card will store information, which means it'll be easier to track my actions. Even so, the fact that he used a superficial method instead of forceful coercion means he hasn't paid too much attention to me yet. Arthur continued, I cannot waste any more of your precious time, Rick. You will become the strongest. He waved his hand, ordering, you may leave now. He bowed and replied, understood, master. After speaking, he quickly went outside and slowly closed the door. He silently walked back to his room. Inside the room, the atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Arthur sat with his head against the chair, eyes tightly closed. Suddenly, Duke appeared from behind, saying with an annoyed expression, what an annoying fellow. He heard that and smiled, asking, why are you so upset, Duke? He curved his lips slightly and replied, he was abandoned in the cradle, yet now you're playing the role of a caring father? Arthur glanced and continued, as the head of the family, I have no choice, you know that. And your words just now are slandering the head of the family. Duke waved his hand, sat down on the chair, and sighed, ha, fine, arrest me then. Arthur reached into his robe, took out something, and said with a smile, this is why you're the only one I can talk to freely. What he had just taken out was a bottle of wine. He smiled and continued, let's drink and talk, now that I see this bottle of wine. Duke showed great excitement, exclaiming, dragon's breath, and it's red. See, you do have taste after all. The two continued their conversation. You've heard about the strange situation on the continent, haven't you? I'm cooped up in the academy. Duke smiled and continued, how would I know? Arthur asked again, your eyes and ears across the continent are still alive, aren't they? His face flushed as he scoffed, you already know, so why ask, you old fox? The Emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching all over the continent like a madman. He asked, yes, do you think it's possible? These words left Duke speechless, exclaiming loudly, of course not. Eternal youth might be achievable through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible. Hearing this, his eyes looked thoughtful as he continued, I agree. He continued, but what if it involves an ancient dragon treasure? These words made Duke jump and exclaim, what? Inside Arthur's room, the conversation was lively. Even if magic could make people look younger, immortality is still completely impossible. In a nearby room, Rick was observing, what if? He stood silently, using his spiritualization skill to listen to the entire conversation. Arthur and Duke still hadn't noticed anyone else's presence, discussing, what if the artifact he's looking for is related to an ancient dragon? That's just a possibility. Duke asked, could he have found its location? Arthur replied, it's possible. The Black Knights reported to me that the artifact is most likely located on the northern continent. He heard that and asked again, the northern continent? He continued to ask, the people of the Empire still don't know about this information, right? Arthur replied, yes, but it's only a matter of time before they find out. This reminds me of the past. That crazy emperor had barely ascended the throne when he started a war to unite the continent. The war only stopped after he had conquered half of the central continent. I thought he would give up that crazy, rotten dream, but perhaps I was wrong. Just one of those artifacts could grant immortality, which would be enough to make. Before Duke could finish his sentence, Arthur interrupted, this continent will once again be engulfed in flames. He continued, realizing the importance of this, I've decided to go to the north by myself for a trip. Hearing that, Duke exclaimed in surprise, what? You're leaving your position vacant when you know for sure that son of a bitch emperor will cause chaos everywhere? He replied with an enigmatic smile, that's why I came to see you. Understanding Arthur's words, Duke sighed and asked, were you a fox in your past life? How did you get so cunning in this one? Just like that, both agreed and clinked their glasses. Right beside them, Rick was still listening without a peep. Duke said, I knew I could trust you. You always make me do difficult things. As soon as he heard this, he suddenly dropped to his knees. His face became exhausted as he thought, I overused my spirit transformation. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't do anything about this side effect. Ancient dragon, that's right. So the statue I held in my hand before reverting must definitely be an ancient dragon artifact. The voice I heard in my head before I died and the system message I saw right after being reborn, everything makes sense now. I stole the artifact the Emperor coveted. He even sent his hounds to hunt me. At that time, I didn't even care what it was. However, I still found a clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time is a function of the ancient dragon treasure, but who created it and why? Thinking this, he sat on the ground, his mind in a whirl, and sighed. In the end, I just have more questions. After they finished talking, Dib began to leave, saying, "All right then, I'll act immediately." Arthur waved his hand in reply, "I'm counting on you." After seeing his close friend off, he quickly returned to his room. His powerful steps moved swiftly. Suddenly, Arthur stopped, standing perfectly still. He cast a probing glance towards the inside of the sealed room. He seemed to sense something. Inside the room, Rick was still sitting, deep in thought. If this is truly the treasure the Emperor is looking for, then how is rebirth related to eternal life? Just as he thought this, a loud noise suddenly echoed, startling him, his eyes widening. From outside the door, Arthur abruptly pushed it open and rushed inside. But before him, the room was completely empty, with no one in sight. It turned out that at the most dangerous moment, Rick had managed to jump out the window to escape. He stood there, wondering, was I wrong? A moment later, Rick returned to the training area. While training, a loud knock suddenly came from outside the door. Hearing this, he said, "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me in the training room?" Deacon replied, "My apologies, young master, a classmate has come to see you. Should I tell them to leave?" This made him very curious, thinking, a classmate? I don't have any friends at the academy. What's going on? Thinking this, he replied, "All right." Rick tiredly looked at the man kneeling before him, thinking, it's Liam Stone again. Why am I your friend? At this moment, he continuously knelt on the ground, loudly saying, "Please, please accept me." Hearing that, he awkwardly sighed, thinking, I should have left then. Then he asked again, "Accept you?" "What? You mean, as a subordinate?" Liam bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master, I swear my loyalty to you." Rick asked again, "So what?" Hearing this, he angrily clenched his fists on the ground and said, "I've abandoned him." His face darkened, sweat pouring down like rain. He continued worriedly, "I need to get into Valhalla." Seeing his attitude, he wondered, even in my previous life, why was he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam didn't give up, continuously pleading, "Please, please accept me." Rick replied, "Are you stupid? You should have chosen Jim-Man or Turuan." As he spoke, he turned and walked away. "I don't have family backing." He walked over and picked up a sword, continuing, "So, I'm useless in helping you get into Valhalla, right?" A sharp glint appeared in his eyes as he asked, "Why should I trust you, frankly speaking?" The next words he spoke made Liam's face darken, fear making him sweat profusely. "You could be a spy sent here." Suddenly, he pulled out a dagger from his person. He seemed more determined than ever, wanting to show his loyalty. Liam gritted his teeth, enduring, and brought the knife to his ear. Without hesitation, he directly cut off one of his ears to prove it. Liam swung the knife up and said loudly, "Sir, it's right for you to doubt me, but I will prove it to you. No matter what the cost, if you want me to be mute, I'm willing to cut off my tongue." His whole body trembled as he continued, "If you want me disabled, I'm willing to cut off my legs. My life will be decided by you, master." His words made Rick extremely confused, his eyes coldly glancing back. He recalled the previous scene, "In exchange for your pathetic life, I will take this ear." Liam, with a more serious expression than ever, said, "So please, accept me." Rick remembered a familiar scene. He once said, "I want to become stronger." He stood before his master and continued, "And surpass everyone." His eyes at that time were exactly like Liam's now. "Please teach me, master." Back in the present, facing the image of his past self once again, Rick still didn't know what to say. He continued to plead, "Please, please, I beg you." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly thrust the sword towards him, saying, "One strike." He pointed directly at him and continued, "If you can withstand one strike from me, I will accept you." These words rekindled Liam's hope. He smiled and replied, Thank you very much." A moment later, Rick spoke, "Have you fully recovered?" He replied, "Yes, yes." He thought worriedly to himself, "Honestly, I thought this one strike would be easy, because my ability to use the Draken family's aura is undeniable. However, is he really the same age as me?" The aura Rick emitted made him terrified, his whole body trembling rhythmically. His eyes glazed over as he muttered, "I can barely breathe anymore." Before Liam could even get ready, Rick charged forward with his sword. Without time to think, he also recklessly swung his sword up. The clash of the two swords created a powerful shockwave around them. The two swords grated against each other, sending sparks flying. Immediately after, one sword was knocked flying into the air. And that sword belonged to none other than Liam. He slumped onto the ground. Facing his frightened expression, Rick asked, "Liam Stone, is that all you've got?" He continued, sounding disappointed, "You disappoint me." Rick stood looking directly at Liam and said, "I acknowledge your determination, but..." He turned and continued, "You'd better give up your dream of going to Valhalla." Hearing that, he jolted up, shouting, Sir Rick." Rick thought to himself, it seems he was indeed abandoned. If he wasn't a servant, a distant relative like him wouldn't have been able to study here. Even I, a direct descendant, was expelled from the academy. If Liam were to be expelled now, it wouldn't be strange. Just as he heard this, he suddenly stopped, knowing that the guy had reason to worry. He glanced behind him. Liam was kneeling on the ground, clinging to his leg. But was it worth clinging on this much? In his previous life, Liam was expelled from the academy, and his knight order disbanded afterwards. He reached the Red Knight rank and became a mercenary. Liam, helpless at this moment, with tears streaming down his face, said, "Please, please, give me another chance." Seeing this, Rick felt incredibly awkward, thinking, this guy really has no intention of giving up, does he? Thinking this, he said, "All right, I'll give you a chance." His expression darkened as he continued, "But there's one condition. You said that if I wanted you mute, you'd cut out your tongue, or if I wanted you crippled, you'd cut off your legs, right?" Rick gently stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. He growled a command, "Then cut off your right arm." These words made Liam pause, his eyes widening in horror. Seeing him hesitate, Rick asked again, "What's wrong? Is this arm too precious?" He thought to himself, this is like asking someone to give up a swordsman's life. No sane person would accept this offer. Rick then stood up and said, "I have mountains of practice to do, so if you can't do it, just leave." A moment later, Liam suddenly slowly stood up. Seeing this, he glanced back and thought, "I don't know why you're so desperate. But I hope you don't get discouraged, Liam. Even if you can't reach Valhalla, you can still achieve the Red Knight rank." Just as he thought this, the sword stuck in the ground was slowly pulled up. Rick's eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, Liam really intended to cut off his right arm. Rick angrily rushed forward, thinking, this madman. At the same time, he was also bringing the sword down. At the most dangerous moment, fortunately, Rick managed to break his sword with his own. Neither of them could understand, standing opposite each other, motionless. The broken sword piece rolled across the ground. Liam gasped, fearfully looking down at his hand. Rick couldn't take it anymore. He ran over and grabbed him tightly by the collar. He angrily looked at him and asked, "Are you out of your mind? What if I change my mind after you cut off your arm?" Hearing that, his face became extremely sad and he replied, "That's because..." He continued, "I can't give up something that's even more important than this arm." Hearing that, Zick turned around and said, "If you ever do something so stupid again, I won't hesitate to get rid of you, no matter how loyal you are. Remember that carefully." These words made Liam exclaim happily, Sir Zick, does that mean? Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted him, hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one arm, what will people think? He happily replied, yes, I understand, sir. A while later, inside the dining room, the two of them sat enjoying their meal together. One of Liam's ears had also been treated by this time. He anxiously asked, can I really use such good medicine? Zick smiled and replied, don't worry, you're worth my investment. Saying this, he gently placed his teacup on the table. His expression became more serious than ever as he asked, so what exactly is going on? Your right arm, no, what's more important than your very life? Hearing this question, Liam clenched his arm and replied, it's my mother. He explained, a few days after Terkin drove me away, I received news that my mother had collapsed due to a high fever. Fortunately, the fever quickly subsided, but her body was covered in red spots that looked like roses, not to mention she's getting weaker and weaker. As he spoke, he painfully slumped onto the table. The village healers don't even know the name of this disease. Zick asked again, so you're aiming for Valhalla? He replied, that's right, the medical benefits Valhalla provides to its practitioners and their families are considered the best on the continent. Hearing this, Zick uncomfortably picked up an ink pen. As he wrote something on the paper, he said, red spots that look like roses? Periodic high fever and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. These are the symptoms of the red rose disease, a disease that will spread across the entire central continent within the next 5 years. With its high contagion and mortality rates, it claimed countless lives until a groundbreaking cure was developed, putting an end to this pandemic. Thinking this, Zick handed the paper to Liam and said, this is the formula for the medicine that will cure your mother's disease. It's not too difficult, so the village healers should be able to make it. He took the paper in astonishment and replied, thank you, sir, but how do you know about a disease that even the healers don't know the name of? The genius alchemist siblings, and Zepp, developed the remedy that saved the declining central continent at that time. But the alchemist guild was blinded by money and exploited desperate people to amass huge sums. When the two siblings found out about this, they publicly released the formula, and then information about it spread so much that even mercenaries like him knew about it. Zick smiled and replied, let's just say I know a talented alchemist. He continued, now that you have the medicine, there's no reason for you to go to Valhalla or become my subordinate anymore. Hearing that, Liam jumped to his feet and exclaimed, how could I do that? He stated frankly, I've already pledged my life to you. Finishing his sentence, he clenched his fist and slammed it on the ground. Liam knelt before Zick and said, from now on, I swear to be loyal to you until the end of my life. He smiled and thought to himself, a loyalty oath? Having the king of mercenaries as my subordinate really puts my mind at ease. Thinking this, he immediately said, if you fall behind, I'll leave you behind, so make sure to keep up with me. He replied, yes, I understand, master. Time quickly passed, and just like that, it was dusk. From inside a room, a voice echoed, what's going on? Howard spoke up and asked, Student Owen. He continued, yes, Director. I have something to say. What do you think about increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation test? These words surprised him a bit, and he asked, why? Owen smiled and replied, you might find this a bit arrogant, but this year's first-year students are very talented. They all come from prestigious families, and there are even 2 pure-blooded awakened students. If this exam is as easy as last year's, then it won't properly distinguish their abilities. Howard somewhat agreed with that answer, that makes sense. Indeed, the Zyman's lineage. I'll consider that. He immediately bowed and replied, thank you, Director. Having said that, he quickly retreated outside, and the door closed. Howard sat facing the window, letting out a heavy sigh. He pondered, thinking to himself, indeed, bloodline never lies. I didn't expect him to have the same thoughts as that person. Considering the potential threats in the future, then it would be better if I nip it in the bud. On the day of the dungeon expedition for the semester evaluation, The Dungeon Expedition Test is a special evaluation at Draker Academy, where a two-person team must escape a dungeon within a set time limit. A characteristic feature of this evaluation is that each team will be assigned to dungeons of varying difficulty and diversity. Inside the dungeon, Zick looked at Liam and asked, "Are you worried, Liam?" He replied, "Oh, yes, a little." Hearing that, he smiled reassuringly, "It's all right. It's normal, but worrying too much can lead to mistakes, while worrying too little can lead to arrogance. So, it's best to worry just the right amount." Nearby, Rena was also extremely nervous about this test. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, "Next, Zick Draker, Liam Stone." Hearing that, he said, "Let's go." Liam also replied, "Yes, Master." As the two were walking in, someone suddenly approached, holding out a hand to stop them, saying, "Wait." He pointed to the side and continued, "You two will go this way." Before them was a dark, cold dungeon that looked extremely mysterious. Sensing something unusual, Zick quickly scanned the area. Seeing them still standing there, the professor urged, "Why are you still standing there? Get inside, students." Hearing that, he simply smiled faintly without replying. After that, they both decided to enter the designated dungeon. "All right, as you wish." Although the difficulty varies depending on the dungeon, since this is a test dungeon managed by Draker, there won't be any major dangers. The ultimate goal is still to escape within the time limit. Each team will be given a timer device that starts counting as soon as they enter. And the exact time limit is 96 hours. Basic combat skills are also part of the assessment. If you can bring back the heads of defeated monsters, you'll earn bonus points. However, the most important thing is still to escape the dungeon, so failing to escape within the allotted time also means failing. Inside the dungeon now, Zick calmly said, "We just finished eating, so you should rest, Liam." He replied, "But you set up camp and prepared the meal yourself, sir. Why don't you rest first?" He continued, "I can go without sleep for 4 days and still be fine, so don't worry." Hearing him say that, Liam didn't dare to argue any further. "Then, if you don't mind, I'll rest first." He replied, "All right, I'll wake you up if anything happens." And just like that, the two of them set up camp and lit a fire to rest in a dark, cold dungeon. Zick sat looking at the watch on his wrist, thinking to himself, 16 hours have passed since we entered the dungeon. And I'd been awake for 3 days before the test, so that's about 90 hours in total. However, unlimited stamina can only recover physical fatigue, not mental fatigue. In a place where you don't know what's going to happen like this, it's best to minimize as many risks as possible. Around him now, a series of bell strings had been set up to guard against any major disturbances. His eyes were also starting to droop. So when Liam wakes up, I'll switch shifts. Suddenly, an image of a bell in a snow-covered space appeared in his mind. Zick's eyes slowly closed tight, succumbing to sleepiness. An unfamiliar scene continued to appear in his mind, a place he had never seen before. Right above the city gate, there was a red flag with a large lion emblem. Everything was extremely desolate and ruined, as if a war had just taken place. On the white snow, the body of a girl lay sprawled, drenched in blood. He couldn't make out the girl's face, only heard a bell ringing. Immediately, Zick jolted awake, his eyes wide open, sweat pouring down him. In front of him now was still the scene inside the dungeon, with the yellow fire still burning brightly. He clutched his aching head, breathing heavily. Damn it, that dream again. Wait, I definitely heard a bell somewhere. Just as he thought this, he suddenly remembered the bell strings he had set up outside the entrance. Zick immediately used water to extinguish the flame. He woke Liam up. "Wake up, Liam, the enemy's here." "I'll check the situation first, don't you dare light a fire." He replied, "Understood, master." He cautiously hid at the edge of the entrance, thinking to himself, using dragon eyes for a 4-day test is too risky. It's best to let my eyes get used to the darkness on their own. Just as he thought this, a strange scent suddenly wafted past his nose. "Is this sulfur? Don't tell me." A creature with a sulfur smell that hunts in packs, a Tier 3 dangerous monster, Hellhound. Zick anxiously tightened his grip on his sword, thinking, in my previous life, Rena brought back Hellhound heads for her evaluation, but I didn't expect to encounter them here. He suddenly glanced into the distance to observe the situation, but strangely, he didn't see any. Wait. Something's not quite right. Even their alpha dog couldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilograms. Thinking this, Zick slowly raised his sword. Through the reflection on the sword, he looked towards the cave entrance in front of him. But with these vibrations, it feels like it must weigh at least several tens of tons. Could it be mutated? Before he could even comprehend what was happening, a massive tremor struck. Damn it! Rocks and dirt from around the cave shattered and fell in large chunks. Fortunately, in that moment of danger, Zick managed to use his sword to keep himself steady. Seeing this, Liam ran over anxiously and asked, Master, are you all right? He angrily gritted his teeth, thinking, those bastards. Right in front of him now, a monstrously large hellhound was approaching. I knew they were behind this. But things didn't stop there. The hellhound's eyes darkened, and its head was severed, hanging limply. What appeared was a giant og. Liam, with a horrified expression, asked, a dog? Cho, a Tier 1 dangerous monster. It could easily swallow hellhounds and ogs. Their blood is also a main ingredient in crafting healing potions, but more importantly, they possess an absurdly powerful regeneration ability. Suddenly, before he could even say anything, Liam stepped forward. He raised his sword, blocking in front of him, saying, let me distract it. Meanwhile, please run, Master. Hearing this, he knew he had chosen the right person, and he smiled with satisfaction, looking at him. Then, he slowly approached, gently tapped him, and replied, don't say such despairing words. Let's both stand back to fight. What kind of master abandons his subordinate? He continued, I believe in your effort, Liam, you're not weak. I'll support you, so go wild. Hearing that, although he was extremely tense, he felt more confident and replied, thank you, my master. Immediately, both of them coordinated, rushing like lightning towards the monster in front of them. Before the Cho could react, it was struck with countless fatal sword slashes. He glanced at it, thinking, not bad. It's quite impressive that he could injure the Cho's tough skin. Moreover, he precisely targeted the joints. He wondered, did you spend time researching these monsters, Liam? Thinking this, he exclaimed, but just then, the Cho's club suddenly swung at them. Fortunately, he reacted in time to block the attack, saving Liam's life. He continued to slash out another strike, cutting the Cho's club in half. Seeing this, Liam looked back anxiously and said, I'm sorry, Master. He smiled and replied, it's all right, this isn't bad for your first real battle. Targeting those soft joints was the right choice, but you underestimated its regeneration ability. Remember, Cho can recover small wounds almost instantly, so direct attacks like that won't work against its regeneration. Looking at the Cho raising its hand in front of him, he continued, it seems to be a bit too much for you. His eyes glinted with killing intent as he gripped his sword, saying, let me finish it off. After a frantic attack, the Cho's head was finally severed. The system then displayed a notification, you have defeated a Cho. You have received 30 karma points. He spoke, it will yield a lot of karma points for us. Go collect it quickly, Liam. He stepped forward and replied, understood. While he was diligently collecting the monster's head, he looked at the system panel. It read, urgent quest, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 types in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Quest reward, double karma points received during the quest, 2 random boxes. Seeing this, he exclaimed joyfully, what? Double karma points? The system continued, quest status, 2 types, 14 monsters. Harmless monsters will not count. Time remaining, 71 hours 59 minutes 52 seconds. He looked at the clock, thinking, there are still 79 hours before the end of the test, so 100 monsters shouldn't be a problem. but getting 10 types will be difficult. Even though this place is vast, it's still a test dungeon, so typically there are only 3 to 4 types at most. However, since this is a trap set by those bastards, who knows, if we search thoroughly, maybe we'll find all 10 types. Complete the mission and escape from here? It doesn't seem easy. Just as he thought of this, Liam spoke up, "It's done, Master." Along with the timer, we were also given a bag to hold the heads of the monsters we've defeated. Although it's far inferior to a spatial bag, it's enough to transport the spoils of war. Thinking this, he replied, "All right, let's go quickly." "Don't fall behind, Liam." He replied, "Understood." The two of them just continued fighting. Time gradually passed, 67 hours 4 minutes 16 seconds. 64 hours 7 minutes 60 seconds. 61 hours 3 seconds. 56 hours 47 seconds. 47 hours 1 minute 6 seconds. 41 hours 1 minute 41 seconds. A series of monsters were discovered by the two of them. 39 hours 8 minutes 4 seconds. 31 hours 33 minutes 44 seconds. Time was also nearing the end of the mission, 27 hours 47 seconds. 20 hours 8 minutes 49 seconds. 12 hours 26 minutes 26 seconds. A moment later, he looked at Liam and asked, "How is it, Liam? We've hunted quite a lot. Are you used to real combat yet?" Hearing this, he forced a smile and replied, "I'm not sure yet." Seeing this, he smiled reassuringly, "It's okay, everyone needs time to adapt." Saying that, he continued to look at the system panel that was displayed. Time remaining 50 minutes 54 seconds. Mission status, 9 types out of 99 monsters. He thought to himself, even after catching tiny blood-sucking leeches, there are only 9 types. We have nowhere else to look. The more he thought, the more annoyed he became. These bastards haven't taken anything out. Why didn't they prepare one more type for me? Just as he thought this, he suddenly froze, his eyes wide open. He felt something approaching, his face vigilant as he glanced to one side. Immediately, a large section of the ground beneath their feet cracked. He yelled worriedly, "Liam, drop that bag." Hearing this, he still didn't understand what was happening, his face bewildered. Suddenly, a slash swung up, tearing the bag in two. Beneath the ground, a giant monster appeared, blood splattering everywhere. Liam was so scared that all the color drained from his face, his entire body rigid. Fortunately, he arrived in time to save him once more, but his hand was also injured. After a moment of daze, Liam asked worriedly, "Are you all right, sir?" He replied, "I'm fine, that's just the monster's blood." He raised his hand and continued, "Stay out of this one, Liam." In front of both of them, a monster with a hideous body and a mouth full of fangs emerged. He spoke up, "I don't think I can fight and look out for you at the same time." He thought to himself, a dungeon worm? It's an extremely dangerous monster. Normally, it would take a dozen experienced knights to control it. Thinking of this, he cursed even more bitterly, "Damn them, are they really putting all their effort into killing me?" The dungeon worm then charged forward at an incredible speed, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Liam called out anxiously, "Master." His face darkened, and fear surged within him. Suddenly, he remembered something and glanced back. Liam walked over and rummaged through the contents of his pouch. On this side, he was still struggling to block the monster worm's attack. With agile movements, he jumped to the side, swung his sword, and struck its body, but it had no effect. He thought to himself, even blue knights would avoid clashing with a dungeon worm in a place like this. Because it tends to dig and move underground, so if I don't defeat it quickly. No sooner had he thought this than a large crack suddenly appeared from beneath the ground. He quickly sensed its presence and turned his head to look behind him. Just as he had thought, the dungeon worm appeared, lunging straight at him, its mouth full of fangs open, trying to devour him alive. "Then I'll be buried alive." Without overthinking, he immediately jumped to the side to dodge. Afterward, he continued to swing his sword forward. He plunged his sword deep into the monster's body. Then, gritting his teeth, he fiercely pulled the sword to rip its body apart. The dungeon worm couldn't react in time, and blood gushed violently from its mouth. He gritted his teeth resolutely. Just you wait, I'll cut you in half. His feet were pressed down by the weight, causing the ground to shatter. A series of poisonous spines emerged from its tail. However, at this moment, he no longer cared about anything else. In his mind, he just furiously swung his sword, chopping at that damned worm. No sooner had he said this than the dungeon worm's body slowly tightened its grip. It coiled tightly around him, giving him no escape. Having tightened its grip on its prey, it simultaneously used both its tail and mouth to lunge straight at him. Fortunately, at that very moment, Liam arrived in time, plunging his sword straight into the dungeon worm's body. It received an unexpected blow, screamed in pain, and threw its head back, roaring. He also felt that something had happened and thought to himself, the grip has weakened. Seizing this opportunity, he quickly retreated and escaped the dungeon worm's embrace. As soon as he saw him, Liam asked, "Are you all right, master?" He wiped the blood from his mouth and asked, "What did you do, Liam?" He then smeared a vial of medicine on it and replied, "I coated the sword with an anesthetic, sir." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "I see. The main ingredient of the anesthetic is jimsonweed. For humans, it only causes a slight numbing sensation, but for a worm, it's nothing short of a potent toxin." In such a critical situation, you still remembered that jimsonweed is the worm's weakness and then adapted by using anesthetic as a substitute. Truly, the judgment and adaptability of the mercenary Liam Stone. Thinking of this, he smiled and said, "Liam, when I signal, stab the sword into it once more." Bringing him along was indeed the right decision. Finishing his sentence, he nimbly continued to jump onto the monster's body. He weaved his way straight towards its head, then swung his sword and shouted, "Liam." Hearing the command, he quickly used the anesthetic-coated sword to stab the dungeon worm. Taking this blow, it painfully threw its head back and roared. Its entire body became stiff from the poison. Seizing this opportunity, he used his sword to activate the spirit transformation skill. He slashed a straight vertical line from its neck downwards, decapitate. Just like that, the monster's body split in two, dying on the spot. The system then displayed a notification, "You have completed the impromptu mission. Karma points received during the mission have been doubled. You have received 2 random boxes. Current karma points, 780. At the same time, outside the dungeon, an announcement echoed, "Students have successfully escaped the dungeon. Come here to tally your points. Those who are done may leave." A professor looked at the pile of monsters that had been collected and said, "All right, I'll start tallying the points now." She replied, "Yes." The professor continued, "Base points for escaping the dungeon, 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc. Total points, 180. Hearing this, the other students couldn't help but marvel and discuss amongst themselves, it's almost on par with his 200-point record. As expected, a pure-blooded awakened is truly on another level. The professor also praised heartily, indeed worthy of the Turuan family. "You've exceeded the passing score by 130 points. She placed her hand on her chest and replied, "Thank you for the compliment." Having said that, the professor continued to look towards him and said, "All right, I'll start tallying the points now." After a moment of tallying points, the professor announced, "Total points, 120. You have exceeded the passing score by 70. Well done." His teammate happily said, "Thank you." At this moment, he looked furiously towards him and thought, "Turuan, you won't be arrogant forever." Thinking this, he smirked, "Well, if anything goes wrong, I just need to deal with her like I dealt with him." Just as he thought this, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "Oh, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight, huh?" He immediately turned his head and thought, that voice. Just as he thought, the person who had just appeared was him. Not only that, Liam was also carrying the head of the dungeon worm. What? How is he here? All the students standing nearby were utterly shocked. That That's a dungeon worm? Wasn't the orc the highest scoring monster? So why is it here? Did they defeat that dungeon worm together? After arriving in front of the professor, both of them threw the worm down. He smiled disdainfully, turned to look at him, and asked, "Why do you look so surprised, Owen?" He continued, "Not happy to see me?" These words drove him mad with anger. He gritted his teeth and thought, "This arrogant bastard." But he didn't stop there, continuing to taunt, "Where's your usual poker face?" He put his hands in his pockets and continued, "Well, you look better this way anyway." Owen was left speechless by this, his face darkening, remaining silent. Rick looked at his angry figure turning to leave and asked, "Leaving already?" He angrily thought, "Damn those purebloods, I'll make you pay for daring to disrespect me." Their fleeing figures made Rick feel utterly satisfied, so scary. The professor spoke up and asked, "Is your little rivalry over yet, students?" The students smiled and replied, Yes, we're done." Professor Andre, looking at his papers, then continued, "All right then, I will proceed to tally the points now." Rick spoke up and asked, "We only have this one, do we need a separate scoring system?" He replied, "As long as I'm the one scoring, rest assured, I won't miss anything." He asked again, "Did you guys lose your head bags?" Rick replied, Yes." Faced with the horrifying situation at that moment, all the students covered their mouths in terror and fled together. Rick smiled and thought to himself, "Looks like I got pretty lucky, huh? That damn dungeon worm ambushed me, making me lose all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days. I didn't want to fail, so I had to quickly take its head to compensate for the lost ones." Besides Andre, who else would be meticulous enough to check every piece of flesh and skin stuck in those teeth? After a moment of examination, 2 monster blood-stained gloves were also discarded. The professor spoke up and said, "As of now, the identified monster types are Gremlin, Goblin, Hobgoblin, Imp, Pixie, Greater Goblin, Hellhound, Orc, and finally, Cho." Hearing that, everyone stirred in a commotion. "Cho? There's even a Cho?" Andre continued, "Judging by the amount of blood, the number is quite significant. But if we acknowledge that, it wouldn't be fair to the other contestants, so we'll count each identified monster type as one creature. Additionally, Cho and the dungeon worm are not on the scoreboard, but according to records, they are equivalent to 3 and 6 orcs, respectively, so they will be converted to 90 and 180 points. Total points, 368. Passed. The other professors were also astonished. How many points did we get when we were students? Back then, hellhounds weren't even on the scoreboard. 368 points? Is it even possible to reach that many points? Suddenly, a student angrily stepped forward and shouted, "Nonsense! The only corpse here is a dungeon worm." Another student replied, "Hey, that one worm alone is 180 points. Besides, what does that even mean now? Think about it, everyone. If you encountered a dungeon worm or even just one Cho, do you think you'd survive?" They exclaimed, "Could Rick Draker really be that talented?" Rick saw them like this and thought to himself, "These guys are overreacting again. This feeling is completely different from when they used to ridicule me. Not bad, but I've inadvertently drawn attention to myself again." The Zyman even went as far as manipulating the dungeon exam just to eliminate me. Was it Owen's doing alone? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's exam. It might have been Zyman himself who got involved. Thinking of this, Rick grew worried. Looks like I'm being watched more than I thought. Hiding my strength too obviously might backfire. From now on, it's best if I just go along with it and observe. Suddenly, someone approached him from behind and called out, "Rick Draker." The person who had just arrived was none other than Raina. Seeing her, he exclaimed in surprise, "Raina?" She gave him a scowl and walked past him, saying, "Consider this your win." With that, the group quietly walked away. Rick thought to himself in confusion, "I won. What does that mean?" A moment later, in the training room, he looked at the system panel and said, "This is what you want, right?" The system displayed, Dragon Mark Level 1, Devour. You can eat a lot and digest a lot. Requires 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. He heard that and immediately said, I've ignored it because it seemed useless, but now, 50 points is nothing. The system asked, do you want to activate Dragon Mark Devour? He replied, yes. No sooner had he finished speaking than the system panel suddenly underwent a major change. Rick was startled and thought, did the skill description change? The system displayed, Dragon Mark Level 1, Devour. When used, everything can be digested and converted into energy. Furthermore, consuming monsters that possess bloodline energy will allow you to absorb their power. Hearing that, he smiled with interest. Absorb the power of monsters? I should have activated it before the test. To understand it better, I'll try converting energy first. The system displayed, activating Dragon Mark, Devour. Before Rick could even take a bite of the meat, a stream of dark energy suddenly pushed it aside. He was startled and glanced behind him. The sight before him was extremely bizarre. He exclaimed, what is this? On the ground, the piece of meat was slowly being pulled down by some force. Rick thought to himself, it looks like it's sinking into a swamp. Is the meat slowly disappearing into the shadows? Suddenly, the system announced, restoring lost energy with newly absorbed energy. My headache subsided. It's like I just dozed off for a bit. Could it have reduced my mental fatigue? Not only that, my whole body feels full of vitality. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue. Even my ER, though just a little, has definitely recovered. Activating Dragon Mark, Devour. Thinking this, he continued to throw more meat down below. It's absolutely worth 50 points. With this skill alone, I can reduce the risks of all other skills. Mental fatigue can be relieved with Devour, and physical fatigue will be handled by infinite stamina. The more Rick thought about it, the more excited he got. He threw his head back and laughed loudly, so I can train for 24 hours without eating or sleeping. All right, let's get to it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a knock at the door suddenly ruined his mood. He tiredly asked, Decker, didn't I tell you before not to bother me when I'm training? Standing outside, he replied, my apologies, young master, but this is an urgent message I need to deliver to you immediately. He asked again, an urgent message? He then said, your sword is complete. Hearing that, Rick exclaimed happily, finally. A moment later, at Hanbra's forge, Rick said, Gonlion, is my sword finished? He replied, yes, please wait a moment. He sat there lost in thought, muttering to himself, in my previous life, the sword I received from Gonlion was forged from mithril and pure iron. The legendary swordgram was recognizable to everyone. It was a masterpiece. Even though I provided dragon fangs as material this time, I still think it'll look like Gram. However, his expectations completely crumbled when he saw the sword. It wasn't a gleaming golden sword but a solid black sword lying on a wooden box. What is this? Rick held the sword in one hand, raising it in front of him to examine it. He silently assessed, on the outside, this sword looks very plain. Rick immediately asked Handback, did you intentionally not sharpen the blade? Handback replied, originally, this sword is just like this. Rick glanced at him. Then he placed the sword in its scabbard and said, so this is the shape you think suits me best? Handback stammered, yes. Handback looked at the man in front of him and thought, most people would be confused by it, but he understands my exact intentions. Seeing Rick's thoughtful expression, Handback suddenly thought, if it's him. Handback said to Rick, Master, actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried to name it, but I couldn't come up with anything. Then he asked, will you name it yourself? Master, Rick pointed at his face in confusion, oh, name it myself? Rick's gaze suddenly changed. He thought back, Solar Point Graham was the name given by Gonlion himself. But now he's saying it's Graham with a new look, made only from dragon fangs, yet it's a completely different sword from Graham. Thinking so, Rick resolutely drew a sharp knife and cut his hand. A name, huh? Handback was utterly astonished when he saw him do that. He exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing?" Rick didn't answer his question but only thought, even if auto-recovery is always active, this is still a skill I can control. I should be able to control it. Meanwhile, Handback anxiously urged him, "Quick, stop the bleeding." The system displayed a notification, "Administrator request confirmed. The self-healing faction skill will be temporarily disabled." A blue aura enveloped Rick's hand, and at the same time, the cut automatically stopped healing. Rick muttered to himself, "All right, it worked. Now then." He closed his eyes and dripped his blood onto the sword. Handback watched these actions with some confusion. Could this be a sword naming ritual? The sword naming ritual, a traditional dwarf ritual used to bestow a name upon a weapon. The user infuses their aura or spirit into their blood. The ritual begins when the blood touches the sword. Once started, the ritualist will sink deep into their subconscious, wandering for an eternity until they find the holy sword's name. It's so dangerous that it's almost forgotten, yet you know this ancient dwarf ritual? How can this be? Among countless names that emerge, you must find the one you will advance with, a name for a new path, a new name. Rick had thought of a new name, Black Sword Bahamut. Then the system displayed a notification, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Rick looked up at the glowing sword in front of him. The sword's name was given by Rick, but he looked at it skeptically. Of all names, I pulled out the name of that evil dragon. Is my subconscious all right? Habit, however, paid no attention to Rick's thoughts and only praised him incessantly, as expected, "You're amazing, Master." Even dwarves barely know of the sword naming ritual. Rick modestly replied, "I happened to learn it while studying dwarf history." He looked at his bandaged wound, wondering, why has it been so long since I've wrapped a wound? Suddenly, Habert stepped forward and actively offered Rick, "Master, would you like to rest a bit? There's something I really want to show you." Rick casually replied, "Sure, take your time." Habert immediately thanked him, "Thank you, Master." After Habert left, Rick looked down at his bandaged arm. Recalling the system notification that the self-healing faction skill would be temporarily disabled, he thought, being able to control passive skills holds great significance. Recalling the memory, he mused, "It means I can prevent my abilities from being exposed, like with forging." Rick touched the bandage and muttered to himself, "I don't need to show all my cards." "Sorry, Gone Lion, but I'll remove the bandage later." Then he glanced at the sword propped in the corner and chuckled softly, "But for now, the more important thing is that I need to check this first." The system displayed the sword's information, Black Sword Bahamut. A sword forged by a master blacksmith with mystical insight, using the strongest fangs of the cursed dragon Bahamut. Tempered by blue flower aura. Unique ability, indestructible, aura conversion. Special feature, sealed. Unlocks with user's growth. After reading the information, Rick seemed excited. Sealed, unlocks with user's growth? I've never heard of a weapon like that. And it even has the indestructible property? It's made from dragon fangs, but this is absurd. Thinking this, Rick picked up the sword. TCH, even so. His face reflected on the sword. The most important thing is, aura conversion. Rick thought, I had to go through a lot of hardships to help Gone Lion create the magic current and forge the sword. Not only because of his outstanding skills, but also because of Graham's core ability, aura conversion. Rick slowly began to feel the sword's power flow, a unique ability that converts spiritual energy, YAR, or any other energy into aura. A stream of blue aura began to emanate from Rick's sword-holding hand. That aura gradually enveloped Rick along with the sword. I was born unable to use spiritual energy. This is what helped me reach the Scarlet Knight level. At this moment, Harbert scratched his head as he emerged from the room and spoke, "Phew, finally found it. My apologies, Master, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" But as soon as he stepped out, he was surprised by the scene before him. Zick, carrying the sword over his shoulder, looked at him and smiled, "You're here." Harbert exclaimed, "Oh, aura." He silently marveled, a pure aura is surrounding the sword. Master, you've already surpassed the Violet Knight level. Zick said to Harbert, this sword is truly incredible. You've worked hard. Galleon. Harbert replied with a laugh, compared to the forge, this is nothing. More importantly, he presented a sword sheath to Zick and said, could you take a look at this? Zick looked curiously at what Harbert held, a sword sheath. Harbert continued, my master personally created this sword sheath. Zick looked thoughtfully at the sword sheath and pondered, even in my previous life, I never heard of Galleon's master, Galwin Dober. A thought suddenly sparked in Zick's mind, what, Galwin Dober? It's Galwin Dober. Known as the pinnacle of blacksmithing. Galwin Dober, the greatest blacksmith on the continent with unparalleled skill among the dwarves. Galwin's creations are near perfect and possess many special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold to collectors. Zick rubbed his chin, looking at Harbert, so you're Galwin's apprentice. Harbert exclaimed, indeed, you can read the dwarf language. Zick continued, if it's from Galwin, it's not an ordinary sword sheath. Harbert confidently said, of course. Then he used his finger to flick a knob on the sheath and said, if you turn the knob on the surface of the sheath, it will transform into a shield like this. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword sheath transformed into an incredibly sturdy shield. Harbert briefly explained the shield's uses. Made from wyvern bones and mithril, it can withstand most attacks. If you turn the knob down on the shield's handle, it will revert to a sheath. Then he offered the sheath to Zick, saying, although it's far from repaying your kindness, master, please accept it. This is my gift to you. Zick wondered, you could sell this to build a furnace. Harbert laughed loudly, I can't sell my master's work to just anyone. Zick still tried to persuade him, but it's worth tens of thousands of gold. Harbert was surprised, what? Really? But Zick continued, all right, I'll cherish it regardless. Zick held the sheath, comparing it to the sword in his hand. The sheath was smaller than the sword. While thinking, he tried to sheath the sword. But, if it's a product of Galwin Dober, then it must be. Watching the sheath magically adjust its appearance to perfectly fit the sword, Zick smugly thought, just as I thought. This thing far exceeds all expectations. Zick happily thanked Harbert, I've received a truly precious gift. Thank you, Galleon. Seeing him so pleased with the gift, Harbert also felt happy. I'm glad you like it. Upon returning, Zick continued to examine the gloves he had just received. Meteorite iron? That's an ultra-rare material. The system displayed information about the gloves he was holding. Gloves info, gloves created from durable and lightweight meteorite iron. Unique ability, none. Special feature, unique ability will be activated when a full set of meteorite iron equipment is worn. 2 random boxes were given as quest rewards. Zick looked at the first opened box with an expression of both astonishment and caution. The random box I received as a surprise quest reward. I thought it was like a treasure chest, but what's inside is far more valuable. There's still an unopened box. Zick quickly unboxed it. Now then, to the second box. The box was slowly opened. But upon seeing what was inside, Zick's face was full of question marks. What is this? Zick picked up a piece of paper that looked quite old, faded, and torn in many places. He was curious. What is this? A map? Suddenly, Zick's eyes widened in surprise. A system notification appeared before his eyes. We have detected a map containing traces of Grandmaster Kaiser. Zick wondered, Kaiser? Could it be Hero King Kaiser? Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower, a popular book throughout the continent. It's a record of Kaiser's journey with his knights in overthrowing the Kronos Kingdom, which was once a brilliant civilization. However, the content was too unbelievable, and no historical evidence existed to verify it, so it was only considered fiction. But with the system notification just now, Zick trembled as he clutched the map. So, Hero King Kaiser was real. The system displayed another notification, recovering and analyzing damaged parts of the item. Analysis complete. Confirmed location has been marked on the minimap. Zick stared blankly at the system screen. This is. Looking at the map in front of him, Zick thought, the giant mountain range? That's Manzi territory. This might be easier than I thought. Zick was sitting and thinking when suddenly a small system screen appeared next to him. Zick looked at it and read, based on user level, tutorial process concluded. Zick was a little confused. Tutorial concluded? Before he could even process that notification, another one appeared next to his hand. You have found an item linked to a quest. Achievement quest, Kaiser's Legacy. Collect Kaiser's vision from a relic containing traces of Kaiser. Time limit, none. Quest reward, Administrator System Upgrade. Current level, low-tier administrator to mid-tier administrator. Zick then understood, so that's it. The tutorial was a system designed to bring me to a certain level. Zick chuckled softly, I've taken the first step. Now, the real game begins. He was a little excited, even the rewards are on a completely different level. After reviewing the rewards and all the notifications, Zick slowly stood up. Good, then. He gave a determined smile, I'll devour everything without leaving anything behind. First, I need to use the accumulated points. The system displayed notifications one after another. Tier 2 dragon skills are now available. He looked through the Tier 2 dragon skills. Tier 2 dragon skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Harden into dragon scales, providing excellent magic resistance. Locked. Unlock price, 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon a powerful dragon claw to slash enemies in one strike. Locked. Unlock price, 80 points. Zick thought, I have quite a lot of points right now, but I don't know when I'll get the chance to accumulate this many points again. Although I really want to, for now, I should only invest in some potions and the Tier 2 dragon skills. And keep 400 points in reserve. Thinking this, he tapped the screen. The system immediately notified, activating dragon skill, Dragon Scale Armor. Activating dragon skill, Dragon Claw. Very quickly, the dragon skills were activated on Zick. He quickly tested out his new skill. Let's try Dragon Claw first. Zick swung his arm powerfully, and the floor was instantly gouged with a massive scratch. Zick looked at the mark he had just made and exclaimed, Ha, this is even better than expected. Then he swung his sword again to test the remaining dragon skill. Alright, next, Dragon Scale Armor. A huge collision sound rang out. The sword in Zick's hand was powerfully thrown backward. Zick was surprised. I didn't use light aura, but even when I used my full strength, instead of cutting through, the blade bounced back at me. It's like wearing full body armor even without a weapon. Zick rotated his shoulder while thinking, Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense, very straightforward. Activation complete, let's continue. The scene shifted to the central training ground at Drager Academy. A voice echoed across the training ground, all right, before we have our practical light aura exam, I'll go over the rules. The instructor, holding a sword, continued, behind me, you can see the training dummies. They are specially made dummies, a normal physical attack can't even scratch them. He just used the tip of his sword to make a line on the dummy. He continued, however, if light aura is infused into the attack, they can easily be destroyed. After the demonstration, he put away his sword and continued lecturing. But if you can't even break it? Then he looked at everyone with sharp eyes, then you will fail. Regardless of your previous evaluations, you will have to start again from the basics. The students, hearing this, immediately became tense, sweating and discussing amongst themselves, start over? Then we won't get promoted. The instructor called out, silence. I'll call out names, and that person will step forward. Next, Aaron. The student named Aaron anxiously ran forward, present. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Owen, standing behind him, thought, these freshmen are all nervous and worried. Then he smirked, but for me, this training method is just like my family's light aura techniques. After all, the light aura curriculum at this academy was also established by the Zyman family. Then he glanced at Zakin and Zick standing behind him. No matter how talented these awakened true bloods are, they can't surpass me in light aura control. At this moment, the instructor spoke. Next, Owen. Owen confidently stepped forward with his sword, ignoring the instructor's words to be ready before stepping up. He stomped his foot and swung his sword. Seeing the light aura surrounding him, everyone around was surprised. Humph. Sword resonance. The examiner turned to the instructor and said, "He's only 13 years old and has already achieved sword resonance. Truly impressive." The instructor just coldly replied, "That's to be expected from someone of a prestigious noble family." A flash of light appeared. One dummy's body was torn. The second dummy's head was torn off. Only flashes of light could be seen as other dummies were also completely ripped apart. The other students were astonished and speechless by this sight. The dummies there were all extensively torn by Owen's sword. The examiner immediately praised him, excellent, as expected of the Ziman family. Then he placed a hand on Owen's shoulder, encouraging him. At this rate, he might even surpass Sir Amen. But instead of being pleased like other normal students, Owen gritted his teeth and knocked the other person's hand away. Watching his angry back walk away, the examiner quietly said, "What's with that attitude?" The instructor crossed his arms and frowned. "TSK, that arrogant brat." After that, the next names were continuously called, and other students also successively came up to take the exam. But it seemed none of them performed very well. The examiner looked at the scoreboard and snorted, "It seems everyone's having trouble." That instructor said, "They must have lost confidence after seeing Owen perform." He glanced at the students and thought, "However, no one has failed yet. Even if it's just a small fragment, all students in the specialized class can imbue their swords with light energy. But even in a place full of elites, the strong ones always stand out." Now it was Zena's turn to take the exam. She spoke up. "I'm ready." Before taking the exam, she told the instructor, "Sir, I have a request." The instructor immediately replied, "Speak." Zena looked at him with determined eyes and stated her request, "I want to be assessed on my use of dragon slaying technique." The instructor told her, "That's an upper-class assessment." Vina remained firm, "I know." The students below, seeing her like this, started to think, TSK, ever since she awakened as a trueblood, she's become unbearably arrogant. The difficulty of imbuing light energy and dragon slaying technique is completely different. Maintaining light energy on a blade is already incredibly difficult. But dragon slaying technique requires precise control to distribute the right amount of light energy for each movement. Owen thought, maybe she'll only manage 2 or 3 swings before losing control of her light energy. Ha, Vina Turuan, your competitiveness is harming you. The instructor asked Zena suspiciously, "The failure conditions will be much stricter. Are you really sure?" Vina affirmed, "I'm sure." The instructor then agreed with her, "Sigh, suit yourself then." Vina bowed and replied, "Thank you." Having said that, she raised her sword. The other students seriously watched Zena perform her exam. A stream of light energy quickly enveloped Zena. She swung her sword down forcefully, making a cut on the dummy. After that, countless rays of light flashed, dividing the dummies into many pieces. At the last dummy, Vina decisively thrust hard into its body, shattering the dummy. Zena had completed her exam. Behind her were the scattered fragments of dummies all over the floor. The students who witnessed it continuously exclaimed, "It's clearly unrivaled just by looking. I thought Owen was the best at controlling light energy, but compared to her, he's far behind." Hearing such whispers, Owen gritted his teeth, veins popping on his face in anger. "Damn it." Rena, still breathing heavily, turned around, pointing her sword directly at Owen, surprising him. He frowned, guessing, "What is this? Are you taunting me?" But then his gaze suddenly changed. He slowly turned around, his entire face becoming tense. No, right from the start. It's true the sword was pointed at him, but there was a formidable person standing behind him. Zick gave a disdainful smile, "You're not even worthy of my attention." Zick scratched his head in confusion, thinking, "Looks like this is trouble." He remembered Zena's gaze. Since she glared at him like that, he couldn't ignore her. Oh well, should I meet her expectations a little? Thinking that, he immediately raised his hand and said, "Instructor, I also want to be graded based on slaying dragon art." Hearing that, the professor's face showed annoyance, his eyes glaring. He spoke up and asked, "You said your name is Zick, correct? Do you think the slaying dragon art is simple for you just because you saw student Xena perform it easily?" He continued, "Student Xena is a pure-blooded awakener." Just as he said this, he was cut off by someone else. "The grading conditions will be the same as student Xena's, no problem, right?" Hearing that, Zick smiled confidently and replied, "Of course." Without much hesitation, he began to get into position. The professor was still displeased and asked again, "Why did you allow this? That student is marked present in all classes, but I've never seen him attend even once." The other professor replied, "That's the result of this student winning a bet against instructor Andre. But anyway, you're new, so you probably don't know. A pure-blooded awakener with an unprecedented golden light, the student who broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon exploration test. That is the person standing over there, Zick Raker." The system displayed a notification. Black Sword Bahamut has detected E, activating the Black Sword Bahamut's unique ability, Aura Conversion. Converting E into aura. His expression became anxious as he thought, "Damn it, suppressing it is harder than I thought." After a moment of calm, he gripped the sword tightly and smirked. "This should be fine, right?" Without further delay, Zick began to swing his sword. As soon as she saw this attack, Rena immediately recognized it, her eyes wide as she exclaimed, "That's..." The technique Zick was using was Slaying Dragon Art, Chapter 1 Part 1, Heaven Severing Slash. She thought anxiously, "Me? No, compared to Instructor Andre, it's almost perfect." With a single strike, he directly split the dummy into two halves. "This is the Slaying Dragon Art that I've practiced repeatedly for 2 years before regressing. From the sword swing, foot placement, to the flow of aura, my body can now move automatically without needing to think." Thinking this, Zick dug his feet into the ground, restraining his body. He looked at the sword in his hand and thought, "Even though I'm fed up with repeatedly practicing this technique, it seems reviewing the basics isn't so bad. This should be enough to motivate Xena." Just as he thought this, sudden whispers made him flinch. Wait, he definitely imbued the sword with aura just now, right?" "Yes, I saw it too, the entire sword." "Does that mean Zick has reached the level of a Death Knight?" Hearing these words, he flinched and exclaimed, "I must have been too engrossed." Right behind him, all the wooden dummies were shattered. "It seems I unconsciously revealed my aura. I just intended to adjust it to Xena's level. Damn it, I've done something attention-grabbing again." The two professors were also left speechless, exclaiming, "A first-year student already at the level of a Death Knight." Hearing these words, Owen was so furious his fists clenched tightly, trembling with each beat. A fear had risen within him that he didn't want anyone to know. At the same time, on Xena's side, her fists were also tightly clenched. But her expression was completely different from Owen's. The corner of her mouth subtly curved into a smile. A moment later, in the large room, someone set a teacup down on the table and spoke, "I've heard about your performance in the semester evaluation." Howard continued, "It seems you've achieved astonishing results, haven't you?" Zick replied, "It was just luck." He didn't stop there. He continued to ask, "Reaching the level of a Death Knight at just 13 years old, and you say it's just luck? So, Zick, what do you think about taking an accelerated promotion exam?" Hearing that, he asked back, a bit puzzled, "An accelerated promotion exam? You mean, skipping one level?" He replied, "It could be one, or even more. It's a program for exceptional students like you." At his words, he thought to himself, "It seems they took the bait faster than I expected. Well, Howard must have drawn more attention than anticipated, so this is only natural." Thinking this, Zick smiled and replied, "All right, I'll do it." The conversation ended there, and the door slowly closed. Zick, emanating killing intent, walked along, thinking, "It seems he has a plan." If he wants it, I'll play along. Inside Howard's room, he sat facing the window. Suddenly, he reached into his jacket flap and pulled something out. He spoke. Rena Draker and Zick Draker, both pureblood awakened, have accepted to take the exam. Hearing this, a voice replied from somewhere, I understand. I'll arrange everything necessary. Howard then revealed a cunning smile and uttered, things are about to get interesting. Scene change, Draker Academy, Advanced Aura Training Room. Inside, Xena was already present, her eyes glancing to the side. Standing next to her was none other than Zick. He didn't dare look back, avoiding her gaze with an awkward smile. Sweating profusely, he thought to himself, at least pretend not to be spying on her. Just as he thought this, someone pushed the door open and said, sorry to keep you waiting. The person walked closer and continued, the one who will supervise today's accelerated promotion exam is a high-ranking knight from the main family. Before both of them, a man with white hair and a scar across his face appeared, Sir Owen Draker. Upon seeing this man, Zick immediately recognized him, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, this person is. He wondered, the Silent Flow sword? A memory quickly flooded his mind. Owen was carrying a man in his arms, looking distraught. As he set the man down, Zick appeared right behind him. His eyes narrowed in displeasure as he asked, Draker? Ending his sentence, he directly reached behind his back to draw his sword and continued, why are the Empire's damned dogs here? However, Owen showed no reaction to his question. Zick didn't draw his sword either, he observed carefully. On the ground opposite him was a child. Owen began to painstakingly dig handfuls of dirt. Sensing that he was experiencing a great loss, Zick said nothing more. He stood there silently, watching Owen dig a grave for the child. Suddenly, a shovel appeared out of nowhere, sticking into the ground, making him look up in surprise. Zick walked closer and said, need a hand? Before he could reply, he continued, even if you refuse, I'm helping anyway. He continued digging and said, I'm Zick Murita of the Northern Alliance forces. You're a Draker, aren't you? Hearing that, Owen replied, no, I've already abandoned that name, Draker. Zick asked again, in that case, we're similar. What should I call you? He replied, just call me Silent Stream Blade. Back in the present, Zick smiled as he looked at Owen, thinking, Owen, huh? A perfectly fitting name for a silent, cold blade. Anyway. Thinking this, both raised their hands to their chests, bowed, and said, greetings, Sir Owen Draker. Is it necessary for a High Knight to oversee a first-year student's advancement exam? A High Knight, in fact, was the pillar supporting the entire Draker family, a high-ranking title requiring a balance of strength, reputation, and experience, a position full of prestige. At this moment, a professor standing nearby spoke up, the exam method will be a sword duel, something quite familiar to those from Grotto, isn't it? As long as you haven't lost consciousness or given up, you can continue to challenge. Unleash everything you've got. Hearing that, Xena began to draw her sword and replied, in that case, I'll start first. However, the professor immediately interrupted, no. He continued, no need to go one by one. Come all at once. These words infuriated Xena. She gripped her sword tightly but was immediately stopped by Zick. He said, don't be so impatient. You know the difference in strength well enough. He glanced at her, smiled, and continued, besides, the test has already begun. If you rush in without controlling your emotions, you'll lose points. Hearing Zick's words, Xena also calmed down. She let out a sigh. Then she asked, so what should I do, Zick Draker? Zick smiled, thinking, as expected of the genius Xena, her judgment is so quick. Then he replied, I already have a perfect plan for this situation. We will launch a precise strike at him. Just like that, the fight continued. Both stood to the sides, intently watching Owen. Zick observed him drawing his sword, thinking, a special single-edged sword from the Eastern Kingdom, a wando. The wando is known as a short, single-edged, one-handed sword. Designed to be paired with a shield, it originated from the Joseon dynasty, named after the ring on its scabbard, where a strap was attached for easy carrying. Thinking this, he exclaimed, so he's been using this sword for a very long time. It seems Xena's pride is being hurt, but what good are honor and pride to the weak? As he thought, he looked directly at her and nodded slightly, signaling, just put aside personal emotions and focus on strategy. She quickly understood, her eyes firm, and she nodded in response. After agreeing, both immediately swung their swords and charged straight towards Owen. But before their swords could even touch him, he quickly unleashed a series of parries, blocking them with ease. Not only Xena, but Zick also tried very hard to get close, yet he couldn't. Neither of them gave up easily, continuously coordinating with each other seamlessly. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed. Owen struck both of them, sending them flying back to one side. Seeing those moves, Xena was utterly amazed as she thought to herself, so this is what an advanced knight is like. Even though I continuously aimed for his blind spots following Zick's instructions, I couldn't land an effective blow, not even a scratch on him. With that thought, she didn't hesitate and directly used her skill, Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 3 Part 1, I must be ready to kill. Finishing her thought, a sword strike immediately cut straight down in front of Owen, crescent slash. However, he wasn't easy to deal with. He quickly retreated to avoid it, then swung his leg and kicked Xena directly, leaving her no time to react. This powerful kick sent her flying backward, hitting the ground hard, sending dust and smoke everywhere. The others standing around saw this and immediately ran towards Xena, asking, "Lady Xena Draker, are you all right?" Hearing that, she grabbed a piece of the broken wall and replied, "I'm fine." She wiped the blood from her mouth and warned everyone, "It's very dangerous here, you all retreat immediately." Even if only for a moment, I truly lost consciousness. Create an opening? With my current strength, there's no way I can do that. Thinking this, she looked at Zick and wondered, "Do you really believe you can do it, Zick Draker?" Xena recalled his words from earlier. She was furious then. "I would never participate in such a cowardly tactic. Are you trying to disgrace an honorable duel, Zick Draker?" Hearing this, he chuckled and asked back, "Can honor be eaten? This isn't a knightly duel, it's a test. They're testing our ability to kill." Faced with these perfectly reasonable words, Xena didn't know how to refute. She sighed and replied, "All right, fine. I was the one who asked for your advice anyway. But do you really think that tactic will work? Our opponent is an advanced knight." He smiled and replied, "We just need to create a situation where it's forced to work. Like when you fought me at Credo, think about it, why couldn't you dodge that rock?" She continued, "Because I didn't expect you to use such a trick." He replied, "Exactly." Zick smirked and continued, "It's the same for an advanced knight. Wait for my signal, it will definitely work. A small opening is more than enough." Back to the present, taking advantage of Owen's attack on Xena, he immediately used his skill, casting Dragon Slaying Art, Gale Technique, Shadowless Step. Seeing this move, Owen was greatly surprised and murmured, "This is Sir Duck's move." No sooner had he finished speaking than he sensed something, his sharp eyes glancing backward. At the most critical moment, he managed to raise his sword in time to block Zick's incoming strike. He smiled and said, "From now on, you should be more serious, sir." Before he could even understand what was happening, the lights suddenly went out, and the space became dark. Owen looked around in confusion, thinking to himself, "The lights went out? I see, so they're using the mana suppression ability of a pure-blooded awakened one." Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he flung his sword, sending Zick flying backward. However, things didn't stop there. Zick continued to strike repeatedly in the darkness. Seeing this move, Owen thought with annoyance, "What a childish trick. Do you kids think that just by obstructing my vision, you'll have a chance to defeat an advanced knight?" This thought quickly vanished as Zick's figure suddenly appeared like a flash right beside him. He wondered in confusion, but what is this strange feeling? Why, in this thick darkness, when I can only see vaguely, does he move as if seeing through everything? While Owen was still absorbed in his thoughts, Zick also began to act. This is the perfect opportunity for me to test my new dragon technique. After all, Owen isn't the type to go boasting everywhere, so. The system notification quickly appeared, activating dragon technique, Dragon Claw. On Owen's side, looking at the intensely destructive flame charging straight at him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, is this really the swordsmanship of a first-year student? Right now, in front of him, he could clearly see that what he was facing was the phantom of a majestic black dragon. No, this isn't merely swordsmanship. No matter what, Zick Draker has far surpassed the level of a student. As for Xena Draker, she apparently can't move as agilely as Zick does in the dark. Has he eliminated unnecessary resources to control himself? As he thought, Owen leaped into the air, swinging his sword straight at Zick. But this tactic is only effective when the opponent is of the same level. In the dark space, a series of fierce sword clashes rang out. The battle was extremely intense. Zick was surprised, thinking to himself, his movements are almost no different from before the lights went out. Could it be that he has adapted to the darkness? Just as he thought this, a sword blade flashed, slashing straight towards his chest. The one who dealt this blow was none other than Owen. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it in the nick of time. He frowned angrily, exclaiming, "He's gone. I can only vaguely see his shape. It's like fighting a shadow." While he was still standing stunned, Zick's figure appeared right behind him. As if sensing it, Owen swung his sword backward, but it wasn't a person. He wondered, man a light? It turned out that Zick was using all his might to slash down all the light bulbs right above him. This noise is concealing Zick Draker's presence. And then, a swift slash came down from above his head. Owen immediately raised his sword to block the attack. Zick, without Owen realizing, was already standing opposite him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Before Owen could understand what was happening, he loudly called out, "Now, Reina." He recalled what the professor had said earlier, the structure and materials are simple, but it can only be used once. What kind of magic do you intend to imbue it with? Hearing Zick's words, the professor exclaimed in surprise, "What? An exploding spell?" He smiled and replied, "No, sir. Just a flash of light and a loud bang will be enough." Returning to the present, the bomb thrown straight at Owen emitted a dazzling light and a loud bang. Zick smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, "Perfect timing, Reina." This attack truly caught Owen off guard. He couldn't react, only slumping to the ground, covering his ears. His eyes were wide with shock, his teeth gritted as he cursed, "Damn it, I fell for it. Underestimating Xena was my mistake in judgment." Just as he thought this, Reina and Zick, both combined, charged forward with their swords. His face was filled with extreme excitement, a smirk playing on his lips. But before either of them could execute their plan, Owen rose up and used his technique, Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 4 Part 1, Crescent Moon Slash. This blow sent Zick flying backward, hitting the ground hard. Reina suffered the same fate, unable to react in time. Owen stood stunned at that moment, his teeth gritted, his face clearly showing pain. At this moment, the injured from the melee were brought back one by one. A girl came up to encourage him, "You've worked hard." Before he could reply, a loud-voiced man came over, "Owen, you scoundrel, you've completely ruined someone else's disciple." It turned out to be his master. Seeing him, Owen bowed, "Greetings, master." He waved back, as stiff as ever. Duck put an arm around Owen and asked, "So, how's my disciple?" Hearing that, Owen said nothing and remained silent. He recalled that moment, Zick Draker, in the brief instant the blow landed, intentionally discarded his sword and switched to defense. He could have counterattacked, so why didn't he? Was his goal not to win, but to learn and improve? Did he only display just enough strength as needed? Owen looked at his hands and said, "Zick Draker is beyond my ability to evaluate." Scene changed to the Academy's promotion meeting room. "So, I assume everyone agrees with this proposal?" Everyone in the meeting said, "Yes, Dean." Andre also replied, "No dissenting opinions." Reina and Zick were officially promoted to the 5th and 3rd years, respectively. After that, Zick kept as silent as possible. After receiving all instructions from the Duke, Andre took over that position for Zick. Zick maintained a good relationship with Professor Fan Nong, but Zick and he gradually became distant when Zick was chosen by the Delport Royal Magic Research Institute and left the academy. Zika no longer had any connection to the powerful noble families, but then something interesting happened. Owen continuously sought out Zick for challenges. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, he requested leave and locked himself away for secluded cultivation. 2 years passed like that, and Zick graduated from the academy. The blessings for Zick. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the youngest person ever to enter Valhalla. You must be very proud. Zick Draker is now 15 years old. Decker said cheerfully, the dean rarely writes recommendation letters for admission himself. Zick replied, so much trouble for tea? Then he thought, the title of youngest freshman, Hongsen. 2 years of silence means nothing anymore. Zick said, the enrollment ceremony is in about 3 months, right? Decker, you go to Atlas first. He was surprised to hear that but stammered, yes, yes. And what about you, young master? Zick packed his things and replied, I'll retreat to a quiet place by myself. He said, I don't want anyone to disturb me, understand? Decker obeyed, yes, young master. The Kaiside ruins are located in the giant mountain range. Under the guise of a retreat, Zick planned to use the Aegir Kingdom's Adventurers Guild to conduct an expedition. There was no need to inform any suspicious individuals of his whereabouts. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, and Zick softly said, Come in. Liam walked in, knelt, and bowed, I greet you, Zick Draker. He turned back, Liam, I've told you, that form of address makes me uncomfortable. A simple greeting is enough. Hearing that, Decker said, then I'll take my leave, young master. He replied, why did you call me all the way to the Platinum Estate? In the room, only Zick and Liam remained. I heard you've been transferred to the special class. Zick replied, I am your master. How could I just stand by and watch? I've compiled everything you'll need during your time at the academy. Expected questions for academic evaluations, training manuals, and necessary materials for the exams. Go see Mage Niet and show him this, he'll provide you with all the necessary items. Oh, and when you reach your 4th year, you'll need a proper sword. You can also request it from Mage Niet. I've already paid for it, so don't worry. I believe you'll do great, Liam. I will never disappoint my master's expectations. Liam, hearing these words, was moved to tears, biting his lip to hold them back. Then he bowed his head with determination. Just a minute ago, I said that makes me feel indebted. I'll take back what I said. The Axe Kingdom is located at the northernmost point of the central continent. Along with Delbra, Tibia, and Alengia, it's considered one of the 4 great kingdoms of the central continent. The colossal mountain range that separates the Beast Lands from the continent. It houses countless dungeons, attracting adventurers eager to seek their fortune. Recognizing this, the first king of Agos integrated adventurers and dungeons into the kingdom's main industry. With royal backing, the colossal mountain range was divided into hundreds of areas, establishing transport routes and outposts for management. This was the origin of the Adventurers Guild, an organization that later spread across the continent. Next, number 546. Number 546. Isn't here? Next, number 547. Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zick Murray. Submit your papers at the Zline office, they'll issue your registration card. Murray replied, thanks. Draker thought, while disguised as Zick Murray with a wig and magic glasses, it's best to create an adventurer identity for easier movement. Traveling under the name Draker would be too conspicuous. Zick thought, it's time to start the treasure hunt. At this time, at the gathering point, some carriages had already departed, while the rest were waiting for other adventurers. In one of those moving carriages, Zick was inside, thinking, luckily, I still found a seat during peak season. Suddenly, a voice rang out, hey, kid. Are you an adventurer too? You look a bit tense. Is this your first time in a dungeon? Or how about joining us? We may not look it, but we're veterans. Dungeons are really dangerous these days. Going in alone will just make you monster food. There's plenty of trash like that everywhere. They say the first group you enter a dungeon with will decide half your adventuring life. Have you ever heard that? They secretly thought their true purpose was to lure naive adventurers to use as monster bait or sell them to slave traders. Zick listened silently without saying anything. They, smiling, were also waiting for his response. Suddenly, Zick stood up and said, "Shut up." This astonished them. W.H. what? W.H. what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Then Zick went near the carriage door and said to the driver, 500 meters to our left and behind us, a monster that looks like an ogre. Is this an area where monsters usually appear? The coachman asked, confused, Huh? What are you talking about? This road is a safe zone. Hearing these words, the adventurers accompanying him burst out laughing. It seems this chick is starting to panic. Don't you know that the main routes of the Adventurers Guild are directly managed by the kingdom? Forget monsters, even wild beasts can't enter a safe zone, let alone monsters. Zick spoke up, then. What's behind you? He asked, his heart skipping a beat. What? A group of monsters appeared and attacked them. The carriage convoy was broken. Everything was shattered by giant ogres. W.H. What the hell is happening? An ogre approached him while his entire body was pinned down by the carriage. He cried out in helpless panic, "Saw, save me!" The ogre's bloody club dragged forward. Zick had quickly hidden behind a tree. If ogres were running rampant in a safe zone, it meant the outposts weren't functioning properly. After the ogres appeared, everything was in disarray. Just as Zick had predicted, they really caused a mess. Even the Argus soldiers were defeated, but with this many people, they should have been able to handle most of the monsters, right? Zick had a bad feeling. He stared in astonishment at the incision in the middle of the soldier's chest. Zick gritted his teeth in anger. Not monsters, this was caused by humans.